people say that they're trying to pierce the firmament, but I mean, what firmament if there's not an actual thing that we could physically touch and measure, theoretically or literally? You said between the vacuum of space and the gas pressure system on Earth. And then I'm going to jump back to the other thing where you said the rockets going up wouldn't necessarily break through this theoretical or literal container that you say may or may not be there. But you didn't specify on asteroids or meteor showers or whatever they say falls from the sky to Earth. So theoretically or literally, could those things that are falling from the sky to Earth possibly be breaking through this and releasing some of the gas pressure? Please say
Yeah.
yes.
I see what you're saying, but again, the globe idea is that there isn't anything that is containing it. The pressure is due only to the weight of the atmosphere. So asteroids and both asteroids from above and rockets from below aren't piercing any like solid thing. But by the way,
can I interrupt just for a minute?
Yeah.
No, I was asking him because he was kind of in the conversation. Is it okay if I interrupt for just one question?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah, by all means.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you.
If we were to terraform Mars with Elon Musk, how would we contain the gas pressure that we're going to need? Because I believe that the gas pressure on Mars at this point is unsustainable for human life. How would we contain it?
If they were going to try and terraform Mars, they would have to just put lots more atmosphere there. They would. I mean, the gravity would contain it on Mars the same as it contains it here.
Well, no, I mean, like, how would we start out?
Just release it into the air. I mean, if they had some source that had a whole.
Where are we going to get all that gas?
Well,
I'm talking about like we terraform Mars, right? Like Matt Damon, we get there, we send like one dude, right, to make sure that it's possible, proof of concept, and then we get the funding, and then we start sending like 80 people, right? Like, how would we contain the gas for the first few generations?
Well, and that's why I don't think it's possible. I don't know if they would ever be able to terraform Mars. I think the best thing they should do is like seal up caves and pressurized caves in a container.
Right, like a container. Right. So is God as smart as man?
God is smarter than man.
Right, he's smarter than man, so he probably knows how to contain gas then, right? Better than us.
Yeah, and I think he designed it such that the weight of the gas is enough to contain it. That's how I think he did it.
So that would work on a fishbowl, right? If you had like a container, right, on all four sides and the bottom, right, or a fish tank, right? That would work. But how would he, keep the liquid and the fluid gas from staying on the ball?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I guess like why?
Well, have you ever tried? You guys always say that you guys have a model and we don't. Have you guys like ever produced a model where it's a vacuum container, and then there's 14.7 psi like right next to it, and then there's liquid water right within the atmosphere? Peace, bro. Have a good night. Thanks. So you guys don't actually have a working model, do you?
You can't make a working model like that. No, we don't have one like that.
Right, but can you make like a pool of water in a bathtub and throw some rocks and dirt and call it mountains and land?
No.
No? You can't have like rocks and dirt protruding out of the water in your bathtub and say that this is kind of like how flat Earth would work.
Oh, I see. Like, if you want to make a model for, you could make one for flat Earth in your bathtub.
Right, but not for the globe Earth, because as soon as you put the ball in the vacuum and you introduce atmos or gas, it's going to fill the entire vacuum until it reaches equilibrium, like every other time we've ever seen.
Yeah, the globe Earth idea is that we're in a vacuum of empty space, and it's kind of hard to find a vacuum of empty space with no gravity on Earth because we're within Earth. So we can't.
I think it's hard to find a vacuum anywhere because nature does what?
Nature abhors a vacuum.
That's right. Please continue.
Do you mind if I ask him another question?
By all means, please continue. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, dude. By all means, like I appreciate you guys just like letting me even come on. I saw that he was on here, and I was like waiting for my chance because I really like Matthew, and I don't like, I say some pretty like insulting things in my songs and everything, but I've never heard Matthew really get insulting as far as like using derogatory terms to a flat earther's face or over Discord. I've heard him say some snide things in his little videos and stuff, but that's just Matthew's dry sense of humor. And if it wasn't for people like Matthew, like you said, we'd all be talking about weird stuff. Nothing wrong with that, but Matthew, I just want to say that you said you have a master's degree, so you're a professional, and I don't think you're getting paid. I mean, I theoretically I could be wrong, but I don't think you're getting paid to be on this Discord.
That's
so
right,
I think
I'm
you
not.
must enjoy it. Unless you're a masochist, you must enjoy it, right?
No, it's interesting. And honestly, half the time I'm doing something else that doesn't require much thought, like editing pictures or,
Dude, you're a multitasker. I
doing-
knew you were a multitasker. I knew it when I first heard you, dude.
I can relate to that because I'm usually
He's editing pictures for NASA.
Hey, Matt,
Right,
let's
yeah.
hear that.
Well, we need to
Matthew-
make the flat images appear to like they're, stitched around photoshopped around a ball. So it takes a lot of work for us.
You got to hit Command Z a lot, Matthew.
That was funny. You guys didn't
Yeah, we
catch
have to copy and paste all those cloud patterns. It takes forever.
And Matthew, would you mind if I threw you one more bone to maybe help your argument?
Thanks, I appreciate it. Sure, I'll take it.
Hey, no problem. Like I said, if I could go back to my mind before I knew the Earth was flat, no brains, no headaches. You know what I mean? So, like, every day I'm looking for somebody to convince me, and you might be that tipping edge. You might convince me to be a glober theoretically, right? So, I'm not going to say you will, but Matthew, I have my fingers crossed, and I just took my shoe. Wait, I don't have any shoes on. Sorry, my toes are crossed right now, just hoping that you can make me a glober again, because no brains, no headaches, right? So I'm gonna throw you one more little bone. So you guys say that the spinning of the Earth actually makes all the water stick to the Earth because of gravity, right? No, I'm not going to debate that with you because I'm no scientist, right? But so now I know this is a really dumb rudimentary experiment, but I can't think of anything else at the time. So like, the old flat earth tennis ball where they stick it in water and they spin it around, right? And the water goes flying off. But I mean, that's a little tennis ball, and the Earth is way bigger than that. Like, imagine, Matthew, if you will just humor me for a second. Imagine if we were little ants on the hand of like the minute hand on a clock. We wouldn't be able to see the whole clock or even the numbers, especially if the clock was really big and we were really tiny ants, and especially if the clock was spherical shaped, right? So I'm just wondering, since you know math a lot better than I do, maybe you could help me out with this one. Is at what point do the numbers change the laws of physics? Like, so the laws of physics, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong now, if you spin a wet tennis ball, the water goes flying off, right? But if you got that tennis ball up to a certain size, to almost as large as the Earth or as large as the globe Earth, the water wouldn't go flying off. It actually sticks, right? Because, we're small and the Earth is so big, right? But there's got to be and since you know numbers, this is what I'm asking, there's got to be an exact number or a measurement of how big would that tennis ball be before it actually reversed the laws of, reverse the laws of scientific, reverse the scientific laws of water going flying off to water sticking. How big would that tennis ball have to be, or would it actually have to go from the size of a tennis ball to the exact size of the circumference of the Earth? Or is there a size like a little bit smaller than the Earth where the water would actually change its physical laws, the way it behaves? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, and I think the tennis ball is a good illustration. If you dip a tennis ball and just hold it there, there's actually, so the spinning tennis ball, there's two different things happening. One is kind of fluid dynamics, keeping the tennis ball wet, just because the water likes to stick on the tennis ball. It's not going to immediately drop off and be bone dry. So that's one force,
Right.
keeping water on the ball. And the second force would be, as you spin the tennis ball, I always mix up centrifugal, the force of the spinning, and the equation for that depends on the radius of the ball, how big is the ball, and also how fast it's going. And so if you spin it fast enough, at some point the water starts to fly off. So yeah.
That's without you actually. You kind of actually just more professionally reiterated my question as opposed to answering my question, but you did a very, very good job in doing that. You made it a lot more eloquent than I could have sounded. So let me reiterate the question again. Since you know numbers a lot better than me, and I'm really interested in learning, how much bigger than the tennis ball how much bigger would you have to get that theoretical, or in your case, technical or literal tennis ball, till it got to the shape of the spherical globe before the water started reversing its laws of what it does? Like what would the exact numbers be? Or can you even give me a ballpark figure?
Yeah, I think it has to do more with the ratio, not the exact size, like how fast it's spinning versus how big it is. So,
Okay, so
the tennis. Let me just give you an example.
yeah, I'm sorry. Absolutely.
The tennis ball is like 1 or 2 inches in radius or something like that, and if it's spinning really fast, it's moving. Every couple seconds, it's moving, or less than a second to move 2 inches along and so it's not so much the size as the ratio of how fast it's spinning versus how big the radius is.
So this, like, I'm not trying to sound derogatory. I have much respect for women, but so in this case, size does matter, right?
Right, and so
but only halfway, because it's not just the size that matters, but it's the motion of how fast it's going too. You're saying both of these factor in order to give me the answer I'm looking for, correct?
Yeah, both
Let me help you with this one, Matthew. It's not how big the size of your pencil is; it's how well you spell your name.
I like it. I like that one. So Matthew, since you're a numbers man, I mean, you said you had a master's or PhD or something fancy like that, something that actually is really impressive, and it's almost intimidating to me from my lack of knowledge. So now, since you're a numbers man, now would I be venturing out on the edge of a cliff too far theoretically to ask you that? Would you be able to give me the numbers of the speed of the spin and the size both coming together? Like, as far as I could understand, like, if you have a car that's moving at a certain speed, you can measure how much gasoline you're going to use by how much weight you have in the car, right? So those are two math problems that actually, they're different math problems, but they kind of go hand in hand together to formulate your final equation, which I don't know if you consider numbers theoretical or philosophical or technical, but as far as I know, they're technical. So if you could give me a technical number of when these two numbers meet to make the laws of water actually reverse what they do, I would appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay. So, I don't know the exact numbers, but let me estimate by doing it this way. You actually weigh at the equator. There's the weight that you feel pulling you down towards the ground, and then there's also a tiny little bit of centripetal accelerate or centripetal force you're feeling that's actually making you slightly lighter. And
Let me just interrupt. Let me interrupt you really, really quick. When you said that you feel, indicating that me and you, or just specifically me, feel, I've never felt that, but It's okay. I don't mean to be technical with you. I'm sorry. Continue on.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, there is an experimental difference based on latitude about how much a person weighs, and a person would weigh slightly more at the pole versus at the equator. They weigh slightly less. And so I think the ratio is something like 0.8% or something really small like that. Like if you weigh 100 pounds at the North Pole, you weigh 99.6 pounds at the equator. And so I think that means it would translate to having to be spinning about 200 times faster. So if the Earth were spinning,
Hey, I'm not gonna
200
I'm
times
not gonna let
faster.
you get I'm not gonna let you get away with this, Matthew. The
What with
centripetal force idea,
he was I didn't do calculations
Oh,
on
let him
the
finish. No,
dude. I mean, it's all right.
I'm so no.
Bullshit, man.
Go.
It's all bullshit.
I'm sorry. Okay. I basically what I'm trying to find out, Matthew, is you said it would have to be going 200 times faster, right? So
That's
now,
my guess.
would you?
I haven't done the calculations. That'd be a guess.
Well, when you could get the calculations on the speed, I would appreciate that. But if the speed correlated with the size, so would you guess that the globe Earth, is 200 times bigger than a tennis ball, or would it be a little bit bigger than that?
It's not 200 times bigger than. I mean, it's not how much bigger it is than the tennis
You
ball.
got away with it because
It's
you
the ratio. The ratio. No, it's the ratio.
You were swallowing his bullshit, with the centripetal idea, but you didn't understand it, and that's why I was saying I'm not going to let him do it, because the centripetal force doesn't exist. There's no such thing as centripetal force, Matthew.
Yeah, it's a pseudoforce.
It
can be an explanation.
There's no centrifugal force exists, but centripetal force doesn't exist. It's only exists in mathematics.
In whirlpools.
All right, so
Yeah.
you guys continue. I just wanted, I just wanted, for the people that don't know that, I just wanted to come in and say, hey, Matthew's trying to say that it
If I was
actually
going to call Matthew out,
I was actually trying to give him enough rope to either tie the horse to the stable or
no, sure, Saturday. I mean, but are you familiar with the centripetal force idea? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I am. I'm not an expert, but that's why I just wanted the numbers, though. I wasn't really asking about the force. I wanted the numbers of how much bigger the tennis ball would have to be.
See, he was kind of being squirrely about it. That's the only reason I jumped in. You guys continue.
Sorry yeah. No, I completely understand. Yeah, I was just trying to allow him enough rope to do whatever he wanted to do with it, wherever it led. That's all I was trying to do.
What were you saying, Hank?
So,
and then everybody continue. Whatever.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to see where this is going to. Yeah, I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, I don't have those numbers in front of me, so I'd have to look at it. But the other way to look at it would be if you take a tennis ball and you get it wet and then you spin it around, once every minute, the water's not going to fly off of it because you're going way too slow.
Okay, so that's why that's why originally a couple questions ago I wanted to narrow down specifically what your expertise is. Therefore, I'm not asking you theoretical space-time questions where you're not necessarily qualified to answer these questions, and I respect that. I like your honesty. But what another thing about your honesty that I would really appreciate, since you do make the claim, and I'm not claiming you don't, that you do have a master's in mathematics. That's why I'm asking you for the exact numbers, or even something. You said an estimate, but I haven't really heard you give me any estimate that's even close to even close to something that could be close to a reality of an estimate. What I'm asking you specifically is the tennis ball, example, right? I'm not going to get into what type of force it is or whatever. I'm specifically asking you is how much bigger would that tennis ball have to be before it made water do the exact opposite of what we see it demonstrably do when we spin it and it goes flying off. And you said it also depends on the speed. Now, I'm trying to narrow this down as you have a master's in mathematics, so I would like the numbers of not only how much bigger the tennis ball would have to be, but also how much faster it would have to be to make the laws of water actually reverse. That's why I wanted to get those two numbers to a point. And since you're a master's in math, I was hoping out of everybody I talked to on here, you'd be able to answer that question for me, please, if you could.
No, the laws will never reverse. It's just the balance between the force that keeps it on the tennis ball versus the force that makes it want to fly off the tennis ball, and that depends on the ratio of the speed to the radius. So it doesn't have to do with the size specifically, but the ratio of the.
Well, Matthew,
I do have a question on that.
Matthew, the law. I'm sorry. Let me just finish real quick, and then I'm done. Matthew, the laws absolutely do reverse. You said they don't reverse, but they absolutely do reverse.
And that's what my question's about. Yep.
Yeah. If the globe is spinning and it's holding water to it, it's doing the exact opposite of what we see demonstrably with a tennis ball. The laws of water are actually doing the exact opposite. So therefore, I wanted to know how much bigger that tennis ball would have to be, and also at the same time, how much faster it would have to go in order to make the laws of what we demonstrably see water do the complete opposite, which would be to stick to it. And since you are a PhD, a master's in math, I didn't mean to insult you. I wanted those, if you could even get those numbers even to, you said an estimate. No, an estimate when I go to get my tires on my little tricycle down at the bike shop, and they say, what tire do I need? I'm not going to estimate that I need a monster truck tire. I mean, even I would know maybe it would be a mountain bike size tire. But I mean, so could you get that estimate a little bit closer than what you previously specified?
Yeah, and here for the audience, real quick.
Calculations.
Right. Okay, and that's the thing for the audience. Real simply, we want to know where the threshold is between small enough not to have water stick to it, and then all of a sudden big enough to have water stick to it. Where else in nature, other than apparently with the globe, but other than the globe, where else in nature can we witness water sticking to a spinning ball?
I couldn't have said it better. That's exactly what I was going to say.
If you get a basketball
Matthew,
wet and spin it,
please answer.
If you get a basketball wet and spin it slowly, it sticks to the ball.
No, it doesn't stick. It'll just slowly kind of trickle down. Try again.
The basketball doesn't become immediately dry. That's an example.
That's not my claim. My claim was not immediately dry. So again, the question? You're not answering the question. Typical, huh?
No, it's not typical. I try to answer the question all the time.
No, it's typical for Globers. And that's fine, no matter how nice you are about it, right? We smell the fish. So anyway, what's that threshold? How big does something have to be for water to stick to it?
It's
and
not
how fast
the size that matters. It's the ratio of the radius to the speed.
No, my friend. Once again, the question, you're not answering the question. How big does it have to be?
The size doesn't matter in that case. It's the ratio.
Yeah, see, you're not answering the question. It does matter. Size always matters. I think earlier we talked about how size matters.
Okay, so
in this case,
if you spin a tennis ball very slowly, it doesn't go flying off, and that shows that it's not because.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, great. So, in relative to, let's say, like a basketball, what is small enough for a basketball to start attracting water to it? Or the same as what it would be for water. So what? You know what I'm saying? Scale-wise, how fast does the basketball need to be going? And then what ratio-wise is small enough to start sticking to it?
Are
you sure? Are you sure? Because I've never seen a basketball spun so fast that shit started sticking to it, brother. Do you see what I'm saying? You cannot demonstrate what you claim is happening with the Earth anywhere on Earth. Thank you.
You got me.
Matthew, if I may quote something that you said in one of your videos, you actually, I'm not saying this verbatim, but correct me if I'm way off, but I believe you said that it's as an example of like we're like a tiny ant on a giant clock, so we're too small to see it, but somebody who has a master's in math and they're stepping away from this, they'd be able to actually give us the exact measurements, even though it's so big. I don't think there's anything so big that you couldn't even come close to narrow down the numbers. And now I'm going to give you this one, Matthew. I'm going to give you this one, and I hope you're a man of your word. You said you didn't have the numbers on you, but you'd be able to do the calculations and come back at a hopefully like a soon further date, not like a week, but like maybe a day or two. If you have the time, I know you're busy. If you have the time, maybe you could whip up the calculations and actually post them in the live stream somewhere, or come back and be like, boom, here's the numbers right here. I'd really appreciate the numbers. Like I said, Matthew, I'm trying to throw you a bone. I want to go back to being a Glober, because no brains, no headaches. Make the world a better place for me. Please take me back to when I was younger, Matthew.
Okay, so yes, I'll do those calculations, because since you guys have been asking this, I'm curious, like, how fast would the Earth have to spin before water would start rising off?
Not just how fast, but also how big, because remember, you were the one, these are your exact words. You said it's not just the size, but also the speed. So I need both of those numbers together. That way there's no, what some people call a slippery slope, because I don't want a slippery slope. I want, and you, even if you can't get them right on the dot, I'd like as best as you could estimate them, because you are a master's in mathematics. If I'm quoting you wrong, please let me know.
So to be clear, I have a master's in computer science. I have an undergrad degree in mathematics, but even
okay.
like physics, anybody who takes one semester of physics, in high school physics, could answer this.
Okay.
But as far as I like your phrase, "No brains, no headaches," but as far as convincing you to come back to the globe side, I would just
Matthew,
say,
I'm trying to throw you a bone here, bud.
Yeah, here's how. Spend a couple hours next Sunday night watching the lunar eclipse. That would be a good way.
Okay, but Matthew, watching me staring up at the sky and what happens in the sky has nothing to do with the question I asked you, and you know that.
No, I know. I was answering the more general question of a good way to.
I mean, I could also. I mean, Matthew, that's almost like me saying, like, "Oh, check out this new band or this new movie." I mean, it's wonderful for entertainment purposes, but I'm not really trying to be entertained. I'm really trying to narrow this down to an exact science, if you will.
Sure. I mean, the generic answer is education. The more education you have, the easier it'll be for you to understand the globe and come back to the globe side.
Like I said, though, I'm not an educated man, and that's where I'm asking you because of your education. Now, if your answer to my question is education, what I can do with the letters that you spelled out, education, I can get the alphanumeric value and try to get my answer from that. But I don't think that would be correct. So that's why I'm asking for the exact numbers, or something as close as you can, without having to do gematria or anything like that.
Gematria is false, but yes.
Oh, I'm not going to debate whether it's false or not. I mean, when they say rocket scientists, this equals this, and it's just a coincidence. It equals 33. Maybe it is. I'm not even going to debate that with you. But what I want to know is the numbers, Matthew. And not I don't want an answer of, well, education, because I don't have, I grew up on food stamps, right? All the other kids were getting their good fancy medicines, and my mom, like I said, she used to have to crush up aspirin and put it in a turkey baster. That's how poor we were, right? So we grew up on government cheese. I didn't have an education, and that's why I'm humbly asking you for this. Now, if you would like to charge for your services, I'd be willing to pay. If you take if you take EBT, I can pay you an EBT.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do those calculations, and I'll post them in the live stream.
I'd even be actually willing to. I could pay you up to, like, I could afford $40 if you could give me those answers, Matthew. I mean, I know I don't mean to insult you in any way, shape, or form. No disrespect. I know your time is worth a lot more than that, but if you could maybe take this as a pro bono project and just consider me as somebody who's underprivileged and grew up in a third world, underdeveloped country, and you're actually helping me out by teaching me, because I don't know if you teach for the money or for the love of actually helping children learn, or maybe it's both. But if you could do that for me, I'd highly appreciate that. Like I said, I wanted to go back to the globe. Now, let me just finish off with this. I'm going to throw you this last bone. I know I said I was going to throw you a last bone, and I haven't yet, but here's the last bone now, Matthew. So your example was of the ants are so small on this hand of clock, we couldn't see nearly how big it is because we're so small, right? So check
It
this
was
out,
more
Matthew.
about feeling it. It was more about feeling whether an
Okay.
ant standing on our hand wouldn't feel it moving.
Well, that's funny because when I took math, I remember when I honestly I don't even know how to do long division. I count stuff out on my fingers. I'm horrible at math, but I'm really good at calculating alpha numerically for whatever reason. But that's beside the point. So you said though that it's so big and we're so small that, from the tennis ball, it spins off, but something that big, the gravity makes it stick, right? So check this out, Matthew. Check this out. You're going to like this one. So imagine reversing that technology, right? And going, the flat earthers, their model is so small and their minds are so small that water on a globe sticks to it, right? But you have to actually reverse this and you become a giant ant on top of a tiny clock. And when you see a drop of water, it's curving. And do you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to throw you a bone as best I can, and that might actually convince some people to become a glober. Not me necessarily, but it might help some people. And if you can get 100 of us flat Earth monkeys to all agree on something, you might have like a mutual understanding where we all start washing off our potatoes and learning how to eat them like civilized folks, like and not just like monkeys eating them with like rocks and dirt and everything. So that's
Saints. I appreciate your incredible insight into my.
I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm sorry.
It was absolutely amazing. It is so good, Matthew. I hope you're laughing. I hope you're laughing. I'm over here laughing, and it's so funny. Come on.
Comes up with great analogies.
It's great analogies, man. So yeah, I don't want you to stop you, Saints. I just wanted to kind of encourage you some more. Actually,
I love you guys, man.
It was
I
perfect.
honestly, I appreciate every moment you guys give me, and I try to use it as best I can, as wisely as I can. And Matthew, likewise, you have a master's, and you said an undergrad in math. Now, like I said, I got kicked out of high school in 10th grade, but I mostly slept through my classes, and I smoked a lot of dope in high school, and I ditched a lot, and I had wild parties all the time, and I was kind of a crazy teenager, so I didn't pay attention in school. I hated school. I absolutely hated school. So all the education I have is from my own education of just, I've read quite a lot of books. I've been to for years in unsavory places where I had to go and get my own books and read them because literally there was nothing else to do. And so I studied a lot into the books, and I taught myself rudimentary Spanish. I taught myself how to type, many other things that really aren't even relevant to this. But considering that you do have that education that I so desperately needed as a kid, and I may have turned out a lot better, if you could find it in your heart to possibly come up with those numbers. And if you did need money, I could come up with $40. Or my chick, Jackie, she got about 85 on the EBT, and street value is 50 cents to the dollar. I'm willing to make it 65 cents to the dollar. You know what I mean? If you need it, extra groceries are always nice or whatever, Matthew.
I appreciate your offer, but I'm curious enough to do the calculation myself.
Yeah.
Can I ask Matthew a question?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Jim, go ahead, man.
Yeah, thanks. Matthew, all of us who are now flat earthers were once globers. I think we can basically say that because our education told us we were globers along with the entertainment. So with that in mind, what would it take for you as a super glober to become a flat earther? Is there something that is out there that if you actually saw it with your eyes and with observation and empirical evidence, that would change you from a glober to a flat earther?
Sure, I like explanations and predictions. So if there were some kind of system that Flat Earth could come up with to describe why the world is the way that it is, and to predict, things in the sky, the sun and the moon, and that type of stuff in an accurate way, then that would be a big step.
Predict, post-dict.
A map would be another good thing if there were a map that worked.
And
so wait, Matthew. What if we can't find answers to these things in the sky? It's impossible to do what you just asked us. What if it's impossible to do that? Would that mean that you would continue to believe it's a ball, even though it's not a ball?
I would just need a better explanation. The globe has a decent explanation, and so if the so basically I go with the best explanation. If the globers have some explanation, I'll stick with that until the flat earthers come up with a better one.
I have got.
But that's just
I
an
have got.
explanation. I mean, I could just tell you a story. So if I just came up with a story of what the
Right, I'm
sun is
looking
and
for
what
the
it's
best
doing,
story.
would that be sufficient for you?
I'm looking for the best story because the best stories are true.
Yeah, he wants a fairy tale. Here's the problem, guys, is that it already depends on flat Earth. He doesn't have any answers. So everything already depends on not adjusting for curvature or already.
Hey, Matthew, can I ask you one more thing? And I don't mean to interrupt. Now, you said if somebody came up with the best story, you'd become a flat earther. Now, not everybody appreciates the term flat earther, and to some people, it sounds kind of crazy. I've even seen people who have things like flat earth tattooed on them or whatever. And I'm not trying to. I wouldn't want you to be some crazy flat earther. But how about let's just rephrase that and just not believe in the globe model necessarily, because the Earth isn't completely flat like a cookie pan. I mean, there's valleys and hills and canyons, so the topography on an average it appears to be flat. You don't think it is, but so what would it take for you to not believe in the heliocentric model anymore and to openly admit it? Now, because if once you did that, you might have your job for a day or two, maybe a week at most, maybe even 2 weeks until they realize you were serious, and then you'd be out of money. Now, I don't know what you have as a backup plan for income or if you're financially set enough to do that, but would you be willing to say, you know what, I'm going to stand up for the truth, and I'm willing to take a huge pay cut and even lose face in front of all my colleagues and all these people who wear these tweed suits and all these pretty college girls or whatever, maybe they're not pretty, but kids that because it feels good when you're teaching young people and that bright look in their eye and you feel like you're actually making a difference in their life. Now, what if you in your heart eventually came to the realization through what you said, a good enough story, that the globe isn't real, Matthew? Now, would you be man enough to admit that to your colleagues and your students, knowing that it's a 99.999% chance you're going to not have your job anymore, which means you're going to lose your paycheck? And I might be wrong, but I don't think there's too much money to be gained in repping the flat earth or repping the non-globe model. I might be wrong, though. I might be wrong. I've heard of a guy named Flat Earth Millionaire. Could be a story. But I know that you'd probably make more money repping the globe, Matthew. Now, this is more of an integrity question. I heard you use the word God earlier, and I'm not going to get in the Bible, whatever God you pray to or believe in, that's fine, and I respect that. But what would you really come out and say that, Matthew, and risk losing? However, I don't know. You said you make less than 200 grand a year. I venture to say you make not well over, but at least 110,000 a year. But I know that's rude to discuss people's finances. I could actually go and look up how much money you make. Not counting gratuity and other things you might make on the side. But would you be willing to lose all that in order to stand up for what is the truth, Matthew, or what a good enough story to convince you of the truth would be? That's my question, basically. This is more of a morality question.
Yes, I am willing to take a financial hit to stay with my convictions, and I do have integrity. Now, as proof of that, I work at a Christian school, which pays less than if I were to work at some other secular school.
Matthew, that's not really proof of that at all whatsoever, because the Christian school that you work at, if I might be wrong, now correct me if I'm wrong, has some type of globe picture in their logo, some way, shape, or form. And if I'm wrong, please correct me on that.
Many logos are round. That doesn't necessarily have anything to do with a particular stance on the shape of the earth.
So you are a Bible believer then, correct?
Yes. So every college, every university, every Christian university, every Christian college subscribes to the globe model.
Okay, so Matthew, let me just ask you one thing. Are you familiar with one of Jesus' parables where he's of the rich man and Lazarus?
Yes.
So when Lazarus goes up to Abraham's bosom, and the rich man is down in, I might be saying this wrong, but Shalom, I might be saying this wrong. I'm no theologian, right? So he's down in a hot, dry place where he's so thirsty, and Lazarus is up there in Abraham's bosom, and he says, "Would you just dip your finger in water for me?" Now, would you think he's talking about like dipping his finger in a cloud, like a cotton candy machine, and twirling it around till he gets enough moisture in that cloud? But he specifically said water. Now, do you think he's just being metaphoric when he's saying dip your finger in water?
Probably so. The point of that parable is not to describe a physical space, but to describe spiritual truth.
So you realize that's the only parable Jesus ever gave. I might be wrong, but the only parable where it actually gives a real name. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you say a parable like I saw Lucifer fall from the sky, like I saw Lucifer fall from the sky like a star, where he says, I saw Lucifer fall from the sky like figs falling from a tree. Wouldn't that double parable cancel itself out and make the first part literal? Now, I'm not saying that does just because he put an actual name in the parable, but, and then let me just hit you with this last one. Now, when Lazarus says that he would, even if he wanted to dip his finger in water, and even if he wanted to come back to warn this dude's family to live a better life, he couldn't because of the chasm that's fixed between where he is at and where the rich man is at. Now, is he talking about that chasm of this chasm that separates the vacuum of space from the gas pressure that you actually is like just an imaginary thing that's not really there? It is, but it's not there. But he couldn't cross it. Do you think he's speaking metaphorically?
Yes, I think that is, he's talking about the distance between Sheol and Abraham's bosom, and the chasm is this uncrossable barrier. I don't think it's meant as a science lesson on how the shape of heaven, what the shape of heaven is. I think it's spiritual, metaphorical.
Heaven, I was merely trying to get an answer on since you teach at a Christian school, your answer on what that chasm is, and could
It's
he
a
possibly?
metaphor.
Oh, it's a metaphor. Okay, so he couldn't possibly be referring to what crazy flat earthers call the firmament, right, or the dome.
He might be, but I don't think it has to be read that way. It's possible.
Okay, and then what about the water? Is that a metaphor too, or do you think they could be literally talking about the waters above, from Genesis chapter 1 verse 6, I believe? Where he said he separated the waters above from the waters below. Well, is that metaphorical waters? Because I don't think the waters below would be metaphorical, but would the waters above be metaphorical, thus nullifying the first metaphor and canceling it out?
If you want to read it as sort of a specific description of how those things, like a physical description of how those things work, then you might be able to come up with some way to get it to work that way. Sure. I just don't think that's the plain reading of it. I think it's a spiritual story. It's a parable.
It's a parable, but what would the parable be then? What would the metaphor be then? What is the metaphor of that? Or are you just saying it's just a spiritual thing? Like they put crosses on all these magnificent cathedrals that were once allegedly electric conductors because people go there to worship these crosses, and it's not just to falsify a false dichotomy in something or a design. Like you're saying, like that cross is that spiritual thing, or like that metaphorical chasm, or this metaphorical water he's dipping his finger in. What would it be a metaphor for then, Matthew?
It's for I don't know, some kind of truth. I think possibly the truth of the gospel, because the point that Jesus said is that, hey, even if somebody rises from the dead and goes and speaks to your brothers, they won't believe. And so that was the main point of that parable, is that here is someone, and someone did rise from the dead, Lazarus himself first, then Jesus later. And the point of that parable is that it didn't that didn't matter. Some people still choose not to believe.
I guess I'm just going to keep coming in with this question. What does the Bible have to do with Earth measuring flat?
Nothing.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't mean to get religious. Okay. I figured since Matthew teaches at a Christian Christian school, he might be able to answer some questions I have. I wasn't trying to get all religious or anything. No disrespect.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. I understand. And that's why I kind of just listened for a little bit and let it happen. I'm going to be the guy that comes in and says, let's maybe not talk about the Bible. Other people are going to let it happen. Whatever, that's fine. You know, not everybody's going to be a stickler like I am. No. Flatter Day, dude. I love you, brother. You're great. You're fucking brilliant. That said,
thank you.
So let's just try to stick on the physical reality that is falsifiable and not children's stories, if we could. Talk about science. But thank you.
Absolutely. My bad, bro.
You're good, dude. You're good. Totally good.
No, it was good, man. It was real good, Saints. Matthew, thanks for hanging in there. Did you get through finals yet, Matthew?
Yesterday, I graded my last one.
That's why you're hanging out here. I knew it. It's like,
yeah, basically, if you take a Bible and you hold it out, horizontal to the ground, parallel to the ground, it would be parallel with the oceans, no matter where you are.
You know, I think every single book might agree with you on that one too. Look, we've had this flat Earth proof everywhere, guys.
Bible, I just thought I'd mention that it applies to the Bible.
We've had this flat Earth.
Every other book.
No, if you take Origin of the Species by Darwin, Origin of the Species, it bends.
Well, Matthew, when you grade these kids' grades, do you grade on a curve?
and it's not that there's a flat.
They swear allegiance to the globe and like they repeat a globe prayer.
Matthew, that's the most truth I've ever heard you say, Matthew. Thank you for being truthful, Matthew. Thank you. I appreciate your truth.
And it's not that there's flat Earth proof everywhere. It's just that there's no globe Earth proof anywhere.
Oh,
great point.
Take that.
Absolutely.
Smoke that in your pipe, man. Smoke that one.
Put that in my pipe and I'll smoke it. Or wait, what?
Put the mine pipe, man. No brains, no headaches. What was that?
Yeah, dude, that was it. Flatter Day, bro. I don't know if that's your quote or not, but no brains, no headaches. Globers in 2022.
No, I like that quote too.
It's a T-shirt for Globers. A fucking T-shirt for Globers.
I was glad I was muted, man, because I was laughing so hard.
Oh yeah, neighbors are awake. Yep.
Yeah, I think over here crying. I'm like, oh my god, it's so funny. Hey, thank you.
If I could just make a comment, and then I'll be quiet.
Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I appreciate Matthew coming on, and it'd be great if he could come on again because I have like 15 questions to ask him, but that's for another time. So it looks like, Matthew, the first time I've listened to you, and again, appreciate you coming on, that you're basically saying that water at rest bends, you're saying light bends, and you're also saying the more education you have, the more likely you are to be a glober. Am I right?
Yes, those are accurate.
That's correct.
So in other words, in other words, every PhD and master's person will be a glober because they're, quote, educated. Is that correct?
They're more likely to be out, and I don't know if every single one, but more likely is the way I'd say it.
Right, you got it.
Can we make the deduction possibly that they're more programmed, more indoctrinated, and also more brainwashed to become a glober? Can we possibly make that deduction?
That would be an alternate explanation. Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and hopefully you can come on again because I have questions that we'll leave for another time. But thank you.
Cool, man. I've told you, Matthew, that I think you're here to help us refine our arguments and build our model better, potentially.
Exactly. Okay.
So, not just that, Matthew, but we give you a lot of content for your YouTube channel.
No,
I'm done with that for now.
He's done with that shit.
Keep going, Matthew. Come on, don't let it go. Don't let it go that easy, Matthew. Come on.
No. I mean, I made 2 flat Earth videos. I think that's enough.
Yeah. He might do a third down the road if something comes up.
That's true. I might do a third.
How about this? Do a third one, and I promise I'll never make another video of you. That's my word.
I want
But
you
if
to
you
make a
don't,
response to my question.
but if you don't, it's open season. How about that?
Okay,
It
fair enough.
sounds like a threat, man. Don't no threat.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
That's
I'm gonna
funny,
take off.
man.
I'm gonna spend a few
All
minutes.
right,
looking at
Matthew.
this
Thanks.
equation
Hey,
and see-
congratulations on another school year, brother.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
And
Thank you, man.
we'll see you out here again. I know. I have no doubt.
Okay. All right. Talk
All
to you.
right.
Thank you for your time, Matthew. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
likewise.
Have
Thanks
a
for
good
your
night.
questions. Yep. All right.
That was
bye.
fun.
Thank
We
you. Have a
still
good
want
night.
those calculations, Matthew.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm gonna work
please.
on them for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna
We're
be
gonna
checking
hold
them.
you to him. We're gonna hold you to him.
He'll get him. He'll get him. I'm
Yeah,
not worried.
No, I will. I will.
Yeah,
'cause
he'll
I'm
copy
curious
a high
myself,
school
that's why.
physics textbook and we'll clear
No,
it.
no. He'll do the numbers. I know.
Yeah, he'll
Fun,
find the
Matthew.
bullshit.
Hey, and then Matthew, also, if you can change the reality that calculations are stark and drastic opposites of direct measurements, if you could change that before you come back, that'd be
That
lovely.
would be
Because
sweet,
then,
man.
yeah, because then,
Nice.
listen,
That would
listen,
be so cool.
because then calculations would turn into globe evidence, right? Wouldn't that be great? But since they're not direct measurements, you see what I'm trying to say. If you can go ahead and do that, gosh, because you're an amazing guy already, right? Just got through another school year. You know, your students believe all the rhetoric that you spill, so it's nice. It's a good thing. So anyway, appreciate it.
Will do. All right. Later.
All right,
Matthew,
Matthew.
I think you should have majored in philosophy instead of math. You're good. You're great at both, but you're a better philosopher.
Thanks.
No
He
doubt
might be
about
onto
it.
something there, Matthew. He might be onto something there.
Totally,
All right,
man. You'd be the
bye.
next Alan Watts, Matt. You can do it. He bounced. It was fun, boys and girls. Woo!
Yeah.
I was laughing my ass off for the last hour, man. Just going, what the hell? This is great. Thanks. Way to go, Saints, man. I love your crazy, long-winded fucking try to get to the point. You know, the
Yeah.
mathematics.
That was fucking with you. That was great.
Could you work out those numbers, man? I'll give you food. Give you some food stamps, bro.
Yeah, no.
Hey man, listen. Food stamps equal food. I don't know what the problem is. Okay.
I'm fucking
Dude, I was losing
crying
my
over it.
shit. That
I'm
was
like,
hilarious.
no, he did not just say
Jackie just got her EBT refilled. You know what I mean?
food stamps. Oh, that was. Cheers, everybody. Hope everybody had a good weekend, man. We'll kill it. We'll kick ass tomorrow too, man. So, but good weekend, yeah.
Yeah.
Glad I played drums today, man, in a band. That was cool. Woo.
Slatter, dude, I want to meet up with you sometime, like within the next month. Like, I'll even drive more than halfway. I'll meet you down by LA somewhere.
All right. I'm pretty open next week, man. I'm not. Hit me up, man. Email, I guess. Fuck, I don't know. I don't think I have you on my phone, man.
You said you had recording equipment at your house, right?
I got some, yeah. I mean, it's not, dude. I can record something. My wife asks me every once in a while, "Can you record this?" Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, like you record you playing guitar.
I mean, I could set something up, man. It would take a minute. I don't have anything permanently set up right now. I mean, just a computer and a couple mics, but.
What if I brought some expensive equipment, and my lack of knowledge of knowing how I can acquire the equipment? It's just my lack of putting it together to actually make the music. But I would actually like to do a song with you where I don't know if your wife sings or not. Jackie says she sings, but she never will. I don't know any chicks who will do it, but I would like to have a female vocal as either like half or even the majority of the song, where I can't sing for shit. You know, I try and my voice cracks and everything, but like I would like to possibly spit like a chorus where it goes into like the singing, or even goes just into you like rocking out on the guitar.
Nice.
And if I don't know,
Sonny. Get Sonny to rock on the guitar, man. I'm a folk player, man. Kind of a folky.
Dude, I'm so sorry if Sonny, if you're listening, dude. I totally just confused the both of you two right now. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, Sonny's
No disrespect.
Sonny's the rocking guitar player, man. I'm a luthier and a folk drummer.
Yeah,
that's about it, man. I keep it simple.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got you too confused. No disrespect whatsoever, bro.
No, but Sonny is like, I If you needed some guitar work done on a track, man, I would hit him up by far.
He knows music. He's a genius. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
reading music to me is like hieroglyphics, dude. That dude knows how to read music.
No, he don't read.
Oh, okay.
He just knows rock, man.
I mean, he knows how to write. I should say he knows how to write it, like as far as like the notes and everything. That's
Sure,
like,
man.
like
He knows
that's
that.
make to me.
Cool, man. That was some epic Matthew time. Thank you. It's been a minute. I was wondering where he was at, but I realized he was going through finals, leading up. And that's why he's been absent for the last, I don't know, month or so, kind of.
Yeah.
But for him to show up tonight, I figured he was already through. As soon as he got through with his finals, he's like, oh, cool, I can hang out with those fucking cool flat earthers tonight, man. He's here to help us, man. Help us refine our answers to their bullshit fucking globe. And he's here. He's on our side, man. So enjoy him while we got him.
Yeah.
Because at some point, man, we won't be able to talk to a math professor.
He's very respectful too.
But he knows. I've met him twice in person, man. I don't know if you know that, but
no shit. No, I did not know that, dude.
That's how he got here, man. Was because I was on a live stream on a beach at a flat Earth meetup, and he showed up and wanted to talk.
I remember you mentioning that, dude. Yeah.
And it was like, I'm right here, man. I got a whole shitload of flat earthers. You want to talk to them? And I put them on a fucking hangout. And they were on there for like 2 hours talking to him. Yeah, it was cool. Anyway.
Now, how long ago was that when you first met him?
2020.
Okay, so not long after that is when he made his flat Earth videos on YouTube, disproving the flat Earth, according to him.
Well,
his philosophy.
At least a couple of different points that he brought up that he brings them up in here all the time. It's nothing different than what he does here.
Oh no! I was just trying to correlate the time from when you first met him to when you made the video, and I realized
it was right after the COVID lockdown. Man, the beaches opened up, and there was this flat Earth meetup down.
Okay.
And I don't know, maybe like 20 of us showed up down there, but we had like a little display, and I was live streaming on YouTube. I had a panel.
Was NASA Nick there in all his regalia?
NASA Nick showed up. Renee was so there.
Funny. Yeah, dude, Renee's classic too, dude, with his long white lab coat.
No, Renee's I don't know, man. He's just an earthbound human being, man. That's on the
no, but does he wear that long lab coat sometimes?
I don't think I don't remember Renee in a lab coat, but you might be thinking of somebody else.
Is Renee he almost looks like almost of a Filipino descent?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's got the
kind of a little bit long black hair.
He's super muscular, man. Yeah.
I've seen him twice when I met him. He was wearing that long lab coat, and he actually let me wear it when I first met him at Griffith Observatory.
Yeah. He might have been wearing one up there, yeah.
In fact, I think it was a year ago today because it was my chick's birthday on May 8th last year, and she was upset because she couldn't get ready quick enough to go. Anyway.
It takes balls to go up to an observatory and put up a flat Earth table and go, hey, man. It takes some fucking serious balls, man. But he's pretty muscular, man. So he could pull it off, man. It's pretty cool, man. He's a fucking animal. Dude's a fucking flat Earth animal, dude. Yeah. I've never seen him more just like he's not like Nathan Thompson aggressive. I mean, in some ways.
Although I actually have a video of both of them together yelling on the megaphone, but they're completely different in their approaches.
Yeah. They're totally different. Renee's more like, hey, man, the Earth is flat. Check it out. We've got the proof. Come on over here. Check it for yourself.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid, man. You're not on a spinning ball, man. Wake up. He's always yelling like really cool stuff at people, man. He's like,
he either had an actual horn or a seashell that he was blowing through.
I tell you, you're not on the spinning ball right now. I tell you.
You remember he had that giant seashell that he was blowing into, and it made like a yeah,
dude. Jude, you've never been over to Renee's house, have you?
Nah, bro.
Dude, he's had like maybe 7 or 8 flat Earth meetups at his house, dude.
Sure.
Yeah. It's right on the beach, dude. It's on the sand.
Is it near Venice?
It's epic, man. It's a cool place. It's fucking epic.
Is it near Venice Beach?
No, it's near Sunset Beach.
I'm
Seal
not
Beach.
exactly sure.
Seal Beach.
That's like further down south.
Bolsa Chica, Huntington Beach.
Oh, okay, Orange County. Okay.
Yeah, it's in the OC. Yeah,
Okay, that's still not that much further.
it's not far at all, man.
Hey, if you're listening and you want to invite me, I wouldn't say no.
I'll tell you what, man. I've helped him put together like 5 meetups at his house, and he usually does it like on a cool like a summer solstice or something like that, where equinox.
Yeah.
And we sit out there and we watch the sun go down over the ocean, and we all realize how flat and stationary we are, and say, hey man, did you guys feel anything moving? Do you feel like you're spinning and falling backwards at 1,000 miles an hour?
Right.
No. Okay, cool, man. Just checking. Oh shit. So yeah, that was we'll hook up. We'll do something this summer, man. We'll put together a meetup, and I'll talk to Renee, man. Or maybe we'll do June 21st or something. First day of summer, baby. First day of summer.
No, if I were now, I have a friend who lives up on the 154, which is about a little under, give or take, about 20 minutes. If you hit traffic right, maybe 17 minutes from where Black Swan is at, and he has 26 acres of property. And I don't want to say it's because of me, but my persistence over the years, him and all his family and his wife, they're all flat earthers now. You know, I got him the T-shirt and the hat, drinks in the back, whatever. He said anytime he'd be willing to have people come and even stay the night, or as long as they want, we'd barbecue, whatever, for a flat Earth meetup. And he's got a bunch of quads and dirt bikes and everything, and there's hills to jump. Anyway, besides all that, it's literally 20-minute drive to where the Black Swan is. If I were to organize something like that, how do you think, like, maybe you, because I know you would be able to bring a lot more flat earthers than me. I've only met a couple flat earthers actually in real life, like actually physically met them. Would it be something that you would consider possibly doing if I set it all up? Like you'd have to, convince them to come, but like if I could say, like, look, we could set up a booth actually on the sand with Black Swan. I could bring I don't have a P900 P1000, but I could bring my D850 with the 70 to 300 lens. Maybe somebody could bring their P900 or something. I mean, you don't even really need that. You can actually see it right there, but also provide a place where we could go. You guys could stay the night if you wanted to, or if not, Santa Barbara's a really beautiful place. If we could have a meetup up there, dude, I would provide all the snacks and the drinks and everything. We got the EBT card, and day of, like, we could even ride the quads or whatever. I don't know.
So,
do you think that would be something?
Let me ask you, man. Can we camp on your friend's properties, 20 acres, whatever?
Bro, not only could you camp if you wanted to, but he's also got a bunch of really nice like trailers on the property with like actual functioning bathrooms, and he has a house that he'd actually let you sleep in too, with a spare bedroom.
All right, now, we can put something together.
Yeah,
that sounds great, man. Yeah, listen, man, there's a flat Earth a meetup group on meetups, and there used to be 350 of us in there, man. I mean, they're still in there. I don't know if anybody ever even uses that shit anymore, but we could get put together like a video, promote it, get some people out there. We could talk to we can get some of the bigger channels to promote it a little bit. That would be cool.
I don't
No
know.
problem.
I don't know if this would
I
make
can
any
help,
difference.
help with all that. If it would be like a camp out weekend, we'll go down. We'll
Yeah.
do it. We'll call it the Black Swan.
You know, I don't know if this would make any difference, but I could
something like
almost 99.9% guarantee that I could get Bo 69, the one who actually was the originator of that photograph of the Black Swan.
Yeah, we'll get
I
them up
could get
there.
him there, and I could
That'd be
get
cool, man.
Pablo's dog. And if Travis from the Plain Truth is still down, he's singing Camarillo with his mom right now. But if he's still here, I could bring all those people.
God rocking. You got a phone call, man. Answer your phone and mute up. What the hell is that? God rocking. Hot
All right.
mic. You're all right. You're all right. Hey, that sounds really good, Saints. Be kind of fun. I'd love to do some camping with some flat earthers. That sounds really cool.
Yeah. I don't
I'm
know
a
if you've ever met
camper.
Bo before.
I've done a lot of camping. I got some pretty good gear, man. I'd be
Yeah.
pretty comfy.
Have you met Bo or Travis?
I've met Travis, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, he was out in Hollywood one year, man, back in 2018.
Okay.
He came out. Yeah.
Have you met Bo or what, the guy who calls himself Pablo's dog?
No, man, I never met him. I don't. I mean, if I did, man, I didn't. Maybe I'm not connecting that he made the video, but no, I don't think I met him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really modest. He's not like he doesn't like, because I asked him, would you be willing to let me interview for a video on my channel, and he didn't want to do that. So like, he doesn't want his face on there, but I could almost guarantee he'd show up for a meetup, to fraternize with the other flat earthers and everything.
I got a flat Earth camp up.
Yeah,
the Black Swan camp.
dude. Yeah.
Because we can all go down and see exactly where they shot the Black Swan. That'd be kind of cool.
It's a really beautiful beach, man. It's really beautiful.
That's right, dude. Most beaches in California are pretty sweet, man. Most of them.
Yeah. This beach is very private, where it's like there's not like, when you think of a beach down there, you think of like a bunch of people running around playing volleyball, but it's not like that at all. It's a very private beach.
Yeah. It's
you have to actually walk down you have to walk down a whole set of steps to get down there.
You've been there, right? A couple times.
Oh, bro, I grew up actually spray painted on the wall before I was a flat earther. Will you marry me to Jackie back in 2016? Like I've been going to that beach since I was about 3 years old.
Damn, that's amazing. All right.
Yeah.
Well, flat Earth Black Swan camp out, man. Sounds good.
We could call it the BSSB or the BSB or the SBS Black Swan Santa Barbara Black Swan. I could make some cool artwork, like designs for it or whatever.
So, back in the very, very first Flat Earth conference was called FEMA.
I like that.
Art and Music.
That's cool. FEMA. That's the name of my rap group. Even though I'm a solo rapper, that's the name of my rap group. Is actually called the FEMA Camp Crew, and it stands for Flat Earth Maniac Assassins.
I like music and arts better, but I'm an old.
I do too. Yeah,
I'm just an old hippie dude, man. So it's cool. Fucking. You're a fucking maniac. I love it. All right, so I'm smiling. The rest of you mongos in here, man, you guys can jump in anytime, man.
If you were in Australia, you'd be frowning. Remember,
you're gonna be frowning upside down.
Yeah, if you're smiling here, you'd be frowning in Australia.
But no, it sounds like a fun little thing, man. We could call it, the Black Swan camp out or whatever, man. You think of a cool thing to call it.
We're talking about. Come on, dude. I thought the Black Swan's been debunked.
According to Google, it's been debunked.
Well, I mean, there's no horizon in the Black Swan image, so.
Come on, PP.
Cool, man. We're going to go prove that again. That's all with the campsite. We're all going to camp out and just make sure that you're right.
I'm just making sure if you deny the truth in this channel, you'll be removed.
Exactly. And Saints and I are going to go camping out there at the old Black Swan site and do some observations for ourselves, man. We'll report back. I promise.
Are y'all going to sea level?
We're gonna go up down to sea level.
Yeah, see, I was thinking about why couldn't you go to sea level and just do it over land with like a little flag or whatever?
Sure, man.
Just stick the flag in the sand, flat Earth, dude. If you zoom in and you can see the flag too far, if it's too far away, dude, and you can see that thing, dude, and it's not a globe, dude, put it on YouTube, dog.
Cool, man.
I'll give you a like and I'll shoot you a subscribe for that shit, dude. Because look, no one's done it at sea level over Earth.
So
I've not seen one YouTube video.
So what do you want me to go like along the coast instead of out?
I want you to go to the coast and I want you to find a straight pathway of coastline. You don't want a curvy coastline because if it's curvy, then you're going to have some spots where you're looking over water and not all land. So what your goal is you want it to be all over land when you're doing your observation. That's what I would recommend.
So we need a really nice sandy, flat, sandy beach for like 100 miles would be cool, man. Right?
Like I said, you're good. Sea level's level, right? So you're good.
Yeah.
When you say 100 miles, are you talking about 100 miles from where you're standing to the water's edge?
No, man. We're talking about like, let's say, like there. I know there's some coasts somewhere that are like 50, 60 miles of just sandy beach.
Oh, from right to left.
All you need is 0.7 miles, bro.
Right. So if we shot over like a sandy beach for 40, 50 miles, 10 miles, whatever.
You only need 0.7 miles, bro.
7 miles, 10.
0.7. 0.7 miles.
Like
that's all you need.
0.7. That's it.
If your observer height is 3 inches above the ground, right?
Okay.
If you can see 0.7 miles, that's too far. That would prove the globe is not the claim is not truthful.
I like your thinking. We go smaller rather than bigger. Okay. 0.7. So not just 3/4 of a mile, basically.
3 inches above the ground. If you take your phone and you turn it sideways and put it on the ground, if you can see 0.7 miles, the globe's dead.
Have you tried this or no?
No, I've been telling listen, I've been in Flat Earth since 2015. I've been telling people how to do this, but I get called a troll, I get name called, I get bullied, and no one does the observation. I'm literally schizophrenic, disabled, can't drive. How the fuck am I going to make it to the coast?
I'm going to go do it. So, your day's come,
So put
baby.
it on YouTube and subscribe.
I will, but I got to go do it, and I'll put it on my
Jesus Christ.
Fuck's sake, man. I'll put it on there.
Sometime this fucking year.
2022, man.
That's it, dude.
The 222.
Now, did you know this is the 7th anniversary of Discord, Flat Earth, dude? This year, 7th anniversary.
I can't believe you've been out here that long.
I've been on since May 2015. I was here since the beginning.
Dude, you are
fucking
no shit, bro.
That's lit.
I've been laying my fat ass in bed on Discord 14 hours a day teaching kids about Flat Earth.
Dude, you're VC verified? That's it?
Of course,
the fuck.
bro.
Wow.
I asked Helio for silver, but he was like, "Oh, you got to prove yourself." I'm like, "Piss off."
7 years? 7 years?
I've been on Discord since the beginning. I was on MK Ultra, bro.
He talks about drinking his pee though, so he gets banned. That's the problem.
Yeah, it happens. Hey, did you ever go on the free chan or?
I don't know what that is, buddy. I'm sorry.
You don't know what free chan was? Okay,
no. I was on Twitch. Arian got me into Flat Earth back in the day. I don't know if you know who Arian is.
What about Poncho Pete, man? You ever go on Poncho Pete?
I don't know those people, dude. I only know people from like this community.
Fountains of Youth.
Like Hank and Helio and all those people.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
What's up?
I'm just curious what I see that your name says Fountains of Youth. No, you don't have to tell me this, but I'm just wondering what are in those jars specifically that you have as your icon logo.
They're magic mushroom truffles.
Oh, okay. That's all I was wondering.
Magic mushroom truffles, man. Come on, Saints.
Very easy to grow at home for all your psychedelic needs.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering. There's a lot of Mexican markets down there that have jars like that, and there's not mushrooms in them. I was just wondering what those were. I can't really tell from the picture.
No problem, buddy.
Yeah. My name's Drew, by the way.
That's nice. I can't tell you my name on live stream.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
My
name is John Smith.
How was the whole flat Earth fucking shit 7 years ago?
2015, man. Can you do math? You got it?
I think it was a little more.
I said how was it?
Oh,
like,
dude, how was
like
it? Oh shit, it was incredible, man. It was like every day there was like 17 new videos to watch. It was like, holy shit, man. It was just blowing up like fucking crazy.
2015 was like conspiracy black hole. Like everybody was talking about everything.
It was just like, oh my goodness, this is NASA's gotten busted here, they're getting busted there. People are like, check this out, there's no curve. Where's the curvature? Where is the curvature?
What do you guys think it made it pop off in 2015 like that?
It was definitely a release.
It was when Discord came out, Numpty.
100 monkeys,
Come on, man.
100 monkeys, man.
Oh, I didn't know
This is the 7th year anniversary. We just went over this.
Discord, 7 years, man.
7 years, buddy.
Blew up, man. YouTube blew up.
7 seals, 7 trumpets, 7 years.
Blew up. It just blew up, man. People were just debunking it and arguing about it. And Neil deGrasse Tyson had to make videos about it. And it was just like,
it didn't blow up. It actually imploded or deflated. Actually,
had to interview people. It was just like fucking. It was on fucking CBS this morning. Like, oh fuck me, man.
Well, see, it started in the 90s, dude. All the skateboarders using the fisheye lens, dude. That's when it all started. Those moron skaters, dude.
Fucking Tony Hawk. Shit. Are you kidding me?
They actually have a skateboard movie that came out, I think, last year, and it's called Flat Earth.
Yeah, just because Tony Hawk did the first 900 doesn't mean the Earth is spinning.
There you go. I like that.
I met all the original Bones Brigade in the 80s when my mom used to work on Gutierrez Street in Santa Barbara for Pal Peralta.
That's cool, bro. That's cool.
Yeah,
dude,
I'm just saying that.
It's a great history, man. We got a great skateboarding history in California, and
yeah,
I did a kickflip once in my day.
What's that?
So full.
Fountains of Youth. What'd you say, man?
I said I did a kickflip in my day.
Kickflips, yeah, man. We could do that.
I made a video where I'm on a skateboard and I'm eating a banana.
Rookie, man. I thought I heard rookie. Hold on. Did I hear rookie? Nope.
Yep, that was me.
Okay. Dude, what'd you say, man? What'd you say?
I said, what's up?
What's up, baby? What's up? Hey, rookie, man. We're going to do a flat earth camp out somewhere near Santa Barbara, about 20 miles from the Black Swan.
When?
Sometime maybe this summer, man. And
because I'm camping already next month. About this time next month.
Maybe we're talking this summer, man. It might be late summer.
Perfect. I was going to say, don't tell me you set it up for next month. I'll be pissed.
It would be not that far of a drive for you, man. That's all I'm saying.
No, Santa Barbara's not bad.
Yeah,
I can do that. 3 or 4 hour drive ain't bad.
Yeah. All right. And that's a cool place. Santa Barbara's fucking tight.
I just need to know ahead of time so I can plan it and then my wife can set it.
Yeah. We got months to figure this out. Saints and I are going to put this little out.
Literally, like if you wanted to do it even like in the next 2 days, anytime from the next 2 days until we pass away or until they lose their property or whatever, you could like they could be doing it like at a 48-hour notice. They'd be down. I know we couldn't organize that quick, but I'm just saying like literally you say when and just say when and dude, they'd be so happy to have you, dude.
Well, let's take a little more time. Let's do it out this summer. If it's near the coast,
if people want to come, then we want everybody to have a chance to make it.
Absolutely, yeah.
We'll
I'm
further out that still want to come.
As soon or as late as you guys want,
Dude, I can get it put on the biggest flat earth channels there are, man. Period. I can get David Weiss to do a video about it or something. I mean, it doesn't matter, man. I can get us the fucking flat earthers there for sure. I just have to
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I know these.
Yeah, it would be awesome.
Yeah, I can put it together. I can help. I need help too, man.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, with it being down there, I won't be able to help much, but I'll show up for sure.
Well, I'll make a video and I'll promote it and I'll tell where it is and when it is, and I'll get every fucking Flat Earth channel to talk about it. Period.
That'd be dope, dude. Like
No
I said,
problem.
I could 99% chance have both 69 there.
And we're blacks. It's called the Black Swan Campout, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna go down there and put the camera down and check it out for sure.
That'd be so cool, dude.
That'd be fun, man.
Yeah.
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 Less than 5 miles away from where the Black Swan is, Oprah Winfrey, Ellen DeGeneres, Rob Lowe, and what was the dude who defected from the Queen of England's youngest son, Harry, and his girlfriend? They all live within less than 5 miles from the Black Swan.
Damn.
Not that we'd get a chance to flat smack them. I'm just saying, if you like to brag about being with Sawzall.
Hey, I heard you were flat smacking some celebrities, man. Right?
Oh, dude, I got lucky and I ran into the dude from Forgetting Sarah Marshall, Jason Strahan.
Okay.
Yeah, I was driving downtown Ventura. I saw him and I was like, holy shit. So I parked my car illegally right there in front of Ventura Theater, ran out, dude, grabbed my phone. My phone was like at 10%. I ran out. I started videotaping right away, right? So as soon as I get close to him, the video, since it was running out of batteries, the videotape stopped videotaping. So I talked to him for about 2 or 3 minutes about flat Earth, and then he was like, "Get away from me!" Like creeped out. And then I realized I hadn't videotaped, so I'm like, "Dude, I'm going back." And I ran back at him, and I was like, "Hey, bro, did it?" And he's like, "Oh, please get away from me." But I let him know the Earth is flat. He asked to kindly step away from him, but I went up to him. I let him know. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing, man. I've never had the opportunity to flat smack a celebrity. I've met a few in my life, hung out with a few here and there, but
yeah.
I've never had an opportunity to flat smack a celeb, man, or just see what they think about flat Earth, whatever.
Yeah.
It would be
I flat smacked up Peggy Hall. She's not a celebrity, but I don't know if you ever heard of Peggy Hall.
Well, yeah, she's a pretty good truther, bitch shooter, whatever.
Yeah, I flat smacked her. I went to her whatever you call it, protest in front of the Orange County City Hall or whatever. And there was hundreds of these older Orange County women. And when she was finally done, I got to talk to her and I flat smacked her. I was pretty happy about that.
Shout out to Peggy, man, doing some solid work out there to protect your fucking human body rights, whatever,
exactly,
man.
Bro.
Balls out, man. She ain't putting up with their cuck shit. She's out there fighting them. That's good, man. Good for her.
Yeah.
I'll support her. But yeah, it'd be fun to flat smack her. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah. I explained to her about 1491. She's like, "Oh, what's that?" And I told her, she's like, "Oh, wow, whatever." But the person who spoke before her, I don't want to say anything. I actually videotaped the whole thing, and I realized the amount of editing I'd have to do to bleep out the word that they kept saying is like not even worth having it on there.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't want to take away from what Peggy did, but the dude before her was like almost like a poster child for like the Q January 6th type of thing. Like he pretty much had his hand in his jacket, and he was like pro-Trump, and like, so I was just like, and I asked her about it too, and she looks at me, she goes, "You never heard me say anything about pro-Trump, did you?" And I go, "No, you're right." Because I low-key called her on it, you know what I mean? But she set me in my place, and then I flat smacked her.
What's the 1491? What's that?
1492.
So
sorry,
like
1490.
Yeah, like when you're a kid, they say 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Is that the Moses thing? Is that, or is this something else?
No, it's not.
No, actually, I actually found out about the Moses thing after I got 1491 tattooed on me. Somebody told me that in the old Bible in 1492 BC is when Moses supposedly split the Red Sea. I found out after the fact. I just got it 1491 for the year before Columbus came here and raped and tortured all the Indians.
Amen, brother.
What were you gonna say about 1492? I'm curious.
Go ahead, Numpty. Go ahead, Numpty.
No, I'm asking the question.
Go ahead. I didn't hear it. We didn't hear it. Go ahead.
Oh,
Say it again.
I'm sorry. What were you going to say about the 1492?
The AD or BC?
The AD, I guess. When you originally bring it up.
Oh well, when I went to elementary school in the 80s, the first thing we were indoctrinated with was that Columbus allegedly, was the one who proved the Earth was a globe, because like the Queen of England, over there, they were going to fund his trip to the West Indies, and they said, "Well, you'll fall off the edge," and he goes, "I'll show you that I won't." And then they made a song goes, "In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue," and so he's the reason why we know it's a globe. So that's why I play him 1491, bro.
Is that what they actually fucking taught you in fucking school?
That's some goofy
That's
shit right
fucking
there.
ridiculous. Dude.
Fucking shit in school. Believe me.
Yeah.
That is a crock of shit, man.
That's a
1492.
fucking crock
He
of
did
shit.
not prove. He did not fucking prove a globe. What the fuck? What kind of
I know,
fucking
right?
paint chips are these fuckers sniffing?
But dude, that's how easy people are fucking sold some bullshit, man. I mean, fucking hey, man.
Like that's kind of a false dichotomy.
And why does
Either
everybody
I
give me such a
sail
hard
over
time
there.
for talking down about?
Isn't that a false dichotomy? Either I sail over there and I fall off the edge, and if I don't fall off the edge, we're on a globe now. Like, wait a minute, what? Why are those the two options? That sounds kind of ridiculous.
You know what's crazy is the kids that I talk to nowadays who are going to elementary school say they don't even teach that about Columbus anymore.
Dude, they don't even teach a shit about history. I don't even think I took history in high school.
Yeah.
Right.
In fact, I even heard they ripped down Columbus's statue in some places, after they had the Black Magic Lives Matter thing,
So, Saints, man, let me ask you. Okay, so you did the 1491 as a tribute to American Indians. Is that what
yeah.
I mean, the American Indian story is an interesting story. I've delved into it. I looked into it. I watched videos. Go see Russell Means speak. There was a lot of revolution with the American Indians in America, man, called the American Indian Movement.
Yeah.
Right? And they took over. They took over Alcatraz and said, "Fuck you. We want our fucking rights. Fuck off." These guys had balls, man. They were like the forerunners of truthers and saying, "Man, we're getting wrecked over here. Somebody pay attention, please, man." And
allegedly in the Yale fraternity of the Skull and Bones, allegedly they have Geronimo's skull there.
Right.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
I get it. Mm-hmm. But how much is this? True. But I do know that this land that we live in, America, and these American Indians, if they did live off the land, they had a pretty easy time doing it because there was abundance of fish and wildlife, and you could grow your own food. I mean, it was.
Well, I still think there is an abundance if they stop spraying for like 1 week and stop doing all these other things, like disallowing us to do it. I think we could probably get it back to how it was, and possibly even honestly, I'd venture to say even in like a 10 to 12 year period, left to our own devices and not theirs. Possibly maybe 20.
Yeah, South America, the whole fucking thing was one of the most fertile places on Earth. Both South and North America. You're completely right about that.
Mm-hmm.
And they had like fucking like they had so many different types of corn and shit. Just the corn alone, they would have so many varieties. Just that alone, let alone anything else, man. Just the corn.
And just literally, dude, you could go down to the river and just stick your fucking hand in there and grab a fish. I mean, it was that. I mean, I've read stories about that's all the Indians did, and the Catholics came to town, man, and said, no, you can't just go down that river and get yourself some food and lay around all day long. How dare you? And go surfing, you cuck. How dare? So they had to enslave the Indians and the fucking missionaries here in California because it was too easy to just hey, you hungry? I'm gonna go get us a fish. I'll be right back, and just walk down to the river and fucking grab one. There were so many fish, dude. It was stupid.
It's flat earth. You just made me realize something. When you said the Catholics, I realized that the monks used to shave the top of their heads and have hair around the sides, which is the exact inversion of what supposedly the Indians had done to them or did with the scalping. That's a very interesting thing.
All right, man. Well, I'm glad I triggered something there. That's cool, man. You're so grounded.
You always do, bro.
You're way more.
I try to be, bro.
Me too, man. You can ground in different ways, man. You can play instruments. You can. The rubber soles on the bottom of the feet, man, is an interesting thing, man. You were talking about that earlier today, and I caught just a second of it, and
I really believe it's one of the most destructive, deadly devices that mankind has ever created for mankind is the rubber sole shoe.
It could be as strong as fluoride, dude. Think about that.
Wait, say that again.
The rubber soles on your feet could be just as detrimental as fluoride.
Dude, I think more so, but I'm no scientist. But yeah, most definitely, yeah.
It might be more so. I don't know, but fluoride.
I think it is.
Dude, I love those fluoride memes where it's like what people actually wear in fluoride treatment plants, and they're in like a fucking hazmat suit and like a radioactive shield and protector. It's like Jesus Christ. That shit's in our water.
Yeah, it's good for you. It helps your teeth, and it's good for your teeth, and it's gonna make your teeth stronger because a calcification of your teeth and the enamel with the. Oh, fuck off! Shut up.
Everybody needs their pineal gland calcified, bro.
Everything should be calcified, man. According to these cocks, man. Fuck them.
Calcified and dipped in rubber, right?
You're walking on rubber. Anyway, Rubber Soul Man is a Beatles album. I don't know if you knew or ever heard of the Beatles. Maybe.
I love the Beatles, dude.
The Rubber Soul, man. Dude, what is a rubber soul? Rubber. So your soul is rubber. What if your soul is made of rubber, Saints? Take it.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry, my dog was barking.
What if your soul was made of rubber? How does that work out?
Your soul was made of that was a good one. You made me actually think right there. Yeah. If your soul was made of rubber. I like that double entendre, bro.
What if it? Yep. It's a double. It's a double doozer.
Double entendre. Right? Dude, I went hiking with a friend today up in this like hiking trail where it's a very like domesticated hiking trail where a lot of like people training for like the police or like young college kids go running, and they have like mountain bike trails and stuff like that. And I was telling this Native American woman, she didn't even know what sage, like the sage grew right there, and I was explaining to her how to pick it and dry it and roll it and everything like that, and to not pick too much so you can let it regenerate and grow. And every single person, we must have seen like 60 or 70 people on the 2-mile hike and like trek, and there's like snake hole warnings, like snakes everywhere, right? And it's hella rocky and everything, right? And I'm jogging barefoot, and people were just like they were looking at me like I was like a leper or something, bro. God,
dude. Did you have shorts on and bare feet?
Oh. I just had my like my like sweatpants and barefoot. You know what I mean? But yeah, dude, jogging and like walking some of the way and jogging some of the way. And I was really appreciating some of those man-made rocks they threw on the trail because they actually toughened my feet more. Every time I step on different terrain, I thank God because I'm getting my feet ready for the New World Order, bro. And there's no better way than stepping on rough terrain.
Yeah, man. So when you go through these like super, like you're basically stepping from rock to rock. You know what I mean when you're hiking?
Yeah.
It's rock to rock. You're not stepping on any fucking dirt for like, maybe a quarter mile or something shit, right?
Well, these were like rocks. These were like rocks that were like between the size of like a marble and maybe like the size of like like a giant marble and then like smaller marbles and all shapes and different sizes, sharp, whatever, But it actually felt electrifying when I was done. I felt really great.
So yeah, there were more smaller rocks, but have you ever done like where you're stepping on like big rocks or like several feet in diameter constantly?
Oh yeah.
And you've done this barefoot, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool, man.
When I notice whenever I'm going barefoot, I have to. It's just like like a natural reaction where I'm constantly looking at the ground. Is where nobody else is really looking at the ground they're walking on, and I'm focused like 90% of the time on the ground I'm walking on.
You gotta watch where every single footstep is because it's slippery, it's sandy,
Oh yeah, and there's snakes and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
There's a bush, whatever. Yeah. I mean, I've done a lot of hiking where I have to just constantly focus down at my feet because I'm gonna step on the wrong thing, man. But to do it barefoot, man, is next level, man. I mean man.
Dude, the amount of natural electricity I feel through my body, I can't really describe the high. It's I don't know really how to describe it, but it's a wonderful feeling.
Dude, I can describe the same high when I'm hiking. I finally get to my destination and I'm like, "Whoa, man, that was fucking wicked cool." But you're grabbing a little bit more energy along the way doing it barefoot because if I didn't have hiking boots on, I'd be slipping all over the fuck all, man. I would have been tripping or
you may think that, but I after you it doesn't take long to train yourself to not do that, and then once you get the hang of it, you're like, dude, why did I even ever wear shoes? The only place I ever wear shoes is when I absolutely have to go to like appear in court in some government building where like they threaten to incarcerate me if I don't put shoes on. Other than that, I'm not putting shoes on.
Gotcha. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I think that's great, man. I mean, I do believe in the grounding effect, but I think you can also get it by just being the guy that goes out and hikes that trail and connects with the energy that's being.
The ground is literally like a.
Oh, Saints, you broke out, man. Oh, I lost him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you're back. You're back. Yeah,
Sorry about that. If I don't touch my phone like every 5 seconds or 5 minutes, it like blacks out. I keep cheating in setting, but the ground is actually like an electrical charging pad.
Yeah.
Where you understand. But,
I know that for a fact because I can stick rods in the ground and take an actual fucking electronic measurement. Period.
Yeah. You're not going to build a house without a grounding rod, really. I mean, the only time you can really have an electrical functioning thing without being grounded is like in outer space, and like the vacuum of space. The ISS doesn't need to be grounded, but besides that, pretty much everything does.
It doesn't need to be grounded. It's an amazing technological achievement. It's the most expensive project in all of human history. Did you guys know that?
And they built it. They built it while it was going 17,900 miles per hour
Dude,
over like a 10-year
dude,
period.
this motherfucker has cost over $1 trillion. I don't know. You guys have checked
Probably
it out.
even more than that, dude.
It's
Yeah,
over
it's,
$1 trillion. I'm saying it's over
yeah.
$1
No,
trillion.
yeah, a disgusting amount of money.
Yo, did you
Human
hear there was one guy that was saying like they have a flat Earth explanation for like the satellites and shit, and basically there's if you guys know what the quantum locking is, it's basically you like freeze some material or ionize it or something, and then it literally hovers there, like it's lab testable. You can do it. It's called quantum
Oh yeah,
locking.
yeah,
You can go around in a circle. And they're saying like,
absolutely.
what's to stop the fucking satellite from not just being something that's quantum locked in the ionosphere, spinning around in a circle? And then I was just like, yeah, what is to stop? That's even more plausible than their shitty explanation.
That's right.
Bro, you said something that I'm actually working on right now. I'm working on a theory that, because I've always for a while I was thinking like, who's funding all these things spraying in the sky? It's a lot of money, right? And there's no official budget that you can pull up a FOIA report and get the correct answer, but you could pull up some type of fake FOIA report and get like where the money is going for the ISS, right? So I'm thinking like, okay, so that's what they're spending a lot of their money on, right? But then I was like, why, when they can save a buck, they're going to save a buck. And I see all these hundreds of planes going in these exact same patterns day after day, right? And doing these things. And I make the combustors where like, if it flies over where I have my pipe sticking out of the ground with the resin and the black iron oxide and the copper grain and the terminated quartz crystals and yada, yada, it actually stops them. I've seen them, they have to keep going back and sending other planes to finish that spray. And it doesn't go where I have my thing, right? So they're on an exact track. And I was thinking, dude, what if they have some type of quantum, like almost like imagine like some type of like a track that's quantum locked. Like I don't know how they would get it into the firmament like below it, but what if it's quantum locking and it's going around certain loops up on the firmament, and that's how they're able to just, they're saying they're
Yeah,
spending all this
bro.
money on fuel, and they're not, you see what I'm
If you
saying though,
watch,
something along those lines.
yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. If you watch the whole quantum locking videos too, once you quantum lock it, you don't put much energy into it because it's like a frictionless system. All you have to do is push it
Mhm.
once, and it keeps spinning around in the circle. Literally, in those lab videos, he literally puts
As
it
as long
upside
as
down.
as long as it stays a certain temperature with the what is it, liquid nitrogen or whatever.
Right, but what I'm thinking is, I mean, that's what they show us in the lab. They could have materials and shit from like that could just be like
Exactly. Yeah.
beyond, you know what I mean? Like way
Yeah.
beyond
Oh,
micro fucking nano materials and shit that are just way fucking beyond
exactly.
anything we can come up with.
Yeah, because most of those videos they're showing them wrapping in like a saran wrap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. So that's all
Yeah.
I wanted to say about the satellite.
No, dude, I totally am with you on that. As far as like, I think they have things on tracks up there. I know it sounds
Makes
crazy,
sense,
but
right? Everything
it
else
saved
seems
them a
to
lot of
be.
money.
Hey, it's just the clock hands, man. Come on.
Yeah,
The little
it's
ant
like
on a big clock hand.
they might even have figured out how to do it by copying like the stars and shit, right? They probably figured out like, oh shit, this is how it actually works. All right, let's see if we can replicate it with the machine. They put it up there and they're like, oh yeah, here, this is space. Look, we have videos of people on fucking harnesses to show you they're in that machine up there. When clearly anyone
Right.
who's up there would have been fucking fried to death. Like within seconds. Not even, like, you will be fucking fried into a literal fried shit box fucking oblivion with the amount of
Wait.
energies and radiation.
Oh, they say they would simultaneously freeze and burn to death at the same
Yeah,
time.
well, I mean, they also claim water flows uphill. It's
I
really
know,
getting
it's just so
ridiculous.
funny. Yeah, they implode and explode at the same time. Your blood freezes and boils at the same time. So funny.
Yeah,
I
they
want to see the
basically everything they try to do is they try to basically make things true and false at the same time so they can confuse you.
Well, not just that; it's like hard to falsify something that you're saying two exact opposite things at the same time. How would you verify or falsify that, like, directly? I mean, it's like one of those choose as you go stories. Like whatever page you want to go down, it's gonna have a different ending.
Yeah, it's like this whole place that they've invented is the opposite of what reality is. I mean, rocks float. I never seen a rock, like, all I see is rocks drop. You know what I mean? But apparently, you just go somewhere and you just put something in the air and it just cascades around and falls around. You know what I mean? It's just like, and
Yeah.
then gas
Oh, yeah.
doesn't need a fucking container in this area. Oh, and then
Mm-hmm.
when you go outside, you freeze
Magical
and
place.
burn and implode and explode. Like, this whole, everything they say about space is just anything they can get away with not being part of reality that you can imagine.
Magical place. This place is space. It's a magical place. This space. It's a magical place. This space. Anyway, yeah, they magically fucking make shit work out in space, man. Far out. That's cool. Can I ever go there? No.
You know what I love is when they say, like, for those old videos where, like, before the actual Apollo manned missions, they were saying that they were sending they send unmanned mission to the moon, and they said, even though against regulation, they snuck in an American flag and put it in there for patriotic reasons. Like, little things like where they sneak something in there, or like the first guy who did a spacewalk, like, they had to tell him, like, come back in, and he was like, nah, but I don't want to. Like, he wanted to stay out there, and like they had to tell him, you have to come back in now. It's like so funny, dude. It's hilarious.
I think nothing will top the moon landings, though. Like, that is a actual, like, that's a fucking atrocious shithole of a fucking story they're trying to feed us. That shit is so bad. Like, I never really watched those moon shits till I came to the flat Earth, and I actually came to the flat Earth through that fucking moon shit, because I looked into that moon shit. I immediately knew that these films were fake. Like, bro, I'm not. You know what I mean? Like, even for a little kid could probably look at those videos and tell it's fake. You have to, like, really suspend your disbelief that they actually think they got to the moon in that piece of shit. Like, it's
funny that you say,
and they fit a
even
fucking golf cart on it.
It's funny that you say even a little kid would think that, because they show when you win the MTV Music Awards, they give you the Moon Man Award. Remember the old MTV? They'd show the man on the moon. You know,
I was there, bro. I was there.
Yeah, because MTV is all about clowning you and showing you that you're a fucking joke and your society's a joke.
Do you know where the first MTV studios started out at?
It's like Maryland.
Please don't
Toronto,
tell me, like,
Toronto at the Freemasonic Lodge, and they actually had where they recorded artists in the worship hall, right? And so they left it exactly how it was when it was a Freemasonic Lodge. Like, they left everything exactly how it was, and then they put the music equipment and stuff in there, and so it has the MTV logo at the cornerstone of the building, right above the Freemasonic logo. So they say technically MTV stands for Masonic Temple Vision. You know?
I got to go check
I'm not
this out.
making sense. Look it
no,
up, bro.
I believe that. I've seen way too much shit on MTV.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
dude, I was there, dude. I was there when they launched MTV. I was there that day, man. They launched it. My girlfriend's friend had a cable box. Fucking said, "Hey, man, there's this thing called music television. We got to go check it out." And we went over to her house and spent the whole goddamn day over there watching the same 7 videos.
Yeah.
You
remember this? How they had the spaceman thing, like, you know? Yeah.
Spaceman on the man on the moon, man. That's
MTV. That's what they give. That's why even B.O.B. says he goes what do you say? I know they give the Moon Man for the.
Oh, you dropped out, Saints. Damn.
This damn phone. Sorry about that, bro.
Damn phone. The damn phone.
These damn electronics.
Hey, man, thank you for the electronics, by the way, man. If it wasn't for these stupid ass apps and phones and bullshit, man, that we have to deal with, I wouldn't be able to talk to you Mongos, and that would suck, man. I'd be like, I can talk to Earthers on Sunday night at fucking 12:37 in the morning. What?
Right.
Fuck off. I can't. If you'd have told me that shit 10, 15 years ago, I'd be like, fuck off. No. This is not. We can share pictures. We can share links. What? Get the fuck off. Nah, we can't do that. Nah. But no, we're here. We're doing it. It's amazing. Thank you. I hope it lasts. It probably won't, but you know, it's good while it lasted, boys and girls, man. It's been a crazy, fun ride out here.
Right.
Exploring truth is always a good endeavor. You know, just enjoy it, embrace it, have fun. Thank you, Matthew, for showing up and showing us some math. Appreciate it.
Dude, you gotta love that dude. I mean, you don't have to love him, but I mean, like, he's so like respectful and like he reminds me of like the stereotype of a professor with like his little tweed coat and
yeah.
Oh man,
you can't hate him. You know, you have to love him. You can't hate him. Yeah, that you know.
Yeah. That's why I felt like I was being respectful to him tonight. You know.
No doubt about it, man. And it was funny, man. He was laughing. I go, dude, were you laughing? He's like, yeah. Because
that's right, bro.
You know, it's like, dude, where does the actual measurement occur between, you know, not holding water and holding water on the ball? You know. But if you only spin the tennis ball once a day, man, you're good.
I hear a lot of flat earthers asking him so many different questions, and he's able to defer like, well, that's not my expertise, and So that's why I wanted to narrow down his expertise, right? And I'm like, I'm going to narrow this down. If this is a court of law, this is how we're going to run this shit. And, you know, and then, somebody will be like, objection, Your Honor, this is irrelevant. I'm like, Your Honor, if you just allow me to get to the point, you'll see the point of what I'm trying to make. I was trying to give him enough rope to hang himself or to, you know, to make me think the earth is a globe so I can have no brains, no headaches, and I go back to think everything's all good. You know what I mean?
Everybody loved that. That even got written in the chat. No brains, no headaches, man.
We all want to go back to being globers, bro, before we realize what a horrible place this is and how evil people are.
I do want to
Well, it's not really a horrible place. It's like place. It's a nice place, but people's decisions make it horrible, basically. And then you realize everyone walking around is making bad decisions because everyone walking around is deceived as shit on everything. Even the most basic shit they're deceived as shit on.
Hey, Numpty, how about everybody putting on a face thing over the last couple of years, man? How about that?
Dude, this is what listen, buddy, I'm only fucking 23. I just turned 23 like a week ago. And let me tell you, bro, I was never into this type of fucking conspiracy shit or whatever, but I mean, I would have been 20 when this pandemic kicked off, I think.
21.
Dude, that shit was so like I was only 20, dude, and I was looking at people who were like 30, 40, 50 like what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like what? Like, dude, I felt like I actually entered some sort of alternate reality. Like, shit, I had to like sedate myself with weed. I never really smoked weed before. Like, dude, it was like this shit was trippy, bro. I did not think that this shit was even like, I don't know. It's a trip, bro. It's a trip.
I'm gonna kind of narrow it down for you just a little bit, man. Is that kind of like not hyper focused, but kind of zero it in a little bit, is that when you saw everybody in your entire community driving around with a face covering, it became a visual experience that you've never experienced before. None of us ever have, man.
Unless it was October 31st, right?
The what? Saints?
Unless it was October 31st. Then we all experienced
October 31st, Halloween. Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't have been in a situation.
You want Halloween to be every day? Let's have Halloween every day.
You see some weird shit, man, on Halloween. Yeah. I mean,
Halloween every day for 2 years straight.
Halloween for 2 years straight. Everybody,
everybody.
I mean, it became a visual thing. So The point
Right.
is,
Yeah, I was
that-
about to say with the whole Halloween thing, it's like on Halloween, just show up without a mask and you'll be scary now.
Right.
see, you're grounded. Shit, you got it.
Yeah, but I've always felt like, and I'm not trying to like toot my own horn or shit, but I've always felt like I was always like not smarter than people, but just more interested in shit than people. And most people were just, they weren't actually into knowing what's going on. They're just knowing into like what's comfortable and what is everyone else doing. You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
what I think it is. I don't think the flat earthers or like group is necessarily more intelligent. I think we're just more honest and truthful, and we actually care about the truth. We don't care about social
Yeah.
opinion and comfort and shit like that.
I like your point of view on that. Because that's
Right,
it, man.
man.
We're not trying to like, we're not better, we're not worse than anybody. We might be a little different, I guess you could call it, but we're certainly thinkers, man. There's a bunch of
It's
thinkers.
like you have to be uncomfortable. You have to be able to endure uncomfortable thought.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, isn't that what science is all about, man? Is enduring uncomfortable shit, saying, hey, man, what do you have to, verify this or that? And say, yeah, that's it, man. We're just asking questions, basically.
Also, in the Glober point of view, it's like they get the best of both worlds. They get infinite possibility as well as the ability to not take responsibility for their action because the scientists have already figured everything out, and you just believe the scientists, behave what the scientists tell you to do.
Right.
And we're gonna go to the stars and be infinite and merge with machines and be God. And it's like,
yeah.
And then if you just look at reality, and it's like,
We're gonna
well,
be
that's not how
infinite.
reality works. You're in a fantasy land, dude.
We're gonna go infinite possibilities. I'm gonna go to that camp. Infinite possibilities, man. Can I tie my shoe? I don't know. Maybe I can't. Maybe I can. What's the odds that I can tie my shoe?
All the benefits and powers of being a god with basically the responsibilities of a toddler.
Oh, I love the way you put that.
It's just unrealistic. Like you wouldn't. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. New perspective just showed up. Hold on. I gotta say hi to my bro. You all right there, New Perspective? Can you hear us? Are you there? Maybe not. Saints and Numpty, man. How the fuck you get the name Numpty, man?
Oh, I first came to Discord through
Numpty? Did they get those cucks? Those fucking Numpty cucks? They gave you Numpty. All right.
Yeah, QE and Nathan Oakley, I think. Students.
Yeah.
That's the first Discord I came on to. That's where I met most of the people, and then went to other Discords from there.
Cool, man. Well, welcome, and I'll try to get your name changed. What would you prefer to be called?
No, I think I can change it.
I don't. Can you change it? Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's just my name because that's just my account. Because QE kept on fucking calling me Numpty, so I was like, wow, I changed my name to Numpty Noah already. Like, fuck.
QE's called me Numpty, man. So I mean, he's called everybody Numpty in here at least once. I don't know. It late night. It's early Sunday morning, man, for most of you, or Monday morning.
You guys remember that rap group in the 80s called Digital Underground?
No.
They had a song called The Humpty Dance. The Humpty Dance is, I was going to say, the Numpty Dance is your chance to do the numped. Do me. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
It's old
you're
school.
a musician. You're a lyricist, man. You should just write songs and then produce the rest of it, man.
That's another thing I think is fucking completely rigged. Is like entertainment, sports, and politics. It's all.
Oh my God, you're a genius. You've nailed it. We're done. No shit.
Speaking of rigged entertainment,
I don't even want to say their name. But yeah, there's an organization out there, man. Make sure the music industry is completely controlled, man, just like the rest of the media, man.
Yep.
So, and that's it, man.
Tavistock? You don't want to say Tavistock?
Oh, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. You're busted. Not me. Wasn't me.
Hey, Numpty, I got here's an uncomfortable reminder of a thought that you didn't like. Justin Bieber is The Weeknd.
Shit.
I brought that up to him on the other story, and he's like, "No way, no way,
no way."
Here's the thing, though. Like, I was actually looking at a picture of Justin Bieber today, actually, and I was fucking literally thinking about that. Like, trying to, like, fucking his face was
once you hear it, you can't not see it. It's hard not to see it.
I didn't really.
It's
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't see it, but now I can't fucking see a picture of him without thinking about The Weeknd because of you. I mean, it's possible. It's possible if he's wearing a mask and I guess blackface. But I think it's a little. I'm not saying they don't do shit like this with other celebrities and shit, but in this particular case, I think it might be a little far fetched. You could be right, but it's just I don't see it. You know what I mean?
And like they dated the same girl twice. You know, like off and on, like switching back and forth.
Yeah, that could be a Masonic joke, actually. Yeah, you know, it might actually be. I actually subbed that channel. I didn't watch the videos yet because I got sent fucking way more videos by way more fuckers after that too.
They're playing into it. There's like makeup on his hand, and like you can see the line where there's no makeup, and then another time where he's like on the phone and he's got like a totally white hand, like he didn't paint his hand. And there's all kinds of like little clues and stuff that they're playing.
That's fucking yeah, that's crazy. You know what? Seeing as how they taunt shit and make jokes, like they kind of give it away. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's called Doofer's Delight.
Yeah, they don't. I don't even think like I think they put the fucking the cables and shit in the ISS videos on purpose, honestly, because it's like. There's fucking no way. You know what I mean? Like, that shit is way too... Like, that cable shit, especially, like, I don't understand how that hasn't been fucking spread around the whole world, and everyone hasn't seen that. Like, what the fuck? They're using cables and the ISS. Like, fuck.
It's like the Emperor wears no clothes. The Emperor comes out without clothes on so that you know...
That's exactly what it is, bro.
You're supposed to think that he has clothes on. That's exactly it. It's showing who's in charge. Saying that we don't care. I mean, this is how bad, and it's giving the thinking man the option not to believe it.
Yeah, bro, but it's coming to
way more profitable. The globe is way more profitable for them than flat Earth. There's no money in flat Earth, you know.
Yeah, and also just say like it's just coming to a point now, though. But with this whole Emperor has no clothes, because now it's like put this shit on your face and inject this into your body and chop your son's balls off, or the Emperor's fucking. It's like. It's going real. It's really getting into the fucking weeds now. Fuckers claiming water going uphill, boys or girls. All kinds. It's similar like though. Fucking the way they a guy came from a slug. The snake turned into a monkey and then turned into a human. It's like what the fuck? How'd you guys come up with this dumb shit?
Again, they gave the thinking man the opportunity to opt out of the jab thing in a way. The way they did it was so blatant with like just like if you're basically they get out of the guilt in a way, because it's like if you believe this, then we don't feel sorry for you.
Yeah, that's how I even think like even those people who say are in charge and believe it, I think they get their information from the higher ups and they actually believe the information. They think like, oh yeah, we really got to fight the COVID. Oh yeah, we really. I mean, some of them probably know it's a joke, but I feel like. I mean, because I've seen so many people personally who were tricked. You know what I mean? Just straight up, they've been tricked. You know, at least by the COVID itself, the whole COVID narrative itself, or whatever.
I hate to be a hypocrite, but careful with continually saying that word over and over again, because I've been checked multiple times, and so like I've had to tone it down. And I'm the last person who wants to tell anybody that.
Jimmy Jab.
Jimmy Coco.
And I don't mean to be hypocritical because I throw the word around in some of my songs too. So I've even been asked to not play those certain songs even on the
Yeah, 'cause
Discord
they're going to try to
bot.
shut down. They're going to try to associate us with it and have an excuse to shut down. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it fucking ridiculous that basically freedom of speech went out the fucking window
It's
because of a
ridiculous.
fucking that shit also is another part of it. I don't know, this whole thing I wasn't alive for the whole 9/11 thing. I wasn't alive for JFK or the moon landing, but this is like the event that I lived through, and honestly it makes me feel like I live amongst a bunch of retards if you can't see through this COVID bullshit. I mean, sorry, Vidco fucking bullshit.
Global, we'll call it global bullshit, and then we'll throw on just a real quick little teaser on top is Bruce Lee is a woman. Prove me wrong, motherfuckers. Prove me wrong. Shout out to Poncho P.
You know who's obviously a man is that fucking Michelle Obama. That shit is that's
No.
another duper's delight. I think they put that one out on purpose to fuck with us, like make
Bro,
it
I
real
have her
awesome.
name tattooed on my arm, bro. What are you talking about?
You have Michael tattooed on your arm?
Yeah, you never heard that song where he goes, I got Michelle Obama's name on my arm while I was on the John, same exact spot where they shot my John, sending John, son of a bitch, it stung, son of a gun.
Nice.
I got her name on my arm, bro.
Hey, new perspective. You weren't here, man. Just about half hour, 45 minutes ago, man. Saints and I were talking about putting together a little camping trip up where the Black Swan was shot.
Okay.
And his buddy's got like 20 acres up near Santa Barbara.
Oh, nice.
And he said, we can go camping tomorrow or anytime after. And we got
Anytime, bro.
bathrooms, and we're gonna put together like a flat Earth meetup kind of
Bro,
camping.
he has trailers. He's got trailers on his property, and we could even stay in the spare bedrooms. You know?
We got glamping. It's basically glamp. We're gonna go glamping. The Black Swan glamp.
His property looks almost like Mad Max. Like he's got so many like taken apart trucks and like fixed up like quads, and like his sons are like dirt biking, and like dude, they're awesome people, dude.
And they're flat earthers, so we're gonna go flat earth camping this summer, man.
Sweet, awesome, sounds great.
Start walking around on hikes with my shoes off now.
Take your shoes off, Numdy.
Yeah, when I was hiking earlier today, listening to you guys talking about it, and I had my shoes on, and I was like, fucking looking back for like, take this shit off or like.
Well, try it out, man.
I couldn't find a matching pair of shoes right now, bro. If I spent 3 hours in my room, I couldn't find one. You know what I mean?
Dude, you are a energy connected human being to the earth. You're connected to the earth, man. That's all.
Dude, I love the earth so much, bro.
So easy.
And you know what's crazy is when I used to think it was a globe, when my generation grew up, people had like FTW tattooed on them. You know what I mean? And that literally meant like, F the world. Like people, that's all. Tupac says, I woke up screaming F the world, and and people, that's their mentality of the kids. F the world. Once I became a flat earther. Dude, my appreciation for the world. I love the world. I'm so in love with the world. I love the world. I'd have to say more than any other human being, because without the world, there would be no human beings. Like, this is our home, you know?
Yeah, that's the difference between someone who thinks everything is important, someone who just knows about reality.
Well, these are the deeper subjects, man, we love to dive into and get deep and just get to the truth, man. That's all we really. What can help us, man? If we don't have shitty water, okay, that should help us. That's
and
pretty
first,
awesome.
the kiddie pool, that'll help.
Hey, here's the thing with the water, bro. Check this out. Let me just say one thing about the water, bro. You can restructure you can change the molecular structure of even polluted water to make it symmetrical by putting a good vibration into it, by blessing it, telling you love it. I'm sure you've heard about the water experiment before, but you can also do it with shungite, bro.
Yeah, man. You can do more than you think you can. You can
way more, bro. So much more, man.
I mean, that water that's going down your throat, you can tell it it's good or bad, and you can give it energy or not, man. But to have your shoes off, man, gives you so much more energy, man. And that you're kind of a proponent of that, for fuck's sake, man. I mean, and just try it, man. What's it gonna hurt, man? Take your shoes off, walk around for a couple days, and
bro, you know how you work like a 10-hour shift all day, and the first thing you want to do is take your boots off, and it just feels so good just to take your boots off, even not outside, just to take them off and sit in your chair and drink your beer. The first thing you want to do is take your goddamn boots off, bro. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. First thing, man.
Because that dirty electricity is bouncing around inside your body, screaming to get out, dude. It really is.
Yeah. I can't remember the percentage exactly, but a lot of your heat exfoliates out of your feet and out of your head.
I've heard 90% out of your head. I don't know if that's true or not. I believe you can direct energy.
I know if I put a cap on, man, I'm going to be much more comfortable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when it's cold. Yeah, you want a beanie on for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I also know if I take my shoes off, I'm going to be much cooler. I know that for a fact.
Do I need cork sole shoes? Or
the thing is, the only shoes you're gonna actually be able to get grounded in is actual leather, and it can't have any synthetics. It's if you can make leather like the Indians used to make the leather moccasins, you can still get grounded that way.
Like a moccasin, yeah.
But you look online, see if you can find any actual just pure leather-soled moccasins. Good luck. Let me know if you can. They all have something synthetic in them. Even if they're leather, they still have synthetic in them. It's ridiculous, dude. They want the kids to rock them J's.
How do you get synthetic shit in leather? Don't you just take it off like you know what I mean? Like they put all unnecessary steps and shit. Like leather should be
called nanofibers, bro. Nanofibers.
Take the shit off the fucking skin, put it on the fucking rack, let the sun hit it. That's it. You don't need to put nothing out. You know what I mean? It's just like all these extra fucking shit that we don't
You do need to put it. You do need to put it in if you're trying to keep people from being grounded. Then you do need to put it in. It's necessary. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I always think like this. Some people say like, "Oh, they're just trying to kill us all." Like they're not trying to. If they wanted to kill us all, they could systematically wipe us out a lot more efficiently and a lot quicker. That's not the point of killing us all. They need us to build their infrastructure. The whole thing is reducing our lifespan, my personal belief, by a third to even a fourth. I really believe people could live to be 3 to 4 times older, even possibly older than that. I don't know, but I believe
dude, Saints, man. I mean, I'm in at 1,000 years old, man. It makes no
you know what I mean, though?
It makes no sense. New perspective. I ain't talked about this. It makes no sense. You're only like super capable of doing shit for like 20 years. You know? You're like,
right?
You know what I mean? You're like, you can play fucking soccer or baseball. Or you can do whatever for like 20 years, but that's it, man. You're done.
Yeah.
1,000 years sounds more realistic.
And think about this: is when people look at things on a linear perspective through history, they can't piece together like how Pearl Harbor could have anything to do with like 9/11, could have anything to do with like the thing that happened in Minneapolis with taking the knee, could have anything to do with the black witchcraft, dark matter matters, or all these things. They're like,
Coco,
yeah, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, or like people, they're like, oh, how could Columbus coming here in 1492 have anything to do with exactly 400 years later in 1892, where the first electric light bulb was supposedly introduced by a man named Edison and or Tesla, where if you take an anagram with the name Edison, you have die sun, and then if you spell Tesla backwards, it's all set, because these people are sunset worshipers. They worship the dying of the sun, it's the setting of the sun, and they're the Illuminati. They illuminated it, right? And it's just a coincidence that like they built this glass castle for the Chicago World Fair, even when they didn't have glass manufacturing plants supposedly. Then 12 years later, they just blew it up and like made a parking lot or something. It's like, so what? You know, all these things are so intrinsically connected, but we can't see that because we don't. Not only do we not live that long, people don't make the connection because they don't realize that there are people on Earth that do live that long. They live to see the poisonous fruits of their evil labor, and we can't understand or comprehend that, but they do. You know, we're like, why would somebody do this something 7 years before? How, well, you know, for their grandchildren? No, because I believe there's elites that live to be hundreds of years old because they know what to do it, and they don't want everybody to have that. You know, that's what I believe. Well, that's just my opinion.
It would be nice to fucking figure out how to live for longer, to be honest with you.
It's not hard. I really don't think it's hard, bro. I really don't.
I heard there's
Numpty,
places that they find. Go ahead.
Numpty, man. I've heard of people that can live off of air, man. Have you ever heard that?
Breatharians, bro.
I never heard of that. I heard there's
Aeritarians, man.
Yeah,
I've heard of these guys, man.
There's people who survive off of berries and bark alone, but I never heard about air before.
I heard about a guy.
They call themselves breatharians, bro. Breatharians. That's what they call themselves.
Yeah.
I would have to look into that. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds really crazy, man. That's really far out there, man. Don't get me wrong, man. I'm just as far out on that as anybody else, man. I'm like, whoa, man. That's a deep, 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 surge there, man. That's deeper than
what they claim to live off of is basically like what plants live off of. Like they do drink water and teas and stuff like that, and boil stuff with like roots and stuff like that. But they claim to eat no food, but they need to be in the sunlight the majority, if not the whole day. They absolutely have to be grounded, and they have to submerge themselves in like ocean type water or like natural spring, like all the things that the elements of the earth need. Basically, that's what they're living off of. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's almost logical compared to like all the crazy stuff I've learned in the past few years that I would have never believed.
Rabbit hole, man. When I first heard it, man, I was like, what? I was talking to Jibby Jedi, I'm pretty sure, that day, man. I was like, what? Aeritarian? What the no. And
breatharian.
What is it?
It's called breatharian. Breath, like the word breathe, and then Aryan. Yeah,
I was like Aeritarian or whatever. Yeah, it's similar. Same concept, different pronunciation of the potential definition. But it's fascinating, man, to think that somebody could live off of just breathing, man. Oh my God. What have they been feeding us? Maybe that's why we're dying so young. That's my point, man. It's kind of tied it back, a little bit to why don't we live to 1,000 years? Why? And I had this conversation in 1992, man, with the college student at the time. And so my brother-in-law was advocating that we could live 1,000 years. And she was like, no. We can't do it. I was like, that's interesting.
I believe not only could we do it, I believe there actually are, if you want to call them people on Earth that possibly have been alive that long now, maybe even longer. Some people like to call them reptilians or, dare I say Roth, and then, I'm not going to say the other word, but like people like that who could be, we don't know. We've been fed such misinformation, dude. It's It's like it's a giant play, bro, and a bunch of thespians. You know what I mean? A bunch of Homo sapiens and thespians, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I do know what you mean. We got, yeah, it could be people living thousands of years. Think about it, man. I mean, it makes sense because they've been working on this plan for a while, man. Somehow they've created their, utopia world in their heads, and whatever they've done to try to fulfill that utopian place.
What I'm thinking too is maybe they don't live 100 years, but there's non-humans that live longer. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying necessarily like a corporeal body, but maybe a corporeal body. It could even just be like a
what
spirit.
body? A what
Corporeal
body?
means like corporeal.
Say the first letter of the word though.
Corporeal, like a body
Corporeal?
that's like a physical body, like your meat suit, bro. Your meat suit is corporeal.
Yeah, I've never heard that word before.
Yeah, no, it's
okay.
Yeah, look it up. There's it's a real word. It describes any.
Oh, I believe you. Yeah.
Yeah, corporeal just means
I
like
love learning new words.
Yeah, like a physical body, basically.
Okay.
Whereas a non-corporeal, like something that's living that's non-corporeal could be like a ghost or a spirit or like an angel or a demon. They'd be non-corporeal because they don't have like a physical body,
like
right?
a vessel, right?
Yeah, they don't have a physical vessel, so they're non-corporeal.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like
okay.
not necessarily that humans live 1,000 years, but there could even be, like even just like a fucking elf, you know what I mean? From like Lord of the Rings, how like the elves just lived longer, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that humans can't, but maybe we can't, but there's something else that can, I'm just throwing shit out there.
Have you ever thought about how you mentioned I'm gonna look that word up because I've never heard of it. I love learning new words about how that. So you're saying that's a living person, not necessarily a person, but like a living being inside of a vessel that ages of flesh and blood, right? And we're bound by these supposed like laws of nature, whatever we're bound to. But the way I look at things is,
I'll spell it for you: corporeal, and the meaning is
corp.
Yes, oreal, corporeal, relating to a person's.
I didn't. I've heard that. I did not understand what you. I misunderstood how you said it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yeah,
think
sometimes people say I have an
corpse,
accent.
right? Corpse is just the body.
Yeah, like your meat
Yeah, almost
suit.
like
That's basically
corporeal.
what a corporeal body is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like a corporeal.
Yeah. So like a ghost is non-corporeal.
What's a corporeal?
A ghost doesn't have a meat suit, basically, right? Whereas like a cat is corporeal. A cat has a meat suit. It's in there. It has.
I was just saying the word, pronouncing it differently, like how it actually like looks like it sounds.
Yeah, I'm from like the West Coast of America. I don't know if that makes
The
it.
West Coast of America. Where are you from?
I'm in Hawaii actually, so I'm farther than the West Coast. But technically, I'm not technically, but like basically West Coast.
Okay. I didn't know they considered Hawaii West Coast, but that's cool. All right.
I mean,
I heard they got some good weed
I
there.
could just say I'm an islander, I guess. I don't know.
Don't call yourself an island boy. Please don't call yourself an island boy.
They were here actually in Hawaii,
Oh my
apparently.
God.
Like,
Hey Numpty, did you go to school in Canada or something? Were you in Canada before all this happened and it came back? Is that what I remember about you?
I was in university in British Columbia after I
That's what
turned
I
18.
remember,
I went
yeah.
and got my degree.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
you kind of like you like bugged out when this whole thing happened. They were getting crazy up there.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
when they fucking said that you can't use public transportation without a vaccine, I just simply left in 7 days. Dude, I don't think anyone fucking understands how fast I literally threw my mattress on the side of the road. I threw bookshelves on the side. Like, I got rid of everything. I didn't even I only sold one couch. I got the fuck out of there because I was like, listen, I didn't know it was gonna lighten up after, you know what I mean? But it was just like, this is fucking ridiculous, dude. public transportation, really? That's fucking ridiculous.
Did it
And I'm
lighten up
only
there?
fucking 20, and I feel like I'm more mature than old fucks. You know what I mean?
Has it lightened up there? I mean, they're gonna start cracking down again. You know, don't be
I
fooled.
don't
But
know. I'm never fucking going back to that
I thought
country in my life.
Canada kind of stayed pretty much crazy lockdown.
Dude, this is the
Bro.
thing too. Is like all the people I knew from up there. Most of them are like extreme believers in this shit. Like even my girlfriend at the time basically broke up with me over this whole fucking COVID shit. You know, and that was like my only girlfriend I ever
Blessing in
had. So
disguise. You don't
yeah,
want to stay with her.
Do you guys ever think of the real, like I mean, every time the military does an operation, right, or what they call a deployment, which is not a friendly term by any means, but they make it seem like, oh, we're deploying this to help you. It's not a friendly term, but I mean, you could use it as a friendly term, I guess, if you're sadistic. So have you ever guys thought of because whenever they do something, they kill a million birds with one stone, but there's one main goal that they have in mind. Now, have you guys ever really thought of the number one goal that they accomplished with all this? The number one goal, and it wasn't for the V word.
Can I
Number,
guess? Can I guess?
yeah, go ahead, guess. Yeah.
I would say it's either basically changing people's habits because they've drastically changed people's habits, or I'd say the inflation slash money printing and now subsequent extreme economic collapse that is coming to us. Those would be my two guesses, but go ahead.
So yeah, those are two very valid reasons, and definitely but the number one reason was to put the infrastructure into place, and they couldn't have done it any other way. The infrastructure is now almost all in place. When this thing first started happening, everybody was like in their house. I'm the opposite. I'm going into stores with no mask, no shoes, no nervous. You know what I mean? Like, people would come up to me and I would act like I didn't even hear them, or I'd act like I'm on the phone with my wife. I'm like, how dare you try to tell me anything? I'm on the phone with my wife. She's in the hospital. Like, I'll just flat out ignore people. Whatever. Like, you're not telling me shit. Period. Right? I'm the only one out walking in the beach during the summer. I'm the only one in every direction, because to me, I don't believe in Halloween or fairy tales, right? But anyways, late at night, I'm out creeping 3-4 in the morning. I'm a night owl, and there was hundreds of these new white vans, and guess where they went? They went to the hospitals, the churches, the schools, the colleges, and all the new condominiums and all the new places that they've. Haven't you guys noticed in the past 2 years, there's been more infrastructure digging into roads and buildings than any time you've ever seen in your lifetime? Now, really think about that. I mean, it's off the hook ridiculous with the infrastructure.
Yeah, and here's the thing: is I after I graduated uni, I graduated basically directly into the pandemic, so I couldn't get any normal jobs. So I walked across the street to the site and started working construction. And let me tell you,
Quick, right?
none of these, they hired me on the spot, and none of
On the
these
spot.
motherfuckers cared about the COVID rules. Nobody was
No,
enforcing
absolutely
COVID
not.
rules for construction
Absolutely
workers.
not.
Was doing any of that. So that was my first clue that there was bullshit, because I was working with a bunch of dudes, right? I never talked about a flat earth or anything, but all of them fucking knew it was bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? And these are like construction workers, right? They're not fucking lawyers or professors or doctors, and they knew it. And then I was like, thinking about it, I was like, yeah, wait a minute. If none of us are doing any of this shit and none of us are getting sick, and I don't know anyone who got sick, what the fuck's going on? You know, and that was like my first red flag. You know what I mean? I've already
So
heard of like the
yeah.
9/11 shit, and then I
So
watched the loose change, so I knew about some conspiracy theories. But I'm young. I didn't fucking take shit that seriously. But this COVID shit kind of like woke me up. It really,
careful with continually saying that with
yeah,
as far
I'm
as
so
referring
sorry.
it in a sentence to, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, I don't mean to be a hypocrite. Like I said, it's in some of my songs, but I've been checked by some of the elders on this channel. So, I'm just saying, just try to be a little mindful of it. You know what I mean?
Sorry about that.
Just a brief. Yeah, no, bro. I hate telling people what to do or say, bro. Like it kind of disgusts me. I feel like, who am I as a man to tell any other grown man what to do? You know what I mean? But like, just out of respect for the elders who put this channel together, I know they'd appreciate it. You know, just a little more, like, you know, just a little subtle about it. That's all I'm gonna say. You know what I mean? So anyways, it was the infrastructure, bro. There's no other way they could have put the infrastructure in. They had to put the infrastructure in. The amount of infrastructure they needed for the zero latency was so vastly enormous that before all this C thing happened, you know, Trump came out with this thing called the second chance program, right? Where all of a sudden you don't have to put you're a felon out of prison, and you're getting a job 3 times as much as a person who had a degree was getting, right? And you don't have to put you're a felon. Not just that, he's kicking back CEOs of all these corporations who own these construction companies major funds if they hire felons, bro. If they hire felons, they're getting money, right? We're talking about like affirmative action to the umpteenth power, bro, right? So imagine all that, right? And then they're not regulating on any of these construction workers. And as far as like when the lockdowns happened, that didn't apply to any of the construction workers. In fact, they tripled down on the time. You go down at night, you see massive construction things going on with massive lights and like putting up massive power poles, digging into the ground. They need all these cables in the ground, right? Redoing all the infrastructure in all these buildings, right? Because you have to have this zero latency, right? Another reason why they're having the FIRESs in all these different places prior to this, because you cannot put in this infrastructure in these places because the terrain is too rugged, right? So you do what you call a fire sale, right? Or a Walmart land grab, where like you set up Walmart in these towns, and then within 6 months, all the mom and pop stores go out of business, right? And then 6 months later, everybody gets their last check at Walmart unexpectedly because Walmart's shutting down because they're having plumbing problems, right? Well, you're like, how does that even make any sense? Now this town is a ghost town. Now this is Gary, Indiana, right? And they can afford to do that because they got billions of dollars where they can afford to set up these Walmarts and then just shut them down. And you're like, they just wasted 15 million on that. No, it was because in 10, 12 years, they're going to go buy the whole town on pennies to the dollar, right? So they basically are forcing everybody into what is Agenda 2030, the Wildlands Project, under the guise of global warming, saying that we do not know how to be responsible and we are polluting the planet. Therefore, we are going to cut you guys off from 72% of the land that was once you were able to go, like national parks, anything that's federal land. We will not be able to go to it simply for the reason that it is too treacherous of a terrain to get the infrastructure in for the zero latency. The key to everything is zero latency, because without zero latency, you cannot have the chip. It does not work. You have to have zero latency everywhere for it to be a smooth, oiled operation. With a zero latency, you know, they say something is only as strong as its weakest link. The zero latency, the chip is only going to be as strong as its weakest link, and you have to have zero latency everywhere all the time. Hence the reason why in a lot of places it hasn't rained in so freaking long, because the rain is the number one or number 2 enemy of the microwave frequencies, you know, the millimeter waves. The rain kills that stuff. It stops it dead in its tracks, right? So, you know, we don't need rain when we could have the GMO, right? But the whole thing is the infrastructure for the zero latency for the chip, bro. And you have to cut out about 72% of the United States because it's a lot of rugged terrain. So you start stacking and packing people, and it works out perfectly because you put people in these high-rise places with all the infrastructure already built in, and they're like 7-8 stories up, so they're not getting grounded whatsoever. So it all falls perfectly into place, or lack thereof, for your health. And it's all the key thing is zero latency, bro. They couldn't have done it. There's no other way they could have put that much infrastructure in that much amount of time like that. There's no other way they could have done it. And you know, it was for a lot of other reasons too, but that was the main thing right there, bro. And because it's all going to lead to the chip. And in order to have the chip, you got to have the zero latency. There's no other way you could do it. You know, welcome to Agenda 2030. 72% of the United States will be off limits because we do not know how to take care of the land. And you know what? They're buying it. Hook, line, and sinker, homie.
Yeah, that's the part that scares me the most, dude. Is like, dude, honestly, like, I had to fucking learn all this shit in basically 1 year, maybe two. You know what I mean? But my reality went from fucking normal to like, wow, the world's basically
Bro.
fucking over. Like, society's collapsing, and these motherfuckers are trying to fucking chip us.
Bro,
And
look at it like this, bro. Look at it like this. You are so fortunate to be this young and know this stuff. I would give
Dude,
anything to be your age and know this, bro.
dude, trust me. I like, ever since I was young, I don't know. Like, I read. I don't know if this is like the right thing to say about like faith and whatever, but I read like the Bible and shit, and I heard about like there's a story that Solomon basically went to God and he's like, God, can you give me like wisdom or whatever? And then God gave him wisdom, and everything else fell into place once he got wisdom. So the only time I ever actually asked God for anything in my life was I asked for wisdom when I was a little kid. I always asked him for that. And I feel like I didn't get it. Like, it was a delayed effect until this pandemic came on. And then I kind of got like like a whole ass on fucking, like downloader, you know what people call it, download or whatever, or like the scales drop from your eyes or whatever. I feel like it just went from 0 to 100, like right at the fucking beginning, like perfect timing, so I wouldn't get my fucking shit injected in me, you know?
It's the road to Damascus, bro. You're on your way to slaughter the Christians, and the scales fall off your eyes, bro. And they changed your name, bro. You know what I mean? They dropped the S and they put a P. You know?
Yeah, and it's just, the more I fucking look, the more undeniable it is. But it's like, it's what I asked for. But at the same time, for 2 whole years, I've been like basically depressed. You know what I mean? Just realizing that, like, wow, like these motherfuckers have been doing this shit, and basically they're unopposed. They're gonna get away with it. And me as an individual, not to kind of like, put myself down or anything, or anyone in here who thinks, I don't know, it just feels like you're too small to even, like, it's gonna happen, and like you kind of just have to figure out how you're gonna get out of the way, because it's gonna happen either way.
Bro, you should be thanking your creator you're alive for a time like this, bro. There's no other time in the world I'd rather be alive than dude, I'm gonna get to see Armageddon. I'm possibly gonna see Armageddon. Dude, if I'm possibly gonna get to witness Armageddon, bro, I consider myself blessed, bro. Are you kidding me? I might actually see Revelation play out, bro. Sign me up. You know what I mean? I'm pumped up for this, bro. This is gonna be awesome, bro.
We probably did sign up.
You know what I mean? Somewhere, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I'm glad I'm not living in them times where like the Bible was just a story. Like, dude, I want to see this come into action because I don't watch movies. I don't play video games, dude. This is like my real life. Like, I'm ready for the New World Order, bro. Is as much as I can be. You know, I mean, I'm
Dude,
grateful that
Armageddon
I'm
came
alive for
out in
this time, man.
1998. What are you talking about?
You know what I mean, though? Wait,
Hello?
are you talking about the movie? Are you talking about the movie Armageddon?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
pretty
think
good.
he was talking about the movie. I
Yeah,
don't know.
Armageddon
was
was
actually.
gnarly, dude. I was alive for Armageddon too.
I was referring to the part in the Bible where it speaks about Armageddon.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
Oh, okay. I got you. Sometimes I talk to people in here and like they're not very versed on the Bible, and then some of them are like way wild and crazy about the Bible, whatever. Like, dude, I think whatever you believe in is your faith. Dude, live it and rep that stuff. Don't ever be ashamed of it. You know, as long as you're not like repping the Luciferian. Like, if that's what you're into, you do you. I'm gonna do me. As far as for me in my house, I'm gonna have to put a red circle around that with a red slash through it. But you do you. But whatever your faith you believe in, dude, don't be ashamed of it. Rep that shit to the fullest, bro. You know what I
I
mean?
agree, buddy. But also, like for the audience, you have to be considerate too. So, what are your
Yeah.
thoughts? I mean, just kind of like on topic. What are your thoughts about when it says that the Earth has 4 corners?
As far as the 4 corners of the
Because we know
earth,
that the globe claim is that it's a sphere, and obviously a sphere doesn't have any corners, right?
Yeah, I don't really have an opinion on that, bro. I mean, I've seen alleged flat Earth maps where there are like 4 pillars, and then I've seen the one where like Antarctica is like the outside of a piece of crust, and like bro, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I mean, that even the word corner could have been so manipulated and changed that we maybe we're not interpreting it right, or maybe we're. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that. I do know that in the Book of Enoch, it talks about the places in the firmament where there's portals where the winds come out of from the 4 different directions. You know. It also could be talking about the sky map where how the map of the sky is a swastika. Some are the what is it, the Little Dipper with the Ursa Minor in the middle, or am I saying it wrong? Ursa Major in the middle, summer, winter, spring, and
No, it's
fall.
Ursa Minor, Little Dipper in the middle. You're right. The
Okay,
first.
yeah. So the swastika has 4 corners.
I know I know, but listen, hold on. Globers will take it to the sky in a heartbeat. Dude. Hold on. So let's get back to the Earth for a second. Okay, so corners of the Earth, right? So water, we know, will always seek its level. The surface will, right? No matter how you tilt it, how you twist it, the surface likes to find level, right? So if you put sand, instead of putting water into a glass, right? What if you put sand to that glass? Does it take the shape of its container?
I see what you're saying.
So
It actually
we know
does. It actually
we know
does.
that the Earth is a container for the water, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the container for the Earth?
No, hold on, stop. When you pour the sand into a jar, it does not take the shape of the container. It takes the shape of the sand inside the container.
Wait, huh?
What contains
sand,
what?
the granules of sand.
Ryan,
So
Ryan,
each individual. No. Stop. Shut up. No. Each individual piece of sand did not change its shape. Still the same shape pieces of sand. You just put them in a jar. Did not
Yeah, but the
conform to the
Earth is
shape of the
not a
jar. They're still the
singular
same
piece of
shape pieces of
sand.
sand. They're
Yeah, but
individual objects.
Earth is not a singular piece of sand. That's the problem in your logic. I see where you're going, but that's the problem.
Well, I'm just saying you're trying to compare it to water. It sounds like, and you can't do that. Is what I'm saying.
All right,
we know that Earth, dry land, is totally different than water.
Cares?
Yes, we do know
Ryan,
that.
shut your mouth and don't respond. What contains the Earth?
Excuse
Back on
me?
track. No more digression.
What was your question? Oh, he's muted. So
who, me?
No, he got. I guess he got muted for outlashing or something.
Oh.
Did he even have a question?
I didn't hear his question. I think. Well, he was really like aggressive, for lack of a better term, but I just didn't hear his question. I asked him to repeat it, but then he got muted. So
he said, "What's the Earth's container?"
I mean, it's a good question because we know when we put earth into a pot and we grow a tomato plant, the soil takes the shape of the pot, right?
What's the container?
So it seems to me that dry land, depending on how dry it is, likes to conform to its container more or less easily.
Okay, like almost like an hourglass with sand. How it goes down and it appears almost to take on like a liquid formation. Not quite like liquid, but very similar. Like it levels off. Okay, so I see where you're getting at.
Yeah. Well, no, you're 100% correct. And see, this is the flaw in NASA's logic, is because by definition, Earth doesn't retain its shape under a moderate amount of pressure, and because of that, it cannot be defined as a solid.
Okay,
so if Earth is now not a solid, what is it, Latter-day Saints? That's the question.
Okay, but what's the point of this question? Are we getting to
NASA claims
There is no
Earth
point.
is a fucking
he was
globe.
pulling this
That's the
bullshit
point,
earlier.
Numpty.
Yeah,
you were pulling this bullshit like 5 hours ago, or like not 5 hours ago, but like 3 hours ago. Like I was walking on my way home from work. I was listening to you talk about the same bullshit with Miggy. This is bullshit, dude. Why are you bringing this up again?
Yeah, I would just like to know the point. Like,
Why do you think the truth is
I've also heard you
bullshit?
talk
There's no
about this
point.
before, and
Earth
there's
either
no
takes
point
the
in this
shape.
I'll
argument.
let you know
A
now.
man
I'll
can.
let you know now.
Okay,
There is no
Orion.
point. There is no point. He's
Okay,
just talking
Orion.
bullshit. There is
So
no
either
point.
Earth takes the shape of its container or it doesn't. So if we get someone in Australia fill a pot up with Earth, I'm in America. We fill a pot up with Earth in America. Someone in UK fills a pot up with
Yeah.
Earth, right? Are all the pots, or is the Earth in all the pots going to conform to the shape of that container? Yes or no?
Are you an
Well,
agent
can I
that
ask
tries
you a
to make
question?
flat earthers
There's no point to this. There's just simply no point you're making, dude. Like, I'm about to go to sleep now, but I don't feel like I should just let you ramble on, you know?
Ryan, let me ask him one question real quick, if you don't mind. Okay, so bro, you're asking me something that is strictly would be my conjecture and my opinion, and I don't want to give my opinion on that because I've never really thought about it the way you have, and I don't think you're wrong in what you're saying. But are you asking a rhetorical question to get us to think, or are you going to say what your opinion is on it?
No, everything's fine. I'm just saying that the Earth is not a globe. It's dirt. It's dry land. It takes the shape of its container. It's not a solid. If it's not in one of the states of matter that NASA claims, then it must be a fifth state of matter that they don't know about. And why did they make it a planet if they don't know what state of matter the Earth is in?
So basically, it was kind of like a rhetorical statement that you were making. I'm not knocking what you're saying. Okay, all right.
Well, wait, hold on. Flatter Day Saints, can you even comprehend what he's saying? Because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get to the point where I can even comprehend what he's saying. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
I'm comprehending what he's saying. What I'm trying to what I'm trying to figure out is, are you asking actually my opinion on it, or are you trying to like lead us all into coming to our own conclusion, or are you just making a rhetorical statement on already known facts, or do you actually have an opinion that we may not know about and you would like to share personally
I know.
enlightenment?
Well, I'm just making discussion about the Earth, which is the subject, and I don't want to lie to anybody. So I just make claims that are true, and if you disagree with the truth, that's your burden to prove.
Bro, it's not that you're lying or telling the truth to somebody, but it appears to me that you're either trying to bring us to come to a conclusion of our own, A, or B, you are making a rhetorical statement, kind of food for thought, or C, you are leading us all into what you are going to surprise us with, like, or possibly maybe enlighten us with what you believe the answer to be and share that with us. It to me, it's only one of those three things that, you know, I'm not knocking what you're saying, but I'm saying, like, what is it, A, B, or C?
That's okay. It's recorded. So for the second time, I'm just making conversation.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not hating on you, bro, you know? Yeah, I don't have an opinion on what you're saying. You know, I'm not hating on what you're saying. I just thought possibly you were going to give your opinion on what you think it is. Like, if you think the Earth is dirt that's being conformed into something, I thought you were going to possibly say, like, what you think is holding that down. But I guess you started out with that, you asked me my opinion on the four corners, and I didn't really have one. And I thought maybe you were possibly going to divulge what you thought it was, but maybe you're just trying to make us think outside the box,
Oh yeah.
possibly.
Well, we can continue if you want. Are you sticking
Well, I'm
around?
not.
Or are you leaving?
No, I'm not leaving. I just you know, I respect, like, OGs like Orion and others who you know, I don't like to take the conversation to places where, like, they don't really want them to go, because
I know,
this
that's
is
what I'm
their
saying.
thing. Yeah, like, I
So you want
respect,
to talk? Just we can prove stuff with math, right?
Yeah, I mean, allegedly, I don't know. We had a dude with a math PhD in math or master's degree in math who couldn't, but I mean, I'm sure it can be done.
You can do anything.
So what
with math.
about are geometry and math related?
Flatty, I love you, Flatty. You're fucking awesome, dude.
Hold on. What's one thing you can prove with math?
I'm saying, are math and geometry related?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, they
I
are.
suck at math, bro. I don't even know how to do long
so
division, bro.
Thanks to Numpty. Math and geometry are now related. Thank you, Numpty. So, okay. So geometry, right? So it's either what the book says or it's what NASA's claiming. NASA's claiming sphere. We know a sphere doesn't have any corners. Obviously, it's not a sphere. So then we can
I mean,
use
we're way past that, though,
two
bro.
concepts. Well, hold on. So we can use two
Okay.
concepts, which you've probably heard of. One would be deductive reasoning. The other concept would be process of elimination. So and this is why I brought this up earlier, is because if we now know that Earth takes the shape of its container, right, then that means that if it comes to four corners, the container would have to be four corners. So this is why it's important to understand the truth that is Earth takes the shape of its container. That's why that's important.
Okay, so what are you suggesting the four corners are made out of then, bro?
So using the same
hold on.
reasoning
Before
that
we
I
get to that
explained.
point,
Hold on,
we
let
need to
Orion
just
let
point out.
Orion talk.
So you're pulling this from a religious book. This is not a religious server. And I
We're
mean,
just talking
I don't
about
know,
the
man.
Flat Earth book.
You said four corners. We don't claim there's four corners. No one in here claims there's four corners unless you're claiming there's four corners. Do you have any proof of that?
No, I'm saying we're talking about Earth conforming to the shape of its container.
Yeah, this is getting into like the really oddball speculation, like not even like good speculation, like bad
What do you mean? How is this
speculation.
speculation? Does this not occur all across the wherever we live?
We
If you
can
don't-
prove that.
Hold on, if you don't understand how this is speculation, that just proves my point further.
So you're telling
like,
me that when you put sand
you
into a
shouldn't
jar,
be
it
allowed to
doesn't
just
conform to
say
the
this
edges of the
nonsense.
jar?
Yeah,
But does the
You're
jar
telling
have
me
four
the truth is
corners?
speculation.
Listen, guys. When the guy
truth
lunatic
speculation,
comes in
yes or
here,
no?
when the guy lunatic comes in here and he says that if he was in charge of this place, half of everyone here would be kicked out. Dude, I hate to say this, but you're one of the people that falls into that half. So, like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Just
Well, you're claiming the truth is
listen more.
speculation. Can you prove
That's all I
that?
can say is just listen more, dude. Like,
You're claiming the truth is speculation. Can you prove that?
yeah, I think I'm just gonna mute you, dude. You're kind of just ridiculous, like endlessly.
It's okay.
Ridiculous.
You can limit free speech all
throughout
you
the
want.
day.
You'll just be evil like the rest.
Oh yeah. Say that to the libertarian. Hilarious.
It's okay. Just mute me. It's all.
It's all better.
I
I
love
don't know if
you,
it's all
Orion,
good,
bro.
but it's certainly
You're
better.
OG, dog. You're OG, dog. You know what I mean?
He's got a ban on site thing on
Then
him.
it has guys. Come on, guys. If it's a container, it has to have four corners. Like, what the fuck? Who said it has four corners? Who said it was a container? We said that to have gas pressure, you need a container, right? But no one's claiming they know what that is. He comes in here acting like he knows, or we should know. Like, we don't. We cannot prove what it is shaped out of. We know that it measures flat. That's the point here, and he was trying to pull us away from that.
Yeah, it was kind of going in left field. You know what I mean?
Well, I think
Orion. I think Orion was even being lenient and giving him enough rope to either get to his point or hang himself. You know,
right?
Which is, which is a lot more lenient than I've seen a lot of the mods. You know, and Orion's a pretty. You know, he's not going to debate things like the Bible and stuff. Is like, if that's what you believe in, rep it with all your heart, but you don't want to be repping something that you can't actually prove. I mean, that's great if that's what you believe in. I believe it, bro. I take it literally, but I'm not gonna debate with somebody about something that I can't prove. You know, I don't need to debate it. I declare it in my own heart. It's written on the tablet of my heart. I don't need to debate it with anybody factual. You know, it's my personal law.
Just for future reference, that guy is a well-known troll that frequents most of these servers.
Yeah,
if you hear that voice, if you hear that voice again, I would probably mute it instantly.
He should have been verified. We knew who he was when he came in. I don't know how he's being used this time.
Okay.
He's on his like 80th account, I think.
Okay. I mean, trolls can't last very long before the trollness just has to come out in them. I mean, it's like bubbling in them, dude. They, you know,
He's the infamous urine drinker.
they're like a Jiffy Pop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're gonna start coming in. They're gonna start coming in, man. Like consistently. People have been just getting verified and then just leaving. They get VC verified and then leave right away. They don't come in here and talk or nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, he just like presupposed the four corners thing once you admitted like, oh yeah, well it has to be a container. And he's like, well,
Yeah.
so it has to have four corners. Like
we don't even need to keep talking about it. It's talking about it if you don't want to. I'm not saying not to. You know, I don't ever like to tell a grown man what not to say or anything, bro. Like, you know, man, I'm just saying you don't. I mean,
that might have been his longest run in here. That might have been his longest run in here. Could be a record.
I love this dude, Flatty, man. Flatty's a man of little words, but goddamn, I love your accent, homie.
Flatty too, yeah, it's cool shit.
Dude, what I like about Flatty is he doesn't say a bunch of superfluous shit. So everything he says, I try to listen to because it's not gonna be pointless. Like every word is specifically chosen for a purpose. You know, you don't have a lot of filler, but that's cool because you could have a lot of filler and not listen to you because you have a cool accent. But you know, what do they say? One of the 48 laws of power: make yourself scarce, and people will want you around more. I mean, I might have misquoted it. I'm trying to get into philosophy like them, like Matthew.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder, dude.
Dude, man, you're a genius, bro. Seriously. You say I'm a lyrical genius, bro. You're a lyrical genius and a wordsmith, homie. Hey, Flatty, I gotta ask you. You ever heard of a dude who goes by the name of Plain Decoded?
No, I haven't, man. Enlighten me.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering. I gave him a shout out on one of my songs because he has an accent like you. He's from like UK. You say you're from UK, right?
Yeah, Wales.
Like UK to me, like is like to me that's like US or like what can like specifically like where what do you when you say UK like is that a like specifically like what city or region is that in Europe?
It's just Britain. It's England, Scotland, Ireland, North. England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland is the UK.
Okay. You know, you got to remember, I grew up looking at a globe, and Asia and all these places was just like one giant landmass, and I was like, you know, I try to find where my family's from in Lithuania, and it's just like there's a little spot, you know, right near Transylvania and all these crazy name places and stuff, you know.
Yeah,
I would love to live there. I'd love to go see my family back there, but you ever been to Lithuania?
No, man. Get Baguette's from near Transylvania, though. You might be.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't talked to him in weeks, bro. But you know, like I said, I just got out yesterday, so he's probably been on here since you know. They put me away for good behavior. You know what can I say? Forget about it. You know what I mean? They put me away for helping charities and you know helping old women cross the street and you know just being an all around pillar of society. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm just playing, bro.
Can't believe they locked you up for not wearing shoes. Crazy,
bro. You know, in some there's some places in these penal systems here that where like you know they have their California. I haven't done time in any other state, but California, and from what I've heard from a lot of dudes in many other states, is California has the most racist inmate hierarchy infrastructure out of anywhere in the United States, bro. As far as like segregation, their races, like the whites aren't even allowed to eat after the blacks, right? And the Hispanics, they split them up with the northern Hispanics and the southern Hispanics. The southern Hispanics run with the whites, like we're allowed to like trade with them and play games with them and eat with them, sit on each other's bed and whatnot. But neither of the southern Hispanics or the whites are allowed to do this, like sit on a black person's bed, eat after a black person, play games with a black person. But the northern Hispanics program with the blacks the way the whites program this. I don't even want to get into it. It's so ridiculously redundant and superfluous, bro. It makes my head spin, and I don't go along with any of what they do. So they're like, bro, you can't be just out here with no shoes. I'm like, no, you don't understand. Like, I'm not gonna put those rubber weird things on my feet all the time, whatever. So you guys do what you got to do. But this is I basically claim like this is my religion. Grounding's my religion. I claim it as my religion, so I haven't taken an ass whipping for it yet, but most of the time I talk to gang members and stuff, and I break it down to what their political tattoos mean about the zodiac calendar, and by the time I'm done in there, dude, there's a lot of dudes who are just like, whoa. Like they don't know what to think. I don't like to use the word converted, but I flat smacked a lot of dudes who are like, they righteously believe the earth is flat now, and I've tried to educate them as best I can to help if anything, help them make smarter decisions for their future, as far as like, because it directly affects everything, especially like if you're just like just ripping and roaring out there gangbanging or whatever. I would definitely hope it would definitely change the direction of your life in a better way, and if it doesn't, then I dust the dirt off my feet and I go to the next town and whatnot. But
Did you ask them?
A lot of comments.
Did you ask them how the Coriolis affects their bullets when they're doing a drive-by? If they thought about that?
I haven't, bro. I should have. Nah, I don't really get into the Coriolis effect too much, just because the only people I've really heard argue that are dudes who are like want to be like Marine, like I'm sure a legit Marine wouldn't even argue that, but like people who think they're like all like into the army and stuff like that will like argue that vehemently. Or some dude with like some stupid ass like thinks he got me with like, how do you not fall off? Like, well, why does the toilet flush in this direction in the southern hemisphere? I'm like, have you seen it? Have you seen it do that? Have you ever poured water in a certain direction and seen which way it goes? Like,
I'm down. I'm more down.
What I mean? Yeah.
Cornholios.
Yeah.
Cornholio effect.
Yeah.
Cornholios.
I love the Cornholio effect, bro. The four cornholios of the world. Yeah. I hope these dogs don't start barking. I'm about to go inside right now. These little rascals. Oh. Dude, I think a rat died in the wall somewhere in the kitchen. It's starting to smell like dead mouse in here. You know that smell? You know that smell when a rat dies in the walls and it takes about a month or two for the smell to go away?
Easy. Jeez, are you here? I see you in the live stream VC. Are you listening? Jeez,
Yeah, what's up? I'm here.
Hey, sure, man.
What's up?
What's your stance on the topic here?
What's the topic here?
What's the topic? Come on.
Oh,
Cosmology.
topic here? The topic here? Oh, my bad. Yeah. You know,
ball?
No, I'm not. No, of course it's flat.
What's up? Flat Earth.
My bad. Audio cut off. What'd you say?
How did you first get into flat Earth? What brought you to the flat Earth realization?
Oh, well, like, I saw the moon and how the moon is like, we see the same side every day.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you, bro. No disrespect, bro. I'm sorry. I was thinking
So-
about a joke I heard last week.
Is that like your best proof, like for yourself? That's like what really helped you realize it was flat, is by looking at the moon.
It made me question, like, because it's something you can really see and prove. Made me like, look into it further. Yeah.
What about, have you
So-
made any observations over water, for example?
Of course, at the beach, horizon is flat.
Oh, but did you
I'm
put
sorry.
the Earth curve into question? Did you use the Earth curve calculator and observe something at a set distance and put that to the test by any chance?
No, I haven't done that yet. But
Oh, I
yeah.
recommend that highly.
How
Yeah.
about this, bro? How about the most important question? Why would that many people go through that much trouble lying to us? I mean, if it would be easier to go to the moon than to fake the paperwork. I mean, are you some kind of conspiracy theorist or something?
Dude, that's the easiest question to answer.
Well, I'm asking him. I'm just wondering, like, why would they lie? How could that many people pull off that great of a lie? That alone would convince me that the Earth is a spinning ball. I don't know about you, but I'm just wondering how could they pull off a lie like that? Just playing devil's advocate with you, dog.
Santa Claus.
Dude, I honestly wonder, like, why did they lie though? Like, is it to make people not believe in God? Maybe.
Why would they lie though?
I think the motive for most lies are quite similar. Honestly, I mean, all lies are about control. Whether it be, even just a little white lie to your partner, for example, you want to control that situation, so you lie. It's just that's all lies are about, is to gain control over one person or a group of people.
But there couldn't be any type of financial gain or anything. It's not like they could make like $56 million or more a day, or like, what is it, $10,000 a second. There's no way they could possibly do that. So why the lie?
Yeah, but I think that monetary motive is secondary to the primary motive being control.
Well,
Oh,
the
absolutely.
answer's there.
I guess money is a lot of money is control. Same thing at the end.
I don't think people would make a lie that big for money though, bro, or anything. I don't think people could pull off a lie like that. Like, do you really think, Jesu, that they could pull off a lie like that? Like, do you really believe that?
No, man, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Come on.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're not a conspiracy theorist, right?
No, they're weird.
I rest my case.
It seems like if you don't understand abusive relationships and gaslighting, then you don't understand why a government or someone in power would want to control someone else's perceptions. So as long as they can keep humanity from realizing that we can trust our own perceptions, our sense of proprioception, that we're not moving, sense of sight, that the horizon is flat, our sense of touch, that there's not a 6,000 mile per hour wind blowing in our face at all times, we can trust that. If you have an abusive relationship with someone, try to torque their perceptions and get them to see and get them not to trust their own perception.
Dude, I'm in the worst abusive relationship. Jackie abuses me left and right all damn day. You have no idea. I'm about to join a battered men's shelter somewhere anonymously any day.
Left and right, day and night. You gotta see it to believe it. It's quite a sight.
Dude, she whips my ass in a leather versus pleather debate. You know what I mean?
Dude, chill.
I'm sorry. No disrespect. I had a beer and I'm acting stupid. I'm sorry. Just having a good time. I'm sorry. Especially to the female who just joined the chat. Much love to you and no disrespect whatsoever. I don't think there's anything funny about abusive relationship. Even if it's the woman abusing the man, like it's in my case, still nothing funny about it. Wasn't trying to make light of any situation. No disrespect.
And it's a great analogy.
Yeah,
Yes,
well said.
the relationship analogy. because I've definitely been there too. I've experienced that firsthand. So
Indeed.
Lois is on
We
the
all
menu.
have all been being told what to do for the last 2 years.
You know what's crazy is my girlfriend has the opposite of problem with that. Anytime I tell her what to do, she don't listen to nothing I say. I can't tell her nothing, man. It sucks, dude. You know, I used to feel like I had the pants in a relationship. Now, dude, sometimes I'd be sleeping in the car at night, dude. I can't even get a cigarette from her right now. Oh, it's tough times.
hey, I'll give you a cigarette, bro.
Please do. You got you menthol? That's all I smoke.
Yeah, I'll get a menthol. Yep. I just vape, but I'll get you. I'll buy you a whole pack, man. Sounds rough. I'm here for you.
I
If
can
you ever
get you.
need it.
I can get you back 65 cents on the dollar with my chick's EBT card, and that's my palabra, bro. That's my word. I'm good for my word, bro.
I already used my dead grandpa's EBT. I'm good on that.
Oh man, yeah, that's cool. I would think that before your grandpa passed away, though, they actually had the paper food stamps. Like I used to have to spend in the supermarket when I was little. Before they even had the EBT card, I bet you don't even remember those old paper food stamps. Huh? I'm taking it way back, early '80s, maybe even possibly early '90s.
Paper food stamps are up in value right now. It's actually 75 cents on the dollar. So,
especially if they're still attached to the booklet, bro. You know what I mean? And they don't have cocaine residue on them. Classic.
So like lately, there's been a lot of people coming in here unverified, and I'll go into the lobby and I'll like tag them and I'll be like, "Hey, go to the VC check-in." They usually just leave. Like they'll be out of here so quick.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's like they're scared. They don't want to talk. They just want to listen. They don't want to. They can't speak up because they'll get destroyed.
I think that what are the kids call it nowadays? Hit it and quit it or something. They just want it real fast and that's it. You know, they don't want to put the time into taking the time and getting to know it. They just want to smash and grab real quick. You know.
The smash and grab is really popular right now. Yeah. Among
What
the children.
What do the kids call that net flax in cool or something like that? Net snaps in chillac, or I can't remember what it's called, but it's something like that with popcorn and whatever and chill, whatever. Tenda.
Yeah, I think Tinder is where you get the invites to go to those things.
Okay.
Is there someone here who knows about flat Earth?
Oh no, we're all flat earthers here. I don't think there's anyone in here that's not a flat earther right now. There was one. I think I saw one person that might just be verified. This guy Jeezy, he's just verified, so like maybe he might be on the fence or something.
No, I know. I'm sure it's flat.
Oh, how long have you been a flat earther for, bro?
I think like since the pandemic. I don't really remember.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I'm thinking about a joke I heard 2 days ago.
I just am looking for tips for when you're talking to a glober.
Tips like
with regard to any particular argument.
Yes.
have
Well, I have the answer to the argument, but that's the problem. It really doesn't matter. I have two
Welcome to
people
Flat
that are
Earth.
stuck on. I've seen spherical planets through my telescope. You can't tell me that all the other planets are a sphere and we're not a sphere.
Are we looking up the sky to try and figure out what we're standing on? No, we're not. It measures flat.
It doesn't matter. Here's what I need help with: is it doesn't matter what I say. I even showed one of them David Weiss has this video of it's like 6 pinkish things up in the quote sky, and they look like spheres. I mean, you'd have to have never ever seen a painting or something or anything two-dimensional to not understand how something could look like a sphere and not be a sphere.
Oh, was it
But
the frame?
and he shows each one, like one's actually a cup, one is actually a flat disc that's shaded on one side. You know, none of them are, one I think is a sphere out of 6.
I don't
It
think
just doesn't matter.
Why does it
Doesn't
matter if they're
matter.
spheres or not?
Yeah, that's what I
Well,
was going to say. It doesn't really looking if even if they are spheres, that doesn't necessarily mean that what you're standing on is spherical. I mean, where's the connection there?
Well, if I had even getting that far with one of them, he was just like, you can't have everything Earth work in a certain way. Like a seed is kind of spherical, and then a flower comes
The
out.
classic
Everything
example.
I guess he was
Classic
thinking. I
example.
was saying it was like an LP or something.
Well,
a long
no.
play.
The one of the ones that was the usual response to this one is if the pool balls are round, does that make the pool table round or spherical?
Okay,
Right?
that's a good one.
Yeah, or another one, Sam, try this. Just point out to them the fact that as of this moment, not to say it would always be this way necessarily, but as of this moment, the sun, moon, and stars and wandering stars or planets, other luminaries with their own trajectories, the sun, moon, stars, and planets that we see in the sky all fall into the category of unverified lights in the sky. So just point that out to them, and then after you do that, ask them, why would you think that the things in the sky have anything to do with the ground? And typically, if you can get somewhere with that question, then you can get somewhere with that question. But if you can't get anywhere with that question, typically you can't get anywhere with those people.
Okay, then I'm not going to get anywhere because I tried that.
You may try to have them demonstrate how water can stick to or convex to a spinning ball. That might work.
But wait, but back onto that specifically, right? That is a non sequitur. It does not follow to assume that the things in the sky are representative of what you are standing on, like Orion was saying. But also, now I've lost my train of thought. But yeah, it is non sequitur.
Yeah, you have to ask.
That was the point that made this one friend. I don't even know if we're still friends. I mean, we're still friends, but walk away. Like, you're so stupid. I can't talk to you about anything because
that's what.
You need to ask for the logical syllogism that actually makes that assertion concrete. Like,
so he tried out of the goodness of his heart. He came back and he drew a cross on paper, cut it out, folded it up into a cube, and he was like, see, this is how the universe works. Everything that looks two-dimensional, everything that is three-dimensional, and you can unfold it into something two-dimensional. And I was like, dude, I'm not saying it's like a plate.
Piece of paper is not two-dimensional.
You should have also told him with that thing he cut out, he could actually make the symbol for what they hung Jesus on too and pray to it.
The best thing you could say to him when he does that with the paper again, says that to you, you should say to him, okay, that's lovely. Those are lovely words and all, but what you just said doesn't make the Earth not flat and doesn't prove the Earth is a ball.
Right, and the whole things in the sky are round, so why isn't Earth round? Right, and that's usually followed by, oh, well, what makes Earth so special? Right, well, that's an argument from incredulity to begin with, but also it's based on the presupposition that Earth is an object in a void or in a vacuum, like in a vast expanse, and that is yet to be proven.
Maybe take them away from the flat kind of talk because it puts them in like they go to
on that space is impossible.
Take him away from which line of thought?
Like thinking it's flat because they go to the Flat Earth Society's kind of picture of a flat disc, don't they? Just go for it's not a ball, not a globe. Like go for the not a globe kind of
Yeah.
defenses.
Right. It's the whole. That's right. It's the whole cosmology. It's the whole heliocentric cosmology that's in question, not just Earth.
Do you know about the black swan photograph and the argument that goes with it?
No, but it's funny because I saw a black swan yesterday. So tell me.
So the reason why I call it the black swan is that if someone presents the theory or makes the claim, if someone presents the claim that all swans are white, all you need to do is find one black swan to falsify that claim. All right, and so basically that's why we call this still from a video that is because all you need really is one falsification of the radius, and the radius is false everywhere. And so it's a photograph where at 1 foot observer height we can see the horizon clearly more than 10.2 miles away because it's pointing out over the California coastline. And you can see 2 oil rigs, and we know how far away the oil rigs are. The furthest one is 10.2 miles, and the horizon is clearly beyond it. But at 1 foot observer height, the horizon must be no further than 1.22 miles away. So since we can see the horizon clearly beyond 10 miles, that means it's 10 times further at least than it should be for the Earth to have a radius, for it to be a ball and have a radius of 3,959 miles. And so you can show them this photograph, and hopefully they can understand the logic behind it. And it's a great way to wake people up. I'll try to find it. Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, it'd be great if you could send that to me.
I just posted it at 6 past the hour.
Oh, thanks. I thought the fact that this one guy's dad was an engineer, and I just thought just the mere fact that we don't bend the bridges or the railroad tracks would be enough, but funnily enough, it's not. I think they go, well, the Earth is so big, you don't need. That's why they don't look bent.
Yeah, the train tracks is a really great one because whenever I ask the Globers for evidence for the globe, I actually go and describe something that's effectively a train track. Like ultimately speaking, I'd raise my hands up in the air and say, "Oh, yep, it's a ball. It's a ball." If they just did one simple thing, constructed with a rail, like a regular rail for train tracks, but not even 2. I don't need 2. Just 1 is fine. And save a little bit of money. Why not? And just put it together like you would a regular set of train tracks, but I'm talking about just one rail, and just make it 10 miles long and show where the Earth deviates from it 10 miles down the line. So you could, put a pathway that's paved and ride your bicycle or your skateboard or your longboard and just spend a few minutes or a couple hours just riding along it from one end to the other. You can do it in less than a day so easily. It's just 10 miles, and actually observe the curvature of the Earth yourself by having a straight line deviate up into space next to you. So that would be sufficient for me, but no one's ever built that because the Earth is flat.
Like you would need a special globe Earth level that nobody has?
Well, actually, people have built basically what I just described. It's just not recognized for what it is, but they have in many different structures, not just train tracks, but manufactured landscapes, especially the larger ones like built in China. That we have actual factory floors that are, damn near a mile long, if not further, and it's like, you can see from one side to the other. It's, there's a lot of large structures. It's just pretty much anything that we've built that's really, of a grand scale. It all demonstrates it. And there's no curvature put into any architecture plan.
Yeah. I would have thought that would get everyone, but it doesn't. So when do you wait? What's your experience, like your success rate? At what point in the acquaintanceship or in any given conversation do you bring it up?
How new are you to the subject, by the way?
Well, I've always known it was flat, but I never bothered trying to find reasons to explain why until last year. So no, I'm not a good one to argue with someone because I don't get the globe earth math, which I feel like you probably need to argue.
No, not really, but
the lack thereof.
the success rate is, I mean, basically you're going to think that most people would be interested because it's only the most interesting thing you could ever find out, right? but but that assumption we all make, and I'm surprised to this day that people I've tried to tell about it have just kept without wanting to know. And that's basically what you kind of have to ask first. Like, do you want to know? Would you want to know? Because if they don't want to know and they can be honest about that, then then most people will say they want to know even if they don't want to know. And that's a good way to lead into it. If they say they want to know, then they have to hear you out, right?
What do you ask? Do you want to know what? Do you want to know the truth, or do you want to know the shape of the earth?
If the earth isn't a spinning ball, would you want to know?
Right.
Because you're not arguing flat. You're just saying that there's impossibilities to the ball model. And then you do have to know the ball model to be able to point those out. You don't have to know all the math, but you do have to know the concepts and why it doesn't work. I just sent you a list of links, by the way, that stuff you can't find anymore. And that'll help with some of the basic stuff that might just give you like a lot of ammo. But yeah, it's kind of like one of those things.
To start with, do you know what hearsay is? Because I think just based on, I subtly brought up Tartaria with somebody yesterday without saying that's what it was. I realized everything he was saying to me was hearsay, but he doesn't even know it's hearsay. He just believes it's true because he heard it.
Yeah, some people are just going to be happier believing what the mainstream says. And, you kind of have to accept that. And that everyone has their time if they're inquisitive people. You kind of have to feel that out and test them. And then if they feel like you're not respecting them for not being inquisitive or not being interested in something, then they'll come to you.
Right.
Hey, can I ask you a question, man?
I'm just so pissed off from the last 2 years of lies. I'm ready to put a huge sign on the side of my fence.
Good on you.
May I ask you a question, ma'am?
Yeah, Sam, I am. Yeah.
Your actual name is Sam?
Yeah.
Probably Samantha. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just curious. Have you? I see you've gone to Ladies' Night a few times, right?
No, I just haven't turned off I haven't checked out because I'm afraid that I won't be able to get back in.
I was just curious. You don't have to. This is none of my business, but is your last name actual free, or is that a description of how you feel?
That's a description of my goals.
Okay. So first name legit. Your name is Sam, and then the next part would be the description of your goals.
Right.
I'm just curious. I'm just wondering.
Well, you gotta make it weird, man. Come on.
I'm not trying to make it weird at all. I'm just curious.
Just joking.
It's just the way my mind works. That's all. I'm not trying to. There's nothing implied by it. I'm just
asking good questions that a lot of flat earthers don't ask. Like, I wish I'd asked what she was asking a while back.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Have you talked to any of the females, not just on Ladies' Night, but any of the female flat earthers on this server before?
No, I listened to the Ladies' Night part of it once. It's too late for me. It's at 11 my time, and I go to bed with the sun.
Oh, are you on the other side of the world?
Switzerland.
Okay.
That's why I can't really put anything up on my house because they're very private. But that's probably why I want to do it more than ever.
You mean put anything up at your house? Do you mean like saying that you like a sign saying like repping the flat Earth to the way people put
Like
up
saying
other
the
signs like
Earth is flat or something. Like people are very private. You would never put a Trump sign in your yard or anything.
oh in Switzerland?
Yeah.
Nice. They have, what do they have there? I think it's once a year. What is it called? The not the Bilderberg, is it
The
what's that?
Davos thing?
What's it called again?
The Davos meeting?
Yeah, that's annually or biannually.
I think it's biannually. And you know how I know? I used to live pretty close to Davos.
Mm-hmm.
And twice a year, everybody, us normal, like, major headaches while they were meeting because they're busy pumping out some kind of radiation or radio wave that like makes it hard to function. Bizarre.
Interesting. If I'm going to ask you one question, would you describe yourself? This is going to sound weird, but how would you describe yourself as a person? Off or on?
Depends on the person's point of view.
Well, if you were just not even the description of what these words mean, if you were just to pick a word, would you pick the word off or would you pick the word on?
On. And now can I look at some Rorschach tests?
Hey, I have a question. Why did you refer to American politics when you said that people are very private here in Switzerland? They would never you would never put like a Trump sign in your yard or anything. That just seems like a weird way of describing it. You know, are you like just staying in Switzerland currently, or like I'm just confused?
I'm a refugee from California. I came here when the war started because I knew that Switzerland has a good history of being safe in the war, but not really working out.
You said you're a refugee from where?
California.
California.
Oh, California?
She came here from California. What you mean when this latest war started?
Yeah, March 2020.
Wait. California, United States, California?
Yeah, can't you tell I'm American from my accent?
Yeah, she sounds like she's American, totally. But as far as putting a Trump sign up there, they wouldn't put a Trump sign up there because they're not.
No,
not
but
American.
I just don't know the names of their fake politicians. I only know the name of the public lister.
Okay, that's
Did you grow up in California?
California and Chicago, Connecticut.
So what part of California did you live in?
Los Angeles.
What part of Los Angeles? It's a pretty big place.
I lived in Santa Monica for 18 years and Altadena for 2 years.
18 years in Santa Monica?
Yes.
He's not trying to stop
it's
you.
It's a really beautiful city. It is a really beautiful city.
Yeah, but it's full of Nazis now.
Is it? What part of Santa Monica did you live in? If you don't mind me asking, I love that area.
First I lived near the high school when it was kind of more of a normal semi-hippie town, and then I lived north of the more like the very last street on the north side.
So when you say there's high school, there's multiple high schools in Santa Monica.
Santa Monica High School.
Okay.
But okay, so you went to. So were you thinking there was going to be like some kind of like action in California that you were avoiding by going to Switzerland? Is that what you're saying?
No, I have a child, and there was action. They shut the school down that I was paying for, and they wanted me to keep paying.
Gotcha.
And it's a school that's the whole philosophy of the school is no media. And they were like, now get on the computer for class 6 hours a day. So I left.
Wow. Okay.
And they didn't
That's
have that
great.
in Switzerland.
No, the schools have been normal the whole time, except towards the end, they started tightening the screws a little bit. Like, oh, the 17-year-olds need to wear masks. It got all the way down to the 12 or 11-year-olds had to wear masks, you know, before everything was lifted.
You said you left California in March of 2020?
No, it took a while to extract myself. It was September 2020 that I left.
Oh, okay.
I may interject here. How do you like make it legit to be able to stay in a different country? Like, how does that work? Or...
I had an English husband.
I see.
That was the key. But now I'm like wanted by the police here because for not wearing a mask, and then I got locked in a store for not wearing a mask. So I pulled out my Swiss Army knife and just held it down by my leg and said, I'm prepared to defend myself, and walked out and got beaten up. And then I pressed charges on the guy who beat me up. And
Wait, who beat you up? A cop?
no, an employee of the store.
Beat you up?
Yeah, he was like, what is it in English? 6'3" tall. He had a Harley Davidson vest on. And he just took me by the arm and whipped me around. I'm not big, I'm tiny. And he just whipped me back into the store.
Whoa.
And I was all covered in bruises and I couldn't move my arm for weeks.
And you're one up to you, and you're one for that?
Yep.
Wait, now you got arrested then, but that right then and there? Or?
No, I did get out actually with the power of my tiny Swiss Army knife, because that big guy left, leaving only a small gay guy who got scared of the knife, the tiny 2-inch knife down by my leg. So glad I don't need to be PC here. But it's my fault because I pressed charges against the guy who assaulted me. I didn't press charges. I went to the police. And so now they're like after me for, oh, you don't have a Swiss exemption. You have an American exemption. That's no good here. And then the other employees are saying I waved the knife around and threatened them with a knife, which isn't true, but
Which
allowed
store
back
was
in
it
the
at?
store, so I can't see if they have video cameras or not.
Which store was that at?
It was the local organic store, of course. That's where all the worst Nazis are.
Oh my God! So it was like it was like worse to go there when you were trying to avoid all the bullshit
Because I
here, and
made
you ended up.
$12,000 in California suing stores for not giving me service for not wearing a mask.
Really good. Good for you.
Yeah.
What stores did you do? What's the biggest one?
Actually, they were all just small store. At first, I was like, I'm not going to do the small stores. And they're such jerks. I had to. It was like a small cafe, a small bakery. There's one chain.
What was the name of one of them? I mean, I'm really familiar with Santa Monica. I only live about 45 minutes from there. I've lived here my whole life.
Yeah, it was in 3 were in Altadena and 1 was in downtown LA.
What was the name of the store?
Altadena, I think it's called Altadena Cafe. No, unincorporated, that cafe. That was the first one. Seed Bakery. Then Paris Baguette, downtown. They're Korean. Of course.
Wait, so you were able to sue them and win for the mask thing?
Yes, it's discrimination.
Wow.
You have to have an exemption. But I did have one.
Oh, you?
Where did you get the exemption
For
from?
asthma?
Yes, exactly.
For
Where
asthma?
did you get it? Online though? The exemption?
No, I actually, right at the beginning, I got it because I had a friend who's an osteopath, but I don't know if I still could get one because doctors don't want to put themselves on the line now.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to get one.
So they're even harsher over there than wait. So now they're going to try to they put a warrant out for your arrest to try to get you out of the country because you don't have the right papers to be
They
there now
don't
or
have a
something.
warrant out for my arrest, but I'm still waiting to find out. I had a hearing, which was one of the worst experiences of my life. Just meeting with a bunch of police bullies, and then then they decide whether to prosecute or not. So I'm kind of in limbo, waiting on that. But meanwhile, they are like, hey, your driver's license is expiring and we know it next week, like that kind of stuff. Like it's like a surveillance situation.
Oh, shit. How long have you been there?
A year and almost a little more than a year and a half.
And as far as your son goes, is he able to go to school without a mask and all that, or did that end up being a backfire too?
No, it's a daughter and she doesn't want to leave. She loves school so much. It's kind of a bummer.
So you're planning on coming back?
Thinking Florida.
Mm.
Can I ask you another question if you don't mind? You ask any of these flat earthers, I'm a crazy person and I say weird stuff. So don't take any offense to anything I say. I just have another question. You're a what person? For you, if you don't mind.
You're a what person?
No,
Your mic's pretty weird right now. It's hard to hear you.
Hold on.
Can you hear me better?
Said he's crazy.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just gonna say I ask a lot of really weird, random questions. Any of these guys will say he's crazy. He doesn't, he just. But I just have another question for you. So 2 words, not the meaning of the word, but which word would you choose? Would you choose the word Eastern, or would you choose the word daughter?
What are you? I feel like I'm taking a cosmopolitan personality test.
No offense by it. Said before.
At the end, you're gonna be like, you prefer black men under 6 feet tall.
No, nothing like that. I'm just curious. We don't have females come on very often, and in no way, shape, or form am I trying to be derogatory in any way, shape, or form. I have the utmost respect for females. I've been in a relationship for 7 years. I'm just curious what word you would choose, not because of the meaning, but simply just whatever comes to your mind first. Would you choose the word daughter or Eastern?
But that's a weird question because they have no relation to each other.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just curious. Which one would you pick? Just off the top of your head.
Of course, she's gonna pick daughter. She has a daughter. Why would she not pick daughter?
Yeah, and yesterday was Mother's Day. I can't separate them. They are both Germanic words.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring anything like mother or daughter. How about this one? Would you pick the word
relentless?
Would you pick the word job? Would you pick the word job or the word star?
Star.
Who likes job? Hey, this guy's really funny, actually, Sam. You should check out his channel. He's got a lot of funny songs and cool content.
Conrad, is it?
No, it's Latter-day Saints. I'll post a link. I'll send you a link of his channel.
Okay.
But that's interesting. So now you have a hearing, but are you going to still try to get your case with the guy that abused you? Is that still
I'm trying to I have a friend who knows the owner of the store, and I'm trying. Well, he's encouraging me to try to do a mediation situation. It's a really bizarre country in this way. Like, first of all, nobody would attack you in America because we sue, we have guns, And it was actually the 9th time I had been assaulted, but only two of the last 2 were pretty bad. The first time I just couldn't believe it. Someone just came and punched me in the arm for not wearing a mask. I'm like, what?
Really? Wow. That's worse than here.
Yeah, it's way worse.
Crazy.
But then on the other hand, nobody bothered me in the stores. These were all random, I'm doing, usually older people, doing their good deed as a citizen police,
Has it let up there as like it has here?
There's nothing. There hasn't been anything here since February.
Okay.
But there's still paranoia about if you're not vaccinated among not very many people, but it's still there.
And they're okay with your kid going to school without the V?
Oh, yeah, totally. But there are people, she was really upset with me that everybody found out that she didn't have it and neither did I. And now it's going to affect like who will be near her, not really in her class, but
They're not making her get tested, are they?
Psychosis is my point.
Are they making her get tested?
No, there's never been any of that.
Oh, good. Don't let her get tested. I wouldn't even do the test because
no.
Test is scary on its own.
We're on shaky ground here. We can't have anything come across as medical advice or such.
Yeah. Anyway, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I have the PDFs already.
Just speaking about standardized, when the standardized school testing stuff. Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about.
Right.
Yes, right. Yeah, we don't do that either.
But back to flat Earth. What questions do you have? What other questions do you have? Like just who is this person, by the way, that you're trying to talk to about it?
Well, there's two of them. One I've completely given up on because he's totally awake, right? And then he switched to saying that I'm just an attention-getting crazy person trying to get attention by saying the Earth is flat. And his argument was, I can see spheres through my telescope. The other man, also totally awake, is a biodynamic farmer. That's like the ultimate in farming. It's beyond organic. So that he's harder to convince because he believes he's seen the curve of the Earth from the top of an Alp.
Okay. Have you tried to show any videos to these guys? Like, have you ever heard of 200 Proofs by Eric, the classic original?
The problem is, I mean, they do watch a lot of documentaries and stuff, but the problem is he got it's not really worth losing the friendship because I really love his wife.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. You should just back off.
It was kind of like I tapped into some religious zealot type bone.
Yeah,
it was weird.
It's amazing. It's amazing, and they think they're just they think it's science. It's the craziest trick ever. And there's a lot of answers that the globe model has that you wouldn't expect they would have. So you really have to kind of figure out all the answers that they have and figure out why they don't work. And then there's a lot of details to it.
All right. Can you give me an answer for this one then? Because I tend to blurt stuff out anyway. So I'm just not, I'm here partly, I realize now, I have to get this out of my system or I'm not going to have any friends. But my neighbor has this really cool compass, wooden box, and then you open it and it's, there's a string between the top of the box and the bottom of the box. It's a very small box. And the string is the dial of a sundial. And it's a compass that tells the time, when you face north. And I stupidly, I mean, he's a Waldorf Steiner person. So it already does sort people out into more of an open mind, right?
Right.
And I was like, that's so weird. How do you think this is telling us the exact time how fast are we spinning around? And he just like blinked for a little bit. I'm like, because it's so weird. This line isn't moving and it's just telling us the time. And silence. And then I should have left it like that for another day. And then I was like, yeah, because we're not moving.
Right. Right.
But he is a physicist, so he is going to come back with blah blah blah, hearsay. So what do you think he's going to come back with? So that
what did you say?
I said, why is this shadow on the sundial not moving? Like how can we see what time it is on the sundial if we're spinning around?
Right. Well, I just watched a video last night that I'll send you, and then there's a whole series that goes with it. But in this video that I'll send you, they talk about how they used to set their clocks to the sundial, or used to gather around the sundial, and they could set their clocks, and then they noticed that the sundial was off in many different places, and it wasn't really as consistent as the time that they were setting after they started using like clocks. And there's a whole thing about that this video goes into.
Because actually the sundial was off by an hour.
There you go.
Or maybe another question: why is it called sundial and not earth dial?
Yeah, sundials definitely don't work on a globe, but it's complicated to be able to explain to someone.
Well, how would you? Is the video going to explain it?
It will do a good job. There's a whole. Have you ever heard of Ewar Anand?
I have.
Have you watched the videos at all?
Yes.
There's a new series or a new set of them that have come out recently that in one of them he goes into that. I'll just send you that one directly, and then you know where to find the rest.
Okay.
Hey, Sam.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
How old's your daughter? Just out of curiosity. You said you took her out of the school because of what they're having her do.
She's 14.
Does she have a job?
I don't want to answer questions about.
No,
but I do have something else to say.
Maybe don't go personal. We're going flat Earth with Sam right now.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So last time this is my second ever, whatever you call this, live chat.
Hangout. Live stream. Yeah.
And the first one was late last week when I joined. And I said, so sadly, I don't think maybe anyone except one, I only recognized two of the faces. But I was mentioning that I woke up and I realized that the spire on all the churches around here, that it must have the same root as respire and inspire. It must have to do with breath and possibly like breathing in the plasma to make free energy. And the response I got was not very pleasant, and I realized the next morning that it was a complete globe Earth response.
I know who responded to you.
Yeah, and he was like, "How dare you trust your own?" Trust what's so obvious, spire, inspire, respire. Like, it's obvious. It's the same word, spirit.
Yeah.
And not trust what I found here on Google, which is spire means spike. I just realized it's the same thing that globe earthers do to flat earthers.
Yeah, he's very into etymology of words, and he's a stickler for it, so he can be quite
But he was wrong. You can, whatever website he was using, if you just look on a different website, you get the obvious answer, which is it's the same word.
Yeah, I remember that conversation. I didn't weigh in on that one. Yeah.
You did or you didn't?
I did remember, but I didn't kind of want to weigh in on that because I don't think you can argue with him about things like that.
Okay, good to know. I like your name, Laddie. That's funny.
Nice one.
Okay, I have to go clean up the sourdough starter that broke on the floor. Thanks for your help. I'll check out the links.
Did she just click off?
No, I haven't. I'm waiting for someone else to say goodbye because I'm not going to be rude.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Goodbye.
Take care. Come back and
Okay,
ask
thanks, you guys.
Ask as many
Bye.
questions.
Wait, let me ask one question. If I hang up the red phone where it says disconnect, am I still going to be able to see the links everyone just sent? Posted?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. Bye.
No, you
Bye.
hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up.
No, you hang up.
Good morning, family.
Hey,
Did she hang up?
Yeah, she's gone.
Hey, get
Flatty.
Yeah,
Flatty.
man.
You guys.
Flatty, you actually listened to her talking last time, you said?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Okay, how long did she talk for last time?
not long because she kind of came in like that, asking questions and stuff, very polite, and
so that was her first time, the last time ever to be on Flat Earth Discord, correct?
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. You do you realize the questions I was asking her?
Overall,
I didn't catch them all, so I don't know. I just.
Oh, I mean, I don't mean to be a naysayer and everything, but would you agree that people come in here strictly to waste of time or possibly say buzzwords that can, not benefit this channel in certain ways, right? And I'm not saying
Yeah.
she did any of that, but bro, so the first question I asked her, because none of her story made any sense, right? The first question I asked her, I said, pick a word, off or on. Not the meaning of it, just first word that pops in your head, right? And immediately she said on, right? Well, look at her name, bro. Look at what her name is. Sam Free, right?
Free on.
No. Freemason, bro.
All right.
And that's
Oh,
why
I
I
did
was asking her questions. I said, daughter or Easter, or I said job or star, right? Because the things that she said didn't add up for anything, bro. And I'm not, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but like I've seen so many people come on here who they put these things in the titles of their names, but their stories don't add up to anything. The things she said about suing this and like pulling her Swiss Army knife out on I mean, like, I've been in a lot of court of laws, and I'm just a really inquisitive person. And like, dude, I could be totally wrong, and you guys could be like, dude, you're such a dick. Like the things you were asking and everything, but like, I mean, bro, her name is Sam Free, and maybe it's a coincidence she picked the word on, right? But the questions I asked her about Santa Monica, I grew up 45 minutes from there, didn't make any sense. She sued 3 markets for 12 grand. She pulled us like, dude, bro, her story held it held absolutely no water whatsoever, bro. You see what I'm saying, though? And maybe I'm just being a jerk, bro. But I've seen these people are
I
clever
see
with words, bro.
it because I've been paying very, very close attention to the things that the new people have been saying when they come in here lately. And honestly, I don't think there's like more than like 2 actual genuine people, if that have came in the past 2 weeks. There's been a shit ton of new people, but they're like following a script. They're making up stories, and they're trying to infiltrate, dude. I'm not paranoid. I'm not a coincidence theorist. This shit's been happening in a pattern. It's fucking weird, man. It's fucking weird.
I mean, the name though, the name was the kicker for me right there. The name right there, bro. Like they love putting the names in, dude. I deciphered names. I'm not saying like I'm right or wrong, but I mean like, dude, the name right there, Sam Free on, and then like she left California for the Nazi. Like, dude, her story you know what I mean, bro? That story, dude. No, I don't think any of us believe her story, bro. I really don't.
I know they're listening too, and there's some things that I've been noticing too that I don't want to say because, like, I feel like I know what they're like planning to do, but like I don't know how to bring it up.
Her story was consistent from last time, though. She mentioned moving from California to Switzerland, daughter.
That kind of a voice thinking here. Sorry to interrupt you.
Sorry, man.
Can we hop in the chill chat? Just want to run like something by you quick and see what you think.
Yeah, man.
By me or him?
All
you
of us.
too. Can happen. I know you're legit, so.
Yeah. Is anybody else still on the live Discord right now?
There's plenty of people in here.
Okay. I'm driving, so I can't jump in the private thing. I didn't hear if he invited me or not. I don't know. If any of you guys think I was out of line by what I said or anything, let me know. You know.
I mean, you're doing your own investigation, so I would say do it a little bit more low key. I would say gather more information until you're more certain about the story.
Yeah.
I would say she didn't come across that way as you describe her to me anyway. So I heard her last time as well.
Okay.
When she was here, and
I
would say gather more information, then you make up your mind. It's a bit bitsy in here and there, and it's just not consistent, I would say. But as you said, it's not consistent as the first time as you heard it today. So I understand what you mean. So, but yeah, I think give it a little more time, then you'll probably figure it out better.
Yeah. Just okay. How about this then? Let's do the math. If she was telling the truth about the numbers, let's do the math, right? Her daughter was in high school in 2020, right? And she moved to Switzerland to have a better experience for her daughter's high school. And we're talking like 2 years later, and her daughter's 14 now. So her daughter was 12 and a half when she was in Santa Monica High School. I mean, I guess that's possible. I don't know, You see what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. I've dealt with a lot of these people, and when I say these people, you could take that however you want. But like, bro, I just feel like when somebody comes in, they feel like what they can do. Can they waste somebody's time? Can they throw buzzwords around? Can they, like, whatever it is, bro? It's counterproductive, I believe, but in a way, it sharpens us too. You know what I mean? And if I'm wrong and she's listening, dude, humiliate me, please. I'm begging for her. Or if any flat earthers think that I was out of line, dude, put me in my place, because I deserve to be flat smacked, bro. I'm not above any of it, but I'm hip to these things, dude. And that's all I'm saying. And, I like to call bullshit, and who am I? I'm nobody, bro. So, you know what I mean? That's all I'm saying, bro.
I hear you, man. Just give it some more time, I would say. Otherwise, it makes it look like you're jumping ropes,
Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, I feel you.
I understand your I understand your thinking. Like it's cool. It's not that bad, but
Yeah,
you're pointing out some interesting details there. But like I said, we need more information. That was pretty vague of her background.
Dude. Yeah, to say the least, bro. I mean, let's say she was legit and she wanted to know about flat Earth and stuff like that. She answered your question about the gentleman's name where you were talking about. What's his name again? About the videos. I can't pronounce his name. Ligwer. He does the videos about the construction of buildings being electrical conductors. Yeah. She almost answered the yes to your question before you even said, like, pretty damn fast, bro. And I've watched many of his videos, and it would take me a second to get the name and be like, oh yeah, that was his video. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, that was the least of it, bro. I don't know. Even if she was, who am I to say anything, bro? Anyway, I rest my case. I don't know. I guess it was pretty believable that she pulled out the Swiss Army knife on that 6'3" guy. You know what I mean? And they held her in the store. That was pretty believable, I guess.
Pick the most bizarre thing to believe in.
Oh man.
I'm just messing with you, brother.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't hear exactly what you said. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, I said you picked the most bizarre thing to believe in. Not getting attacked with their knife or whatever you said.
Yeah, bro. I mean, dude. Oh my gosh. You know, where in Santa Monica did you live? Oh, the very north end of the street. Like, what high school? You know, there's more than one high school in Santa Monica. And if your daughter was 12 and a half at the oldest when she was in Santa Monica High School when you took her out, she was one gifted, smart student. But, you know, I'm just saying, though.
I think I was in like 7th or 8th grade when I was 12.
Yeah, she said Santa Monica High School, though.
Yeah, I know. I heard her.
Yeah. But you know what? It's perfectly normal for a parent to accidentally forget that their son or their daughter was in junior high instead of high school. I mean, I'm sure that's perfectly normal. You know. You know, when I first met my girlfriend, she couldn't even remember the names of her kids. You know, let alone their gender. So yeah, I guess that's pretty normal, right? Right.
Wait, hold on. Didn't she say she just lived next to the high school, or she said she sent her daughter there?
You know, so she said she said she left. What she called it first was California, and I was like, that's why I asked her twice, like, what do you call it? And then she referred to it as California. You know, I don't want to say the word, but it starts with the area she's describing, Santa Monica. I mean, I haven't lived in Santa Monica, but I've lived my whole life about 45 minutes from there, and that's the last place I'd ever describe that place, right? And Santa Monica, out of every place in LA, was probably the most lenient, non-pushing those things on your face when this thing first started, especially at like health food stores and stuff. So for somebody to lock her in a store and physically punch her, I mean, dude, bro, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if it was
I didn't believe the grocery store part, but like I'm just saying, like I'm pretty sure she said like she just sent her daughter next to, like she just like lived next to the high school or something like that.
Yeah, no. I asked her what high school that she had. I mean, I may be wrong, and maybe she misheard me or something, but I asked her specifically which high school in Santa Monica, because she said this. She said the high school in Santa Monica. I said, which one? And she goes, "Oh, SMHO," or she says something like that, right? And I go, "Oh, well, where in Santa Monica do you live?" And then she goes, "Oh, you know, the very north end, one of the very last streets." And then that's why. And then she goes, I sued 3 stores there and got $12,000 for, because of this. And I'm like, really? Do you know those lawsuits? You wouldn't have even gotten any money off those lawsuits yet, even if you had a legit cause and everything. I mean, you still wouldn't have gotten the money, right? So, and then how did you have an exemption that quickly already, from where? Because at the time it was like groundbreaking that Peggy Hall was even coming out with the exemptions, and she didn't even start coming out with them till like really, hard till like after the period of what she's describing, right? So, I mean, like, bro, I mean, just the story she was lying about almost everything she said, and that's why I asked those questions, because the questions I asked were very specific Freemasonic questions that if she knew what I was asking her without me fronting her off, then she would politely and quickly dip out, because she knows that I know what's up. And I'd say she kind of did that, bro. But I'm not saying it's because of anything I said or did. But I mean, like, you know, bro, they love. I don't know. I mean, you could just think I'm crazy or whatever, but I mean, like, I don't like somebody sitting there and just blatantly bullshitting me and pretending that they're telling the truth, especially playing the whole, like, you know, I'm just asking these questions about, like, I want to know about what things would you say about flat Earth. That's why I kind of, like, chuckle, is just because, like, the things that people say, it's just, I don't know, they come in, it's just not believable, bro. A lot of them, like, you know, and I could be wrong most of the time. You know, I haven't been doing this on this Discord even probably half as long as most of these OGs who are on here right now. But you guys know what I'm saying, and a lot of you guys will put up with it a lot longer. And I give you my hats off to you guys because you know, you really guys, you guys have good hearts and you give these people the benefit of the doubt. And sometimes I even think that you may suspect that they're lying, but you're like, you know what, maybe I'll say something to get through, or you're polishing it off or whatever. And my hat's off to you because you have more patience than me. Whereas, like, right away, I would like to separate the wheat from the tares right away. And you know what? Maybe that's wrong because maybe they have a malicious intent or intent to waste the time in the beginning. And maybe something somebody says actually sparks that. I've yet to see that, but who am I to say that that's not right? So, you know, if I was out of line or do get out of line with people, do just let me know and I'll shut the hell up. I just don't like people wasting other people's time, especially with that. I wouldn't say malicious intent, but if your intent is to waste time or to try to get somebody to say buzzwords that kill the channel or stuff like, or, you know, stuff like that, or for whatever reason, I don't like that. I'm not cool with that kind of stuff at all. So that's just me. I think I've said about 1,000 words too many. So
No, yeah, I think you're right. Honestly, now that you explained it, yeah, you're definitely right. Honestly, like, I feel bad. Like, they sent the links to her. What if she, like, gets them removed?
Well, I mean, she didn't even need to do what she did to get the links. You know, those links are no secret or anything like that. To me, it would be more like something like where either A, you know, that's why I asked her the questions about her daughter and her job and the Eastern Star, because, like, if you're a female Freemason, you're probably going to be belong to, like, Job's Daughters or Eastern Star. There's like one or two other.
Yeah.
That's why I asked those questions. That's why I said, like, pick a word, off or on, not the meaning of it, but what quickly comes to your mind. And she automatically says on. Well, her name is Sam Free. You know they love mixing these things. I'm like, Sam Free on Freemason, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right away, like, I looked at her name right away and I was like, okay, that's strange. And then it said ladies night verified. So I was like, okay, what females have you talked to? None. Well, I mean, like, okay, that's cool. Maybe you prefer talking to men, but you come right off away saying, like, you don't know what it's like to be in an abusive relationship. Well, I mean, like, I feel for you, girl, but maybe you might want to talk to a female about this. Not saying there's anything wrong with talking to a man about it, but, like, you're, I don't know. You know what I'm saying, bro. You feel me, dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and, like, so, I mean, I've seen him send in a lot of different, like, all walks and genders and socioeconomical and accents, and it quite often they'll send one right after the other, or, like, almost at the same time too. Completely, you know what I mean? Like, this woman appeared to be of, like almost of an Oriental descent in her picture, but she had snow behind her in her picture. She said she lived almost 15 years in California, but now she lives in. And then the thing about, you know, the Davies, and then they send the radio signals out, and, like, I don't know, bro. I mean, like, and then the name and everything. Well, whatever. You know what I mean, bro. I just, like, I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't even know why I care so much. Sometimes I do, you know, I do care
It's
because,
good. Someone needs to care. Someone
you
needs to
know,
get the job done.
yeah. I mean, if this Discord one day it was, before it was here, it wasn't here, and one day it won't be here. One day the internet won't be here, but the earth we live on will. I love flat earth, and I just love like anything that represents it. And sometimes I might not represent it the best, but I'll tell you what, dude, like I would die for this where I live, and I love it so much that like that you know, like I take it really seriously, even though sometimes it seems like I play around. Like I shed tears for this. Like I get frustrated talking to people. I've cried with people I don't even know. I've shed tears of joy when I feel like I've gotten through. Like some of the happiest times of my life is when my best friend, his sons used to laugh at first when I talked about flat earth. And then within a year of talking about it, they were asking me for Latter-day Saints hats, and like they wanted a flat earth hat, and like talking to their teachers about it. And like, dude, that shit made me cry, bro. And they actually like look up to me, and like they think if flat earth is cool now, as whereas before they thought it was like weird, and like just stuff like that, dude. Like I love that, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. Like, I got one of my friends to believe in flat Earth, or at least question it. It was pretty cool. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
he just feels like he has a purpose now too. He's like, he's like, oh, I don't know
yeah,
why I'm here. But
dude.
yeah,
I've
I'm
I've
still
I've
pretty new
lost.
into it. I don't know.
Wait, repeat that. I'm sorry, bro.
I said, yeah, I'm still like pretty new into it as well. That's why like I can't say much on this subject. Like, 'cause I haven't done my research, to be honest.
Are you still here, Flatty? I think he dipped out.
Okay.
Hey, I'll be right back with you, bro. All right.
All right.
Just a reminder to any of you ballers, believers out there on the live stream, that one proof of curvature is better than no proof of curvature.
Conrad, Conrad, are you the only one in here right now?
Yeah, I was silent. I was just talking to the live stream.
Okay. Yeah. If you don't mind, I'll play something if you want. I'll
No,
play.
go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm out.
Oh, okay. All right, brother. Have a good night.
Like, why, when you got one case for like why would they lie, that's my thing, is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, you know, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What should go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary like coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact, a life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. How can I help it, bro? Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
smoked pot twice and it gave me COVID. And I hotboxed the house and my brain reloaded. Yo, shot goes out to plain decoded. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids all across the land. This is the flat today, Stephen COVID Hawking Band. Me and Stephen, believe me, we got this man. I'm never sitting shiver, and he's not gonna stand. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment in space-time that you've all been waiting for. I'd like to introduce a special ed guest we have here this evening. Joining us tonight, playing on the sarah flute and the grand piano. Please stand up and put your hands together if they still work. Without further ado, for flat today, Stephen and the COVID Hawking Band. I'll shut the light and let it go free, and I can't be quiet, you already know me. But to survive AI, gotta be low-key, still let it shine. Just keep the low beams on at all times so they don't close me down at night like a ball with no drinks. We do an AA meeting just to shatter their faith. Saturday saints walking barefoot while you stay masking your face till eventually all your masculinity breaks down like solid waste drains into a lake. And if you're still sipping lattes, the astronauts make you couldn't stomach the fact that NASA's fake. Critics say my rap sucks like the vacuum of space. Adjacent to Amy's gas, pressure debates. And if the jab was medicine, you was pressure to take. The these scabs are shedding wherever they lay like Apollo 11's confetti parade. Build a wall if you want to make America great, or just pay Bill Gates to build a gate. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. These mask talks get so exasperated, follow me around Target, asking, hey, did I want to put a mask on, cause that's what they did. So if all your friends got vaccinated, like 100%, yeah, gladly take it. Well, I'm a son of a bitch, handsome maybe, you loving the piss, that today becomes somehow decaffeinated. The astronauts have on the spaceship, ready to drink by tomorrow. How amazing! By now I'm wow, and the crowd and the ladies all get aroused. When I talk about space, pennies falling on the ground when I'm on a debate, till eventually they want to slap me in the face. Liberation warp speed, I don't need any brakes. Until the wheels fall off, I don't feel any shakes. This airplane spray is peeling the paint. Everything you were taught, not's real as fake. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a standing ovation. Let's hear it again for Flatterday Saint. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me. Big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me. A big waste of time they get paid to be. If you need medicine just to live, then you're living on the medicine they love to give. Your freedom is something that they love to strip. Try breathing through a mask when it's 110 degrees outside. It's a shovel and shit. Well, that's astronauts are smuggling kids. No wonder why Greg says I'm a son of a bitch, cause I never forget about these events. If you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. Get hungry enough and you'll be jumping ship. Justify it by saying, no, it's just a chip. Only thing I don't trust is the government. Doctor's office is ground zero for a kid. No wonder why Craig says I'm a piece of shit, cause I never forget to speak at these events. And if you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. I get awfully nauseous when I'm nearest a ranch. I'm a Baraka, and I'm nearly unhinged. These buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show. So until next time, can I have another round of applause for the Flatterday Stephen COVID Hawking Band? Everybody, please stand. Everybody except Stephen. He may stay seated. I hope that doesn't get deleted. Play this song or repeat it. Yo, Steve Grant, let's do that. Diet woke too. I'm the man for the job, homie. Flatterday Saints, aka Flat Nasty. This has been the Flatterday Saints show. Yes, it has.
I don't believe that man went to the moon. The deadly radiation would have guaranteed their doom. They've never tried to go back, the elephant's in the room. I don't believe that man went to the moon. On 7-7 drills were underway. At each of the locations, the bombs went off that day. A man called Peter Power announced with some dismay. On 7-7 drills were underway. I feel a sense of positivity, a different way to view reality. The truth is that it starts with you and me. And we can make it happen if we come together. On 9/11 drills were underway that mirrored what unfolded in the skies that very day. They blamed it on Bin Laden, who was nearly in his grave. On 9/11 drills were underway. The time has come for us to make a choice. It started with a solitary voice, but now it's a cacophony of noise, and growing by the day, because it's now or never. I don't believe that man went to the moon. The deadly radiation would have guaranteed their doom. They've never tried to go back, the elephant's in the room. I don't believe that man went to the moon.
I know lots of things.
Yeah. I do not care about your raps. I do not care about this track. I do not care. I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash. Take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it. You must have your ear to the cash. Itching, I'm itching a spaz. I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times they form in the line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining, but how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they be living all so divided, with all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your Tasya secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet, cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images, yeah, thanking your highnesses, for paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get hurt, him you need that. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
Felix, disconnect the oxygen hose.
Roger. I just listened to your new record. It would be better if you gave me nothing at all. You're out about astronauts drinking their own piss. I can't tell this crap. Change the lyrics.
I bet you guys didn't know this, but NASA be recycling their piss water and be using it to drink your coffee with, yo. The earth is whatever you say it is, and if it wasn't, then it's just a lie you say to kids. 50 million every day is what they say they get. Sipping coffee that's made from piss. When it comes to flat earth, you can peep my credentials. When it comes to these rhymes, I'm keeping it simple. Couldn't find my purple crystal, I'm eating my pencil. All the helio debating, hating channels I've been through. But Craig from Fight the Flat Earth Saints, I defend you. Till the globe stops spinning, you're my very best friend too. I love how you set me straight after I bench you. Every time you try blocking every comment I sent you. About Floyd the landlord, that you pay rent to. I'm the first voice you heard after the concussion you went through. Got a new globe right here that I can lend you. And I know you got the last 2 letters I sent you. Wrote your address in my own blood when I went to. Dropped them off at the local UPS office. And you know I'll go postal if somebody lost him. This is no joke, like an explosion in Boston. I was banging Hoover Crip when you were straight out of Compton. You're like my heroin when I'm using Suboxone. Chomping on a mouthful of food when I'm talking. You couldn't bluff me and you folded to Austin. I'm like that COVID in your lungs that you've been coughing. Level means curve was the nail in your coffin. It's obvious to all of us just who your God is. Yeah, NASA, that's who your God is. Whatever you say it is. And if it wasn't, then it's just a lie you say to the kids. 50 million every day is what they say they get. While sipping on coffee that's made from piss. The earth is whatever you say it is. And if it wasn't, then it's just a lie you say to the kids. 50 million every day is what they say they get. While sipping on coffee that's made from piss. Sometimes my rhymes can be crazy and stupid, but I'm doing my part if they make you see through it. Opposite what government agencies do, making kids put on masks when they go to school, and all of the parents getting played for a fool. They said 1 at first, now they say 2. Pretty soon it'll be 3 and then 6 and then 10. So I'm taking this paper, this pencil and pen, writing these raps to instrumentals and then posting them on your space face page and YouTube to listen to them while you're sipping on yoo-hoo. While astronauts are all sipping on poo-poo and pee-pee and ha-ha and ho-ho and hee-hee. L to the O-L-O to the N-G.
I met Flat Nasty once and he seems so friendly, but his rhymes are so blunt and they can be cringy.
Send me a friend request and then you unfriend me. I get no respect sometimes and it hurts. Sometimes it feels like I'm climbing in dirt that's all grimy and burnt from the Thomas fire. At the fire camp I told them that I'm not for hire, so I'm flying higher than a bird on a wire. Speaking of wires, Mark Helms is a liar, and Gabby got shot and she almost died. When will any of you stop to open your eyes and realize the globe is just a disguise? The earth is whatever you say it is, and if it wasn't, then it's just a lie you say to kids. 50 million every day is what they say they get, while sipping on coffee that's made from piss. Yo, I'm taking this pencil and raping your mental, spoon feeding you lyrics till you taste the utensil. Without further ado, with no haste, I present you the actual proof where the space station went to. If I'm speaking the truth when I say I intend to, with no innuendos, I'll blow me a Nintendo straight out the water and use the slaughter. This ain't Friday by Ice Cube, cause Tuesday's tomorrow. And anything you choose to say will be slaughtered. I'm the opposite of Arctic and of slaughter. The freeze-dried, refried beans in my water. As above, so below. Yo, call me a doctor. On top, but I'm dropping back to the bottom so I can pull you down with me. You don't want to hit me. My mind at times can be hopeless and empty. Go against me, I hope you choke on a 10-speed. Bicycles, tricycles, lunar cycles intensely. Intensify what is in me like a my pen speech. I've tried to be friendly, but your lies, they offend me. Sometimes it seems like my rhymes have no ending, so I'm ending this rhyme with lines you've been bending. And if level means curve, then my rhymes are all trending on Craig's little channel where all your friends be. So call me anything, any name that you wanna. At the end of the day, it's just crazy persona. Who knows, one day I just may make you daughter. My baby's mama start calling you new father in law, that is. Craig. Gregory, I love ya.
question. Do astronauts drink their own pee? Well, surprisingly, astronauts do actually do this.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Don't let it say the sky's not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep into my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
When I was a kid, nobody was nice. I was 6 years old. I found out there's no such thing as Alpo baby food. I mean, I don't get no respect from anyone.
Yeah, girl. I see you over there staring at me. Like Karen B. Why don't you come on over here before I get up and flat smack you?
The very first time I saw you, it was snowing. Standing in line to get tested for COVID. Before you know it, Jackie May started to grow on me. Ever expanding, yo, the more she would blow on me. Gave her HIV and she gave her COVID to me. Took away my breath, now I won't even breathe. Swear I'll never ever look at another girl again, unless the girl happens to be a girlfriend. Caught in a whirlwind of cartoon violence, like my boy Soul 7. Yo, I'm hard to silence, but her scarlet eyelids melt my heart away. Now it's hard to say how long we've been together.
When's our anniversary?
Yo, I don't know whenever she happens to be clever and start reminding me. Put my blinders on or she'll be blinding me. All the times that we gotten crazy ass fights, I beat Flat Nasty's ass. Yeah, you may be right, I get no respect, and all the ladies be like, they call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. You can track me but never know the pain I feel. This ain't no Fortnite, baby, I don't play for real. Till one of our blood done stained the steel. I'm losing my mind like NASA data. Ask James from modern day, I'm a masturbator, and I'm a crash the data and give Macintosh a virus. Still walking barefoot while you rock Osiris, and I can talk all night about the cash NASA stole on the Baby Truth show with a Jack the asshole.
You mean Jake the asshole?
I don't take Tabasco on my pineapple and Target when I eat them whole. Yo, grapefruit goes out to Karen B. When I'm high on Jeranism, she's always staring at me. Not to mention how Pharisees precariously, nefariously trying to be embarrassing me. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield.
Have you heard the way he raps?
Yeah, it's strange for real. Pittsburgh stole my mind to use my brain for steel. Call it Coriolis going down the drain for real. All the pain I feel inside of my noggin, Lithuanian baby, and it made me froggy. They say I'm crazy as piss. The astronauts drink. I'm attacking my shrink wrapped in foil psychology. Jackie May never knows she owes me an apology. I pour my soul into this song, baby, it's all of me. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. This ain't no Halo, I don't play no games for real. I hope none of our blood done stained the steel. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. Really, really real. It's really, really for real. Super real. I'm out. Super duper real. I'm out. Don't forget to ride. Have a safe flight.
I tell you, Johnny, I told you it's tough to be funny when you're coming off drugs, I'll tell you that.
Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. I got bars. Call me a repeat felon. How they going to Mars but can't repeat the moon landing? Highway to heaven. Michael Landon. Did you see that moon module? How they landing? NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. They out here talking space travel, how they never left. You want the truth? Educate yourself. Don't trust the system, boy. Educate yourself. Operation Fish Bowl, we in a snow globe. NASA's faking space walks in a swimming pool. Look down there, I see space bubbles. Astronauts is drowning, I see space bubbles. I see the truth. Took off my fisheye lenses. Post about flat earth, and you see just who your friends is. Can I get a witness?
Flat Earth Mafia, can I get a witness?
The earth is flat, they better deal with it. Zipping and turning through infinite space, and we don't feel spinning. Then they fall back on almighty gravity. Undetectable, untestable, theoretical gravity. Where's that all at? When you need it, there it is. Run up on NASA like I was Negan. You never look in that bowl that you've been eating. You never looked in that bowl that they've been feeding. Look at NASA's founder, Werner von Braun. 1901, book of Psalms on his tombstone. The firmament showeth God's handiwork. It says the firmament showeth God's handiwork. He got the last laugh, he spanked them with Van Allen's belt. Once you finalize here, you start looking at other stuff. Birth certificates are bond. The elite can't wait to drop the bomb. Faces underground, pyramids in the U.S. found. 1947 Puget Sound. Men in black, they put it in the movie to make you laugh. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt.
Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. That's a shout out to Flat Earth Mafia. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. That's one of the most underrated Flat Earth rap songs or crews that I've heard. Gotta give 'em much love. Never met them, but that song's their pinnacle. I love that song. That's one of my favorite Flat Earth songs ever made. Much love to Flat Earth Mafia. I'm just saying, though.
But it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure.
Okay,
NASA,
sure.
what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning playing on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here
is a mirage.
Y'all know it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Much love to ODD.
Hey, Tommy, all dressed up, all grown up and doing the town. Look at this. Oh, come here.
Let me go say hello. Hey, Billy, how are you?
You little
Hey.
frick, yeah. Hey, Tommy, if I was gonna break your balls, I'd tell you to go home and get your shine box. I used to call him Spit Shine Tommy.
No more shines, Billy.
What?
I said no more shines. Maybe you didn't hear about it. You've been away a long time. Didn't go up there and tell you.
Ah.
I don't shine shoes anymore.
Sometimes
Sometimes you don't sound like you're kidding. You know, there's a lot of people around. Flat earthers.
Yo.
I don't shine shoes anymore.
Ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying?
Cruising down the street in my Chevy Suburb. Just got a flat trying to level the curb. On my way to get some medical herb. I love eating edibles, it's like a dessert. It's like I deserve this herbal treat. Coloring with crayons that purple leaf. I got the Urkel Keeper so dirty cheap. Woke rappers, I'm putting their words to sleep. I got verbs to eat, nouns to piss. Throw your hands in the air if you're down for this. Second rounds for free for these astronauts. After this, I call them astronauts. Ladies, raise your glasses, let's have a toast. Another round of jokes, but nobody's laughing. When it comes to crunch time, I'm the only captain. Running circles all over these globers rapping. Even flat earth rappers can't hold me back. I came here to rap about the vacuum of space. Any globe toss that I have to debate. I'm halfway done with the food on this plate. Let me swallow these crepes before I laugh in your face. Lil Davey didn't want me on the debate, so at the last minute he had James call Nate. Don't get me wrong, Nate's a better debater. I'm not irate, Davey's just a baby. I'm not Belichick, but he's not Tom Brady. Shots out to James and Nate, but not Davey. Like McToon did with the kid in his basement. In a year from now, you'll be kicking the pavement when all your friends are listening to Flatter-day Saints. Bitch, you only had one shot and you decided to waste it. If I give you a run back next time you're debating, use your man voice. Or just let Nathan say something, cause by the way you were shaking like Michael J. Fox when he's masturbating. This goes way past hating, but I have to say it. Murdered you on this track and made the act look basic. Put your mask back on, yo, you gotta face it. When my mind is racing, these rhymes are automatic. You mean automatic? You don't want no static. Top Gun, flat rapper, just call me Maverick. Yo, I'm causing havoc when I'm out flat smacking. I think Jackie just picked it up from a napkin. Man, I'm just trying to return these dirty tampons. Not even Batman could stop me from getting my rap on. Speaking of Bats, mom, let's talk about Craig. His handler, Simon Dan is the Fed. You're getting smarter every day if you started using your head. Pulling Stephen Hawking's covers till he's losing his legs. Irish Demon likes coffee while he's sitting in bed. Had a talk about with him, this is what he said. I like my women like I like my coffee, full of Irish semen and kinda sloppy. Yo, you couldn't copy me if you own the rights to the Xerox Corporation overnight. Next day shipping with Columbus It's 1491, bitch, yo, it's in the numbers. I'm climbing to the top of this republic, for which it stands, yo, it gets repugnant. Got my pug fixed after she was pregnant. You think Cadbury eggs is the shape of the earth? Been getting mind raped straight from birth. It's a bitter pill to swallow and it tastes like dirt. I could make it hurt and then take the pain away. Alex Stein 99's making it rain today. Take my brain away and give me the Hannibal. Dismantle your channel, you could call me a vandal. Call an ambulance before you call me to battle. I'm flyer than a Seahawk in Seattle. Leave you up in Atlantis without a paddle. I can wow the crowd without any ammo, cause if I turn around to get my strap, one of these assholes will stab me in the back. The only thing that'll bring me back to life is getting flat smacked by my wife. You don't wanna grow up like Flatter-Day Saints be. My mom broke the mold the day that she made me. Don't throw the bathwater away with the baby. Buildings blowing up, it's as plain as Daisy. Plain as Daisy, get it? I'm going crazy. Gas pressure vacuuming next to Kevin Spacey. Wearing a mask, preparing for a jab and a lady. Isn't it an act? When you're acting all crazy, I'll answer tomorrow if you ask me to Daisy. Who needs a ladle? We got a cradle of gravy. In a world with my girl down in LA, we live stream with Witsit and his lady. They were ripping up hypocrites like crazy. Set tripping on them crips. It's so brazy. I remember as a kid in the early 80s, spinning my globe wondering how they be living their lives upside down in Australia. But no one in my life could ever explain it. I don't give a heck if you respect what I say, sir. Went ahead with the pencil and left the eraser. Getting breastfed inside a deprivation chamber. The best head I ever got, you could measure with lasers. She blew a head gas and saved the treasure for later. Like cow tip and I like tar and feather and gators. I'll smell you later since I'm doing well here. Flat out of Compton, I'm the Prince of Bel Air. Got the EDD, I was like hell yeah. Got that Obama phone and that free healthcare. Fell down a stairwell into a well of stairs. Waving farewell to my lady's welfare. Bye bye baby, have a safe flight. Don't forget to write, you really oughta. Oh, and ladies, don't forget your water. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show. So until next time, this is my best rhyme. And I still don't know how to make this rhyme stop.
Now go home and get your fucking shine box.
I don't shine shoes anymore.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
They never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went. It's fool for a minute, but we walk now. They getting hot under the collar, cause the truth I try to take Genesis and cover it under the rock. But you can't hide what the master already knows about. This population is programmed, spoon fed news for food. They wanna go to Mars, but they ain't never touched the moon. The proof is in the pudding, I don't need to see no rocks. But the judgment of your character, you like to punch your locks. Your body language suspect, like you wanna get out of here. Cause the truth is, y'all ain't never left up out of here. We firm in this firmament, you already heard of it. The moon is a luminary, so you can't land on it. Play the tape.
Why has nobody didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Yeah, I never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth. Y'all ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth. Y'all ain't never went. This deception is impressive. We not dealing with the man. This was designed by fallen angels who fabricated the plan. This ain't conspiracy theories. This conspiracy facts. If you can't go to the moon, that means this earth we own is flat. But what kind of song is that? They think my mind off track. This is the most clear that I ever been, cause the truth is the new black. If we went to the moon in 69, why we never went back? That's because we ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth. Y'all ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth. Y'all ain't never went.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Earth orbit, that's the farthest that we can go. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually. The moon, Mars, the moon.
Times.
Conspiracy theorists claim that events like terror attacks and school shootings didn't happen, that the crime scenes are fake, and all those people you see crying on television are crisis actors.
If you could influence kids with the lyrics you spit, would you lead them all astray or just steer them adrift? Wear a mask everywhere, you appear to be sick. Living in fear, 6 feet says lyrics you'll get. If you like what you hear, screen mirror the shit. This is the new 9/11 of Hear 'em a Biff. There's no such thing as a terrorist. The real terrorists are the American military. Harry Potter, where you been? This is the Truman Jim Carrey show that you win. A whole slew of proof from the Hoover Dam break-in. Road crews digging tunnels that you can't explain. Faster than a speeding locomotive and a train. Watch out for words like inclusive and sustained. Ability is killing me, you don't comprehend. Straight out of Compton, yo, I'm off the hinges. Intended the shit's not meant for me. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're the indentured servants of this century. Can I get a witness to witness these nitwits getting into wits? It's business, jeez. Every time he takes a shit, hiccups and sneezes. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show you such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. My rap's like the second law of thermodynamics, further advances to murder your tactics. I smoke herb till it's gone, then I'm burning the ashes. You voted for Bernie, haha, you conservative bastards. I'm observing these act as affirmative action. I deserve nothing but a few words in the caption. I'm the referee, coach, and the verbal captain. Even my girl knows, yo, my whole world is rapping. Take away from me that, and my world collapses. Like a NASA fan finding out his world is flattened. Like the first, second tower, and the third collapse. And birds and catfish on my bed, about to burst this mattress. Thirst with anticipation like ejaculation. Exposing master plans of these master masons. Another flat today, saints from around the way. You ain't nothing but a hound dog on Groundhog Day. More often than not, yo, I'm off the chain. Getting off on the thoughts that cause a lot of pain. Start seeing through all these artificial strains. It's hard to fake what's been made already plain. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. Yo, I hit my quota with notes and rhymes I spit. So if you wish at this time to resign or quit, I'm going with you every time, you know what time it is. Overdosing on the hosts and psyopsis. Blinded by the light shining from your diamonds, kid. I've been waiting all my life for a time like this. Holy moly, what a roller coaster life I live. No motion sickness in the ocean, yo, I dive right in. Motion picture industry likes to slice your skin. Hocus pocus, focusing on the lies they spin. I can't believe you still believe in these staged events. But if it don't make dollars, then it don't make sense. And if it don't make Donalds, then it don't make pence. Get it? Donald Trump, Mike Pence. There's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. You think it's pear-shaped, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, where you live is not pear-shaped, but you know it is pear-shaped. You swear it is, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. Terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. But you swear there is a such thing as a terrorist. But there's not. Nope, sorry. To burst your bubble, I'm out.
Oh, Alice's death was a fake. It was a hoax. This guy's a crisis actor. I was stunned. It pisses me off.
You have got to be kidding me, are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population control and he lacks the experience. But now humans are reduced into stupid mask-wearing idiots. I'm not having a hissy fit, it's just sad and ridiculous. The world is burning to ashes like a package of cigarettes. And that ain't even the half of all the madness we're dealing with. We're barely scratching the surface of how bad that it really is. We're kept at a disadvantage, I know thousands of instances, like the way they hijack our freedom and snag it in increments, or how TV distracts us and keeps the masses oblivious. Keep us broke with student loans, credit cards, taxes, and interest. The establishment's full of assholes, rap bastards, and miscreants. Rabid psychopath power addicts and ass-kissing sycophants. How could you trust a government that attacks its own citizens? I'm just trying to be polite, bet you're glad that you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant.
3, 2, 1.
You have the right to remain ignorant. It's a big game they play to have your minds captured, and the media keeps doing its thing to pass the lies faster. 6 million burnt, charred bodies, the ash lies scattered. That's the only time whenever you gon' see the Black Lives Matter. You either get it or you don't, Georgie, or you float. The red helium-filled balloon versus the heliocentric cartoon, it's a joke. I provoke motherfuckers to think, but they won't, cause they believe in a cult that believes in a goat. They don't see the result. It's ideological subversion, misleading adults, but it's too late. They got your news feed, turning everyone two-faced. You see, they clever, they got the KKK running the blue gang, and they want the black community drinking the Kool-Aid from the blue lane. If you're still asking who's they, then by now your brain is probably toothpaste. So just tiptoe through those crypto Jews and all the Talmudic Zionists. And when it comes to exposing them, you was silent. Man, look at this shit. That germ theory got you scared of invisible figurements, but I guess it's legitimate when you consider you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant.
Up my life and make it into a fragrance. After a hard rain, the smell it makes on the pavement, but I don't smell that no more since the rain is created. Or they take away the rain with the chemical spray. I used to sleep in the back of my Suburban with a loaded strap, sleeping bags, and my girlfriend. Drank enough cognac to make the world spin with a notepad and a camera like a journalist, blurting random words out like I had Tourette's. Never was the kind of guy who paid cash for sex. Rather just give tramps food stamps per head. Would you choose the job or do the FEMA camp instead? I choose a both. Damn boy, you's a masochist. Had to deactivate my Instagram cause it's a bunch of fags looking for an ass to kiss. Got mad cause I called them crisis activists. Got a job at Red Cross from Count Dracula's. Half the staff caught staff were understaffed as shit. Taking anyone's blood, yo, go ask your friend. Jackie wouldn't lend a hand so I tapped her wrist. The chick I had before that used to slash her wrist. Far away from that bitch, yo, I had to get. One thing I do now know for sure though is a man soweth what he eventually reap. I spent many winters in the penitentiary, waiting on my sentence to end and be eventually free. I searched intently for new words of interest to me, invented a few to improve linguistically. Sentence written with force centripetally. Every word seen and heard paints a picture to me. So picture me painting pictures with dictionaries. Picture my hand and my dick doing a missionary. Now it's very clear to me where I art thou. You heard the alarm, everybody in the yard, get down, get down, get down. Everybody, get to the chopper now. If I could bottle up my life and make it into a fragrance. After a hard rain, the smell it makes on the pavement, but I don't smell that no more since the rain is created. Or they take away the rain with the chemical spray. If I could bottle up my life and make it into a fragrance. After a hard rain, the smell it makes on the pavement, but I don't smell that no more since the rain is created. Or they take away the rain with the chemical spray. Osama bin Laden gave me an Obama phone, so I could call Barack Obama about that Omicron. That's on my mom. Got a tattoo while I was on the John of Michelle
Michelle Obama's name on my arm. Same exact spot where they shot my Johnson and Johnson of a bitch, it stung. Son of a gun, straight from my dad Smith and Wesson. Gave me a bulletproof vest and his blessing. He said, son, do your best and don't mess this one up. Hide it close to your chest with your trim zipped up. Full clip dumping wet, them kids up. My dog's getting bigger, you know what I fed them pups. Got the head spinning like the exorcist. Feds tapping into my text messages. FedEx packages sent from Mexico to all the trap houses where my exes live. About to execute this order like executive. Orders executed more consecutive. Unsaid amount of days, some guess this is another Hunger Games episode of Death Wishes. Don't need Netflix to chill and have sex, bitches. She sucks at giving head, but gives the best kisses. Headed to Texas in one of her Lexuses. She dealt to me the variant I'm infected with. My Sagittarius sign she's connected with. Very attracted to that like an electric switch. Hit that shit and anything magnetic sticks. Like jab after jab after jab you get. Unvaxxed, unwaxed, feeling fabulous. With a mic in my hand like an evangelist. Fighting traffic jams in Los Angeles. I'm like lightning in a can, you can't handle this.
Met a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my two eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand, an artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money too, they got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day, to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
Drank the Kool-Aid, March 2021.
I'm a sailboat racer, right?
Uh-huh.
I like watching sailboats, and I like also riding motorcycles.
That's wonderful. I like skiing, jogging in the rain, and a cool breeze. Dislikes, fake smiles, bad breath, and pretender clown numpty dipshits, especially those who don't know what a scientific model is.
If I want to get better at either of those things, I'm going to go out and I'm going to watch the America's Cup. I'm going to go watch the motorcycle race.
The motorcycle race? Is there only one?
I'm going to go watch things. And then I'm going to take what they're doing and I'm going to model it on my little motorcycle or my big fat slow sailboat.
That's not a scientific model, Jim Jones. You're equivocating fallacy. From Indiana University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker introduced is that explanation of a phenomena, i.e. model, theory must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. What you're attempting to identify as a model and what an actual scientific model is are wormhole warp galaxies apart. I mean, it's not that you're even wrong. This is the belly-laughing dumpster fire category error as claiming beluga whales are catalytic converters. You're exposed, belly-laughingly so.
Because what I do is I find out I couldn't see the guy's gauges on the motorcycle. I looked at the result that he had. I looked at his positioning coming out of the corner.
You did that all by yourself? I'd have to say, sir, your story here, while entertaining on a second-grade doofus level, is getting somewhat bizarre.
How he managed to hold that angular momentum to keep himself firmly in the saddle, not be thrown off. And then I modeled that.
Oh, Jesus wept. All you did was mimic what you saw him do, crayon muncher. Not anywhere close to a scientific model.
You want to hear some of the things that we can observe?
To be honest, I really don't. But I have an audience that looks forward to hearing comments from soon-to-be or just-released mental asylum patients. So for them, what you got now?
We can observe sunsets.
Your parents must be prouder than game roosters. The sun doesn't actually set, either on your balltard or a flat earth. Setting is merely a figure of speech. Also, observations are just looking at something. Any moron with eyesight can accomplish the daring feat. It's a whole other ballgame to validate the cause.
We can observe the sun not changing angular size in the sky throughout the day.
So, angular size means apparent size. Apparent in this context means not actual. According to your fairy tale narrative, the sun's position is also apparent. So your hemlock sprite query actually is, why does the not actual size of the sun not decrease its not actual size as it moves from its not actual position? Priceless. By the way, Chris Van Maitre showed that it did change its not actual size during the day with a solar filter about 5 years ago.
We can observe a horizon.
Yes, we surely can. We see it at least 10 miles away from a 1-foot observer height, which pummels your balltard into the incoherent oblivion. Thanks for bringing it up.
Fatality.
All three of those are impossible on a flat Earth.
Yes, and dark matter is created from nothing by luminescent gerbils.
My question again goes, all of these things, whether it's motorcycle riding, looking at a bird in the atmosphere.
What is up with these balltards and birds?
We can make a model and explain how it works.
You can explain how a bird in the atmosphere works? Is this another natural experiment birds humping proofsies?
Because a model has explanatory and predictive powers.
A scientific model can predict after its prediction, i.e. scientific hypothesis, has been validated by experiment. However, your little vroom vroom motorbike model can't. Next block of instruction, how to spot a sail on a sailboat.
That's why we are so obsessed with a model.
You're so obsessed with a model because you're a moron. Number one, I've clearly established that you don't know what an actual scientific model is. Number two, the equivocation fallacy models you've conjured in that pea-sized piece of horse manure you got between your ears haven't even reached wiki reification fallacy status, which is scary by itself. From your alma mater wiki, A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. Number 3. When you finally breach reification fallacy status, as a good majority of your ball-tard-spinning space monkey brethren already have, you're going to realize, with assistance from your fleet of slobber nurses, you actually don't even have that. All you have is diarrhea of the parroted fairy tale narrative mouse syndrome.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! Reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models.
Get lost, dummy!
So when a flat earther tells me they don't have a model, that's basically them saying, I don't know, and I can't even guess. It's admitting you lost before you even showed up to the table.
Retard!
Hold on, Kimo, where's their model? Have you seen it?
That model, they don't have one yet, no.
Let's see
Sure,
it. Oh, they
check
don't
out
have
Google Earth.
What the f***? Your ball-tard spinning monkey ball model is Google Earth?
Say it ain't so.
That little charade was renounced publicly, quite vigorously, over 3 years ago by the lowerarchy of your crayon-munching clan. Sounds like you're just making shit up.
Do you think elevation is the same thing as curvature, sir? Because that's just dumb.
Look here, you big dummy.
Elevation isn't curvature. Elevation is elevation. However, the hallmark characteristic of curvature is changing elevation, as in elevation drop. In this specific case, 8 inches per mile squared vertical drop off a tangent from your feet in every direction. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I've shot lasers off the moon. I actually shot it off the moon, and I know that because the first time we attempted the experiment, we missed the retro reflectors and got no signal.
Oh, brother, another bouncing biscuit. This delusion wasn't and never will be a scientific experiment. Interestingly, on May 9th, 1962, MIT bounced a ruby laser off the moon. Where were the retro reflectors then, you retro
dummy? Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah?
You've just been erased.
the lackadaisical loser, Larry Scott, Fantasist Geodesist, 20 January 2021.
Your instrument, your laser level, measures from gravity. It doesn't try to look out to across the water.
Measures from gravity? You mean space-time curvature? Where's that at? And you do understand that space and time are mere concepts. Combining them's not going to help you. You're just going to get the space-time concept. You can't measure from, dilate, bend, or warp non-physical concepts, fantasy boy. It's a reification fallacy.
It measures from gravity, as does every other instrument, Carpenter level, geodetic theodolite.
Really?
Are you high right now?
So if I ask a carpenter where he measured level from, He'd say, space-time curvature? If so... Or does he measure from his station in life? Like, maybe he can measure from freedom, or perhaps poverty. I know, let's have a measure level from taxation without representation, with a truancy chaser. Clown!
No. If those were 3 random points, it would return a shorter radius. But it returned the academic radius.
What the hell did you just say?
The academic radius.
What the hell is an academic radius?
Which is a maximum. Any error I made in that alignment would have returned ever smaller radii. So the fact that I replicated textbook repeatable science.
Bravo, Raggy, retard!
Finding academic radii from your 3 random point belly laugher isn't natural science, you ball-tard schmuck. At best, it's simple geometry. And replication is tied by the lips to experiment, as in actualizing the experiment more than once. Just spouting repeatable or doing something twice, like looking again, doesn't magically endow your retard wares with natural science, crayon muncher.
Repeatable science, objective, independent, repeatable science. I don't know.
Yeah.
My question then is, do you use any textbooks, or do you only use videos?
What if I use a video textbook? Clown.
Prepare yourself.
And mean sea level in England and mean sea level on the East Coast of the United States are the same.
Yeah, duh. Welcome to Flat Earth, Larry. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJs spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
At the same elevation, you think?
Yeah, the same elevation. Zero means sea level. Yeah.
Yeah! You do realize that something that is at the same elevation or height as something else is defined as level or flat. From Cambridge, level. Not rising or falling or higher on one side, Larry, but even in all directions. Horizontal or flat. Level. Something that is level with something else is at the same height. So, welcome to Flat Earth, Larry. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJs spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Okay, then any body of water at rest is a constant elevation.
So, welcome to Flat Earth, Larry. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJs spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Which is a 3,960-mile radius arc.
What the hell did you just say?
Okay, then any body of water at rest is a constant elevation, which is a 3,960-mile radius arc.
Calling all cars. We have
Numpty dipshit.
all cars, please assist. All cars, please assist.
Law of identity and non-contradiction violation. You said any body of water at rest is at constant elevation. And then you said it was an arc with a 3,960-mile radius. Essentially, you're calling constant elevation an arc. Married bachelors are blushing. An arc is a smooth, curved line. But a curve isn't at constant elevation, Larry. It's just the opposite. It's defined as changing elevation. From the United States Naval Academy.edu, curvature is the rate of change of slope, so it is the second derivative of the elevation surface.
Uh-oh!
Well, what's slope? From PennState.edu, slope is a measure of change in elevation.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
Fatality.
You and your fairy tale ball-tard spinning space monkey religion are toast, Larry.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
On a side note, I've run into some dumbass crackers over the years. You know, your average skank and file atheist, evo-tard, and brain-dead ball-tard. But your little corner of moronic horrors, fantasy geodesists, like Jesse the Klutz Kozlowski and Drain the Main Vein Surveyor, are shockingly imbecilic, as I've just shown with you and the Klutz Kozlowski previously. It's knucklehead dipshittery at a base preschool level. You're grown fucking adults that struggle discerning what level, flat, horizontal, curve, elevation, altitude, and drop are. Not even speaking to the graduate level angular size change with distance that crosses your fucking eyes in less than a microsecond. It's embarrassing listening to your bumbling bullshittery. The truly hilarious thing? You think you're intellectuals via some kind of professional proxy. For everything sacred and holy, next time you look through that theodolite, crosshair a crayon crunching clue. Dumbasses.
Say hello to my little friend.
Quantum Eraser is funnier than shirt. I'm a little jealous, though, because my girlfriend laughs at his stuff more than mine. Anyways, as I was saying, if there's any globers in here who wish to change my mind and level my thinking out, I'd be happy to oblige you. Or anybody who just wishes to chat at this moment, please speak up or forever, ever hold your peace. I've heard people say that level means curved. I can't wait till somebody comes in here and sets me straight on that one. Anyhow, it's that late night, early morning hour.
Bumbling Babs.
Now, if you're an intellectual like myself,
June 2021,
Now, as you mentioned before, the flat Earth protagonists or the leaders, they act as guides. They teach you the flat Earth epistemology, and they tell you how to think and what to think. Now, the problem with this is that it's one-dimensional.
Are you high right now?
If the flat Earth leaders are teaching how to think and what to think, isn't that two-dimensional?
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
What is it that's causing there to be more particles of gas at sea level than there is at higher altitudes?
Because the atmos gases are produced then released at or near the surface. Additionally, the volume at or near the surface is drastically lower than any points or sections higher from the surface.
The pressure comes from the weight, and yeah, that does in fact require the force of gravity.
Wrong. Gas pressure is not caused by weight. It's caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. You, or anyone else for that matter, can't even define weight. Gravity doesn't exist. It's never been scientifically validated. Even if it did exist, the current pseudoscience, Einstein's general relativity, states that it's not a force. So you're about 106 years out of date with your continuing education credits.
Now, if you're an intellectual like myself,
You know, gravity's not a force, so where does that leave you, my friend?
why is it not a force?
You serious?
Why is it not a force? You got triple-decker fallacies here. From logicallyfallacious.com. Proving non-existence. Description: demanding that one proves the non-existence of something in place of providing adequate evidence for the existence of that something. From cuny.edu. So the burden of proof rests with the person making the claim and a positive claim. It is shifting the burden of proof for the person making the positive claim to insist that those who deny the positive claim have the burden to prove that the positive claim is false. So you have the positive claim of fairy tale gravity force. It's not anyone else's job to disprove your complete argument from ignorance fallacy. Clown.
Now, if you're an intellectual like myself, right. And why does there have to be a container above the flat Earth?
Because we have gas pressure, and the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container.
Why can it just not be? Well, why could it be? Why could it not be an open system? I don't see why you guys have a problem with that.
Well, that would be a second law of thermodynamics violation. From the legend, Professor Frank Lambert, entropiesite.oxy.edu. Gas expansion into a vacuum. Mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. Yada, yada, yada. You see, gases will naturally always increase entropy and fill the available volume. According to the fairy tale Narnia Baltard religion, that volume is 3.58 times 10 to the 80th cubic meters. If the Earth was an open system, then that volume becomes immediately available to be filled. It's not filling that available volume because we have gas pressure and are still breathing. Ergo, the entire heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religion vaporizes. Simple. Capiche?
It can still work.
Only in Narnia.
And it makes a lot more sense to me that it's an open system. If there was a container, the pressure would be uniform everywhere. It wouldn't be there wouldn't be a pressure gradient. It wouldn't be pressure. It would all be uniform if we were under a container. Don't you think so?
No, I know so. And not if there was a container. There must be a container by definition and experience. The gas pressure would be uniform in a closed static system like a container of compressed air, but the Earth is a closed dynamic system, meaning it has many cycles, oxygen, CO2, water, nitrogen, etc., making your appeal a false equivalence fallacy. Additionally, appealing to gas pressure gradients, delta X, when the question is concerning the existence of X, gas pressure, is a red herring fallacy, irrelevant diversion from the mother begging the question fallacy. On a personal note, these simple concepts based on the consequences of natural law, reconciled within 10 seconds by incoherent second graders, were explained to you ad nauseum at least 30 times on FED. 5 to 8 of those by me. You're either dumber than a bag of hammers or a willfully blind, purposeful moron.
Now, if you're an intellectual like myself, although flat earthers claim to be free thinkers,
stereotype fallacy, flat earthers, which invariably leads to a baseless bare assertion fallacy and or a conjured incoherent straw man.
They are in fact dogmatic and closed-minded because they can't think of anything other than flat earth.
A twofer. Well, I'm a flat earther, and right now I'm thinking of pulled pork smothered in barbecue sauce with fresh macaroni salad. There goes your second grade fallacious train wreck.
Now, if you're an intellectual like myself, and the worst part about this is that flat earth isn't even based on any evidence. So all flat earth evidence has plausible explanations on the globe. So in order for flat earth to be considered or to be taken seriously, what flat earth needs is something that's unambiguous, something that isn't open to more than one interpretation. So if we consider the black swan, for example,
I'm your huckleberry. That's just my game.
Which is like the number one best evidence for flat earth. Let's just say that, because that's what they claim is the best evidence. That has a plausible explanation on the globe.
Go ahead, skin it. Skin that smoke wagon and see what happens.
Because if you say that the globe is a specific size, therefore the horizon has to be a specific distance, that is true if you completely ignore that we live in an atmosphere that causes refraction.
Shocking. I would have never guessed. Refraction. In the paradoxical standing contradiction atmosphere. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
For example, if I take a coin and I measure that coin with a ruler, and it turns out to be 2 inches long.
Sounds like a personal issue.
But then I take a magnifying glass and I look at that coin through the magnifying glass, and it later on appears to be 4 inches. That shows you that, you know, light bends in a specific way in a medium, and it causes things to appear differently than what they normally would look like if that medium wasn't present. So this argument is solely dishonestly based on ignoring the fact that we live in an atmosphere and that atmospheric refraction is a reality.
Really? Now all you have to do to recover your refraction, clumsily ignorant false comparison fallacy from the belly-laughing second grade non sequitur abyss, is to show how the standing contradiction atmosphere is made of glass and where the glass-air interface is to calculate the refractive index.
Now, if you're an intellectual like myself,
Hey! Hello.
You've just been erased.
What up, guys?
Hello, Miggy.
What's going on, Miguel?
Chilling out.
You're shilling?
Yeah.
What are you shilling?
Just listen this numpty continue raises.
The numpty clip, yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell? We got Kosho in here?
Oh, Kosho.
Yeah, do you know who he is?
No, I don't remember. I think I saw him here, but I don't remember who that guy is.
He's a well-known anti-flat earther.
Oh.
Of the days of old. Few years, even.
He's not listening here, but maybe at YouTube.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Morning, gentlemen.
Kosho.
No, I don't think that was Kosho.
No, that was Flatter Day sent.
Yeah.
He was asking.
No, I was just saying good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jace.
Good morning.
Good morning, bro.
So Matthew learns or not learns? I mean,
Matthew learned.
is that guy a anti-flat earth? Because he came here and then he goes to his YouTube channel and does, his clips or his videos, and I think he's distorting. He likes to distort what we say.
Yeah, he gets content when he comes here. That's what he's doing here is getting content, so he can get more views, so he can get more likes, in turn get more
money.
Traffic, and more money at the end of it. He doesn't really care either way, so long as it draws in a crowd. That's the only thing he's coming here for that. So it's turning a coin. It's turning a coin for him in the YouTube.
It's a dishonest person.
I think he doesn't care up to a point where, like, if he realized that, he could lose his job over, coming out as a flat earther, he would never give up his job for that. So, like, he knows his little videos aren't going to do anything, but they'll get him some views and a little extra coin, or a little clout with, like, the people he works with and his students. They'll be like, oh wow, you got to disprove these crazy flat earthers. Like, that's so funny. Like, wow. And he probably, like, told little brag stories like, oh yeah, there's some of them are really nice people, but I'm a PhD. You know how they do with their tweed coats.
Some of the one thing I can't stand in this server is people that would white knight for these clowns.
Right.
Like, there's some people in here that are so dishonest, like the anti-flat earth. Mostly they're anti-flat earthers, but then you have those who pretend to be flat earthers, and then they're wet. Have you seen that? It's kind of like a trend lately, man. They're coming in here and they're pretending to be flat earthers, and they're saying stupid. They're saying stupid things. Like yesterday, the guy was on about some other, and I was like, wait a minute, you guys Globers? No, we're flat earthers. Okay, then. Guess you can say all kinds of mess because you say you're flat earthers. I don't think so.
Yeah, right. Dude, last night, just maybe like it's 5:30, so I'd say like around 2:30 in the morning, this lady came on, right? And her name on the thing was Sam, SAM, and then the word FREE, right? So automatically I looked at Sam Free, and I'm like, automatically my mind goes Free Mace, right? And then so right away I looked at her, credentials, and it just said she had been accepted to the lady Discord. So right away I asked her, like, "Oh, excuse me, ma'am, there's no women on right now. Have you ever been on the ladies' night?" And she goes, "Well, I listened in, but I didn't talk to any." And I go, "Okay, well, there's this guy, and then some of the flat earthers were talking to her, and right away I could just tell she was like, her story had so many holes, and it was like pretty preposterous, right? So I threw a couple little questions. I said, not that by definition, but just I'm gonna throw two words at you. Tell me which one you'd pick right off the bat: the word off or the word on. And she goes, on. So I'm like, Sam Free on. Okay, all right. Then she said she lived in California for 15 years, right? And moved away from here because of what happened with the schools going on Zoom. And her daughter was in high school in Santa Monica. I lived 45 minutes from Santa Monica my whole life. And so I said, what high school did she go to? There's a few high schools in Santa Monica. She goes, oh, the Santa Monica High. So you moved in September of 2020 to Switzerland for your daughter's high school education, right? Now, 2 years later, I said, well, how old's your daughter? Like an hour later, well, my daughter's 14. Oh, so your daughter was at most 12 and a half when she was in high school. Okay, I mean, I guess that could be possible. But then she said that some people in a store in Santa Monica tried to physically restrain her from leaving a store because she didn't have a face diaper on, and she pulled a Swiss Army knife out on a African American gentleman who was 6'3" who punched her on the arm, and she got $12,000 suing. And now she lives in Switzerland. Her story was just like, it was so preposterous, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of grandiose.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, dude. So I asked her a few little Freemasonic questions to let her know that I know what's up, and then like she kind of just dipped out like 10 minutes, 15 minutes later. She's like, "Oh, well, I gotta go now." So, you know how they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with at the moment. There's no more argument, and anti-flat earthers like Kosho and Jim Panda and all that stuff they're a thing of the past. They can stay on their servers, man, talking to themselves about, patting themselves in the back and how well a good job they do when they talk about this topic, but they ain't fooling anyone. They're just stuck in their own cognitive dissonance, and they'll remain there because nobody wants to hear them anymore. They can keep their sandbagging arguments. No, I'm just saying they can keep their sandbagging arguments with them. They're not going to come in here and thwart the whole, because that's what happens, dude. They try to interject some kind of ridiculous notion that you can circumvent the idea that we don't need to demonstrate the curvature of the Earth, and we can directly talk about some other stupid topic they bring in. And
yeah. So I just realized Kosho's actually been in here for quite some time on mute. I didn't even realize. I didn't put two and two together, and I just looked at his thing. Yeah, I didn't even realize he's been sitting in here listening. I was DJing like a couple songs and like some QE and stuff, but he's been in here for a minute on mute. I didn't even realize that this dude is a full-on Glober. It's
he's
fun.
not only a full-on Glober, he's a complete staunch anti-flat earther. So he's one of the top ones that would. Yeah, we've had a couple of arguments, he and I, and him and QE, him and most of the people that are in here that have been here a while. They're doing this a while.
Yeah.
So there's a history there, but outside of that, there isn't any more that he can bring to the table. He doesn't have anything new. He hasn't dug something up and brought it forth to light. There isn't anything possible that he can possibly throw at this truth that we know. So all he's left with are empty dreams of thinking he's going to reclaim the globe to its former glory, because it's not going to be that. All that's going to
sounds like.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, I'm just saying it's just a tattered rags of like days of old. So it'll never be what he once gloriously defended when it first came out, and the movement was like powerful, and they were standing on the claim that the Earth does have measurable curvature and so on and so forth, until we started going into these topics, and more of these critical thinking minds were broken free, and now we are where we're at with the conversation, and we don't need much anymore. So we don't have to drag things out to the point where, like, oh, let's talk about NASA. You want to talk about NASA? Let's talk about NASA. I don't care. It's not gonna. Who cares about stupid NASA? Like, that's nobody cares.
What it sounds like, what it sounds like is his best argument for the globe is literally sitting there and waiting until all the, like, the older flat earthers who will argue and beat him leave, and then there's just like a couple younger flat earthers in there, and then he sees low hanging fruit, and then he'll slide in and do his thing until you know what I
one
mean?
of us in here, yeah,
Yeah. So I guess theoretically he could be a flat Earth argument by patiently outwaiting for most of us to leave and then striking like the younger ones.
Yeah, possibly like that. Like the guy who's in the corner sees an opportunity, so he's gonna go ahead and take advantage of it. I mean,
Yeah.
seen these guys around, so
A halfway truck. You know what I mean? That's funny. Well, it'll polish the younger ones. You know what I mean, and help refine them. So he didn't even realize he's doing them a favor.
We do have, however, there's debate tactics, there's conversation tactics that some of these old time anti-flat earthers use, and it even catches the veterans off guard at some moments. I'll take as an example. Some of the people that come in here, like there's these guys that will pretend to be flat earthers, like I mentioned before, and they'll be like inserting evolution. I think the Earth is flat. I just think there's evolution is a reality. Like, and they'll insert their idiotic arguments within the presupposition the Earth is flat. So it's like, no, you're not gonna get away with that. You think you're gonna insert your crazy claim just because you said that isn't the golden ticket here. Like that's just what you're saying you're a flat earther. That's great. That's all good and well. But once you start saying nonsense, then I'm gonna call you out on that nonsense, and then it's gonna lead back to like, why did you even say you were a flat earther in the first place? So don't, yeah. So it's that way, right? We are always gonna make sure that the person, because it's like, if you start claiming that you're a flat earther and then you start going off the rails with this, crazy nonsense of a cosmology or something, we're not going to just agree. Oh yeah, it's great idea. Or what's past that? Talk about that. Nobody. It's that's stupid.
I know.
But
some of them just wait till they can throw in those buzzwords that could try to get the channel messed with. You know what I mean? But those dudes usually get eliminated quick. But
yeah.
I seen this one dude who came in so many different times claiming to be a flat earther, and we'll be like, oh, so what made you think the Earth is flat? And he always says, well, the moon. He always says the moon. I could tell by looking at the moon. Oh, that's great. Oh, when did you become a flat earther? Well, I don't know, like maybe a year or two ago. I was like, dude, I don't know the exact day, but I sure as hell know. Like, basically, I could sum it up around like the month and the year for sure. Like when I know when they became a flat earther. It's not like something you have to guess at or like kind of generally. What?
Yeah, the moon, huh?
Okay. Yeah, the moon. Yeah. Interesting. Huh?
I would have that issue until I would have got something out of that, because there's ridiculous things, Why are you a flat earther? Because the spider web's outside. Like, what? Like
yeah, right.
You can't.
Yeah.
Some things are so, like last night there was a guy that was talking about something so crazy and illogical. He's like, how NASA claims 5 states of matter, like in they're saying something. He's like, you guys, who was any of you guys in here last night? The guy was talking about how Earth is.
I'm not. I wasn't.
How Earth is. I think Rookie was. How Earth can be considered not a solid, according to, like, he's like,
was he talking about the 4 corners of the Earth?
No, not 4 corners. He's saying that Earth isn't a solid. Now I don't even know. According to him, he was a flat earther, but I'm like, what, dude? What does this have to do with anything? Like, he's trying to say that he's like, well, you step on sand, right? I was like, yeah,
Oh yeah, the sand levels out. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I heard. Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
stupid. It's like, I'm like, where are you going with this? Like, what does this mean? Like, are you saying that you're advocating for the flat Earth, saying that this is what? I don't know, dude. It's like, Numpty Noah came in and was kind of really understood what I was my point, and so I agreed with him because it made
Yeah.
sense. Every individual little particle and piece that makes up that thing can be considered a solid. So, Earth isn't just itself one thing that you can say name it one thing. It's each individual constituent parts that make it what it is. You know, it's made
I
of rock.
think I think Orion ended up muting him.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
yeah,
I fell asleep.
yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't worth like people like that. They're not really worth the time. I'm like, oh man, just hopefully one of these guys in here take him out because I don't. Whether he was or was not a flat earther, when you go off into the, I think more now these days they're saying that so they can get their foot in the door, so they can start
Yeah,
ridiculous claims.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's like you can be a total globe skeptic and hate NASA and totally know the Earth isn't a ball, and you don't have to be like, "Hey, I'm a flat earther," to like get along in a conversation. You don't even have to make any claim. You can just disprove their claims. You don't have
Yeah,
to say I'm a flat earther. That's not
it's
like you're not like cooler or anything because you say that. But they think that's like the magic get in word or something. You know
well,
what I
it's
mean?
just it's always been that easy just to like say that no, I'm not making a claim. I'm just telling you that this globe doesn't measure to what the claim is, and it's that
Yeah,
simple.
exactly. Yeah,
The
right.
claim is this, and it doesn't measure to be that. So there it is. What are we gonna do with that?
Hmm.
Like, can't do anything.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not the claim, so it's like one and done. You know?
yeah. I love it when they say like, "Well, if Flat Earth had a model," it's like, dude, you want a model? Go to Las Vegas and spend $500, and you could maybe have a model for a couple hours. Go take care of what you need to take care of. I mean, what does a model have to do with anything? Like you're gonna get a hot chick down there that might be a model, but the globe don't have no model, so we don't need to prove any type of model, dude. you know?
I'd like to like and they usually that is one of the conversations they talk about that they have a
So
model. Well,
funny.
they have a model that's predictable. It's got predictions. I'm like, oh yeah, whatever, dude. Like when you speak of a model, where's this fantasy model at? Like I what present it to
Right?
me and go ahead and depict everything with that what's in that model and then show me how it relates to reality being that specific thing because once after you go through your spiel and you tell me everything, I want you to take that model and then go represent it in reality. Go show me where this model represents reality and how we can closely it resembles it because that's
Right.
never going to. It's they're one of the things that they talk about because it's always falls back to curvature and like how they say there's two things that they get caught up with. Either they say that the earth has that measure, it's got a leading edge of the sphere, it's got a physical curvature, and they
Hmm.
stand on that, or they say that it does have a leading edge of the sphere which is physical curvature but it moves due to refraction.
Hmm. Yeah.
So they'll claim one or the other, but if it's the thing is it's got to be measurable. So if it's not measurable,
Yeah.
then how are you going to claim that it's physical? Because then if it's not, then it's not. Because then if
Yeah.
it's not, then it moves. Then you're saying that you could see beyond said curve. When has it ever happened in history that a person stands on another side of a hill and you could see that person due to the ambient air temperature? When does that happen? That never ever happens.
X-ray cat with his X-ray vision.
You're not going to magically see over the hump of earth and then see the person behind that hill. That is never going to happen. And so they think that
Yeah.
that is what happens when you look on the water. When a boat sails over the curvature, oops, you can see the boat again. Well, that's because curvature magically can move with refraction. So,
Yeah.
okay, that same idea. Go take your friends, take them on the other side of a hill, and you get on the other side, and then wait till refraction does its magical thing, and then you can see that person once again. Nope.
Right.
Never going to happen. They're both physical. They're both physical humps of Earth in between you, obstructing your view from you and that person.
Yeah. It's so funny, dude.
Doesn't you know what I mean? You're just pitting that against the nonsense that they're talking about.
Yeah. The globe model, it just has a few things, like it needs a piece of metal that's half of a circle to hold it up with a stand. But it works out pretty well. We just need that metal piece there, and other than that, it spins when you spin it. If you oil it up pretty well, it'll spin longer.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah. Love those globes. Love those globes from Popeyes. Yeah. They should make a globe sandwich from one of these fast food places.
Don't give them any ideas, man. Somebody's gonna be like, "That's a great, yeah. Let me go start up a business."
Right. A globe sandwich.
I don't know, man. That we're this is what we're dealing with at the moment. So,
Right. Like most bullets that I've seen are pointed at the end, right? So therefore I don't know, let's say like a rail gun would have to be pointed at the end, or even something more crazy, like all the tires of cars I see are round. So therefore an army tank would have to also have round tires too. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so retarded. My head's almost a sphere, so it makes sense that the planet we live on is almost a sphere. I've really heard that, dude.
yep, they're dumb analogies.
Yeah,
Never cease
that'd be
to
cool too if the globe had like a neck attached to it, just like our heads.
Yeah, hello. Here in Portugal, we have the number one channel in the television, RTP1, and they used to have a globe in the news channel, but now they have this one, so they changed it. Now it's a flat concept model, flat concept map. Flat so and it's. I'm gonna check the. Okay, this is the link, and you can see when you start playing, it's like a clock, and if you go there and click, they change from globe to a flat Earth. Yeah, interesting.
That's funny.
They put like a clock, center point and a clock.
Right.
and now they use this instead globe map, they use this one. Interesting.
Yeah. Was it telejournal? Telejournal? Is that how you say it?
Telejournal, it's tele, tele from distance, telejournal is news. Telenews. Telenews.
I was just trying to see how to pronounce it.
Tele is like telephone, is communication long distance. Tele.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure how to pronounce it in your language. I didn't want to slaughter my pronunciation.
But you did spell well. You say it well. Telejournal.
Telejournal.
Journal is like newspaper, news.
Yeah, journal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Telejournal.
Journalism.
What country is it again?
Portugal, next to Spain, south of Europe.
So if you guys you speak Portuguese correctly, right?
Yes.
And if they're what was the country? If what's the
Brazil?
country also where Brazil, they speak Portuguese in Brazil too?
Yeah, but with accent. But they are more than us actually nowadays. It's a huge country there. And by the way, every day more and more people are waking up to Flat Earth there.
Yeah. So is there anywhere in Brazil where they actually speak the language called Brazilian, or is that even a language?
No, the language is Portuguese, but
okay.
Between the UK people and the American people, the way they talk, because the American people, they use more the ing, doing, and more words. So the Brazilian are doing that too, equal. So, for example, in Portuguese, I can say I am doing. Eu estou a fazer, but in Brazilian they say estou fazendo. It's the ing, at the end of the word, so they use that. But it's Portuguese.
Okay.
They don't never say I'm speaking Brazilian. I'm speaking Portuguese.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. It's almost like it has a lot of parts. When I look at the language, it's like a lot of it is really close to Spanish, huh?
Yeah, I understand perfectly the Spanish. I can talk, not writing, because it's that there's a lot to do that. But I understand. I can read Spanish and understand. But I don't have the practice to writing. But I understand. I can talk perfectly.
Yeah. Got it.
Yeah, me and Jamie were at the Shield Chat with a girl from France, and she was speaking Spanish, and I speak Spanish to her. Yeah, and James too. So yeah, it was cool.
That's right.
By the way, when I came here, the first time I talked to James, and we talk about those guys at Brazil. They did a lot of experiments, measurements, and this was 2011, 2012.
Okay.
Yeah, so we talk about that. And
you've been on it for a minute now.
Sorry, what you said?
You've been on this for a minute, huh, bro?
I have one half year. I started last year, January.
I thought you said you've been a flat earther since 2012.
Oh no, I start. I wake up like I was year. It was 2016 or 2017.
Okay, that's right.
But yeah, but I saw these guys from, the same guys that me and GMC talk about. God Rocking did talk last week too about those guys. And I saw these guys in a YouTube video, but this was like 2015. And I saw, they did, those, those architects. They do a little model of the building they will do, But so I saw this little model, and I saw the continents and the water level and the ice around. Yeah, so I saw that, but I then was doing my normal life. So, but that thing, the ice around us, that stick in my mind and stood in my mind. So, so one day when I was traveling by train here at Portugal, near to the coastline, so I can see the ocean like 1 minute, through the window. So so I was watching, and so at that moment, when you see with your eyes, it's different from seeing a photo, but or a video. But when you are watching with your eyes, seeing the far away, the ocean, always flat, the horizon always flat, no curves at the left and right. So at that moment, I knew that when they build these rail tracks, they do almost level, So I'm here level, and I'm watching the ocean always level. So where's the curvature? No curvature, no globe. So that was the moment I wake up.
That's right.
And then I did my own research, then I sadly watch YouTube censor many videos. So since then I save information, some videos. Yeah, there are some videos that are not more available at YouTube. But I like to see a lot of information, and then I cross information, So I saw, an interview. This guy was an helicopter pilot working at Antarctica. He speaks Spanish, so I understand him, and but this was a long time ago. And so when you cross information, you see, then you get to the information, to the real thing,
Mm-hmm.
So, but this guy, he was a Glober at that time, but he received some information at Antarctica that he didn't understand at that moment. But later, last year, he does a live stream at YouTube talking about what? Flat Earth. But I remember that the first interview that he did, he talked about, when you go to Antarctica, they ask you a few questions, and they do an interview. So one of the questions is, what is the shape of the Earth? Man, why that? Because maybe they wants to avoid us
Mm-hmm.
to go there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I heard an interview from, so I don't know if it was true, but it sounded true, about somebody who had been working in Antarctica.
Yeah,
some trippy stuff.
This guy, at first you have to question everything, but he said, they don't want us to know who is behind this. maybe, but if there's a station at Antarctica, call it Rockefeller, so we know it anyway.
Yeah.
And there are some things in that interview. I have to do a translation to English. I watch. I even watched here with Quetzalcoatl and
who?
Our friend here, Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah.
So, and he said interesting things in that. He even did okay. So when they come from Antarctica, they do another interview with those guys that work there. Separately, and he knows a general there. So this general said to him, "You can talk about. You cannot talk a few things because they are still classified, and the other things you can talk because no one will believe you." Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, one of things, have you heard they are daring, through other videos, studying that blue sky ice,
It's a trip. Yeah.
But this guy, and I was watching in Spanish. He's talking in Spanish, so he said, he was there at the station. I think it was McMurdoch, and there's only one door, and it's controlled, so they cannot go outside, by free will. So at that moment, he was there and doing nothing. So and he did, he did talk to someone that was working there, a scientist, and this guy show him what they are studying. That showed this, if the blue sky rock or whatever oxygen thing, but he showed this one, and he talked about this, and if you cross the information, you see other people talking about the same thing. So where is smoke, there's fire. It was interesting
about how it won't
if you said
it won't
if
stick. It like evaporates if you try to take it.
It's talk the same thing. And if you take this to to some lab in America or other place, if you open it, evaporates because it doesn't maintain this solid or form.
Yeah.
In these temperatures. Yeah, but it was interesting, and maybe I can post the link at that live stream he did about Flat Earth. He did with 3 Flat Earth guys, Spanish.
Yeah.
So
I heard the interview a while back. It was very interesting.
And this guy is he does private work, to private companies. So he knows other things, but so he, at that moment he was working there, and so he has to do his job. But he's a guy like a true seeker. He likes to connect all dots, so he figure out. So it's not how this guy, years later he connect all the dots, and he does a live stream about Flat Earth. Yeah. Let me see the link. Yeah, little by little we, collect this information.
Yeah. What's interesting is I've also seen like pictures and articles on what they call the can't remember how to pronounce it, but it's like the sky stone or something of that nature, where it's like an actual stone though that is like way more blue than the it's called sky stone, than the color turquoise, but it's not something that evaporates or anything. They've found it in like Africa or something. I don't know how legitimate the
I
stories
saw.
are though.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Maybe I have it. Yeah, I hear about that too.
Hmm. Yeah.
But the rocks, yeah, I saw that. Maybe I have some links. You know, they are, some how you say tribes from Brazil. You know, in the deep forest. You know,
Oh yeah,
there's
yeah.
so this tribal. So and this guy, because they know this through a lot of generations of his community, in this tribe. So and those people said, that the sky can fall. So that doesn't match with the globe fantasy world. So yeah.
No.
Yeah, but you can think, oh, this they don't know nothing and etc. But they know something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
So yeah, the link I post, to the YouTube, you see at
Okay.
the first. When you start playing, you see the. Let me see if there's an option to put. No, I think there's not the option to put subtitles in English. But the guy that appears at the first is that guy.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
talking about, yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, but sometimes I saw this. Sometimes I don't save the information, but now I save even the links, to YouTube and
Yeah.
the videos too. There was another one. It was in Spanish, and this guy he had he said he has a friend, an astronaut. Maybe it was a Spanish one. So and it is not available anymore, but I have it. And he was talking about Antarctica, and even this guy, this astronaut, he doesn't understand why NASA, because he said the Earth is not a globe, and this guy that works for NASA, he doesn't understand why NASA is hiding this from us, So that was, yeah, amazing thing.
I'm damn well sure he does understand it, But
So yeah, but this
if
guy,
it's true,
yeah, this guy,
yeah,
this astronaut talked to this guy, and this guy was, like in shock, because if you say to a glober, you say there is not a globe, he stays like in shock the first time.
yeah, for
And
sure.
in his video, he did put save it before YouTube delete it, but in Spanish. So I save it.
Okay, thank you.
So, but I cannot post here because it's a long. It's a use. It's let me say. Almost 300 megabytes.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you understand a little about Spanish?
A very little. Just from growing up in Southern California, so it's very rudimentary, you know. I knew enough Spanish to be able to go to the liquor store and get a pack of cigarettes or a beer, or ask somebody like for what I want to order at a Mexican restaurant or good day. But other than that, not too much. My dogs tore up the room last night. I'm trying to pick some of the mess up right now. I got 4 little dogs. They're little hellions. Have you ever heard of it? Solo Quinishi?
Solo it's how you say
I might be mispronouncing it.
Caniche, maybe. Yes, Caniche.
Yeah. Yep.
It's the type of race of dog? No. How you call it?
A dog. It's a dog.
A dog, okay. A little one,
Yeah.
okay. Caniche.
Yeah, they're or the Mexican hairless. They're called.
Those guys can beat hardly. Can bite.
Yeah, they sure can. Yeah, they're really loyal dogs to like me and my girlfriend and the people that we live with. But if we're out in public and somebody approaches us, the dog will instantly go on attack mode. You know.
Mm.
But they're really interesting because they groom themselves just like cats, and they hate water.
You know, there was a Obama had a Portuguese. You said it's. I don't know how to say it in English, but it was a Portuguese. Type of dog that he likes to swim, and this dog from Obama, he didn't know how to swim. Let me find if I find in Portuguese. Okay, so yeah, it's called a Portuguese water dog, and Obama had that one.
Okay.
And I'm watching. It's originated from the Algarve region of Portugal. It's the south of Portugal. Algarve,
Okay.
the most known tourism region of Portugal.
Yeah. They're expensive.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, these dogs, the real true breed are the ones that they say were like they have their images or their statues on either side of the entrances of like the pyramids in Mexico. They said that supposedly that they're the dogs that when they sacrifice the virgin on top of the pyramids or whatever, these dogs would guide them into the spirit world or whatever. That's the legend. But the the Mexican painter Frida.
Yes, Frida. Yes.
Yeah. She painted these dogs, and she actually, when she passed away, she set up a giant She has like a farmhouse with a lot of land, and they breed these dogs. There's hundreds of them there, and people go from all over the world to get them there. And I guess like once a year they do a contest where people get to enter to pick the names of the new dogs that are born or whatever, and the best names get chosen, supposedly. But some of these dogs, their skin is like black, like a leopard, and their eyes are like emerald green. and they have ears like pointed straight up like a Doberman Pinscher. You know, they're really beautiful though. But the ones I have are really small, and they're two of them are like a caramel color with like white paws and a white tip tail and a white
Camera,
underbelly.
like brown sorry, camera. How you said the word?
Yeah.
Camera. Okay.
Yeah, or like cinnamon color.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love those black hair dogs. The color is
Mhm.
and the brown. Yeah, I love. I was
I'll
watching it.
post a picture. Want me to post a picture of them right now?
Yeah, if you have it.
Yeah, hold on just a second.
Gospel is in the house. Hello.
What's up, Miguel?
Hello. Oh.
And anyone else?
Yeah, how you doing, bro?
It's a Monday. Catching up over the weekend.
Right.
Gospel, you missed your chance to talk to Kosho, man.
I saw that he was in here. I wasn't particularly interested.
How was your Mother's Day with your wife
That
and
went
your mom?
pretty well. I got to talk to my mom. I got to talk to my grandma.
What's up, man?
And yeah, we had a
So you,
pretty
you must have like a
peaceful day.
younger family. You must have a younger family.
My grandma, I don't know how many years left she has. She 32. I guess she turns 90 this year. If she makes it. She seems on track to making it, but it's quite a miracle. She's been through some stuff.
Unfortunately, my mom had parents where my mom was like the third or fourth child, so they were like well into
Yep.
their 30s and 40s when she was born. So
Yep.
when I became of age, my grandparents were already in their 80s and 90s. So they've been gone for a
Mhm.
long time. So it's kind of cool to hear people my age talk about their grandmother, speaking to their grandmother and stuff still.
Yeah, my mom's mom passed before I was born, but my dad's mom has been part of my life up until now.
So what's up, man?
Yeah.
I'm sincerely happy to hear that for you, for whatever it's worth.
Yeah. This is an era where people are hesitant to be fruitful and multiply. And
Sure is.
it's my encouragement to everyone to metaphorically give the world the bird and procreate anyway.
Metaphorically give them the bird and the bee.
There you go.
You know what I,
Way to take
if you know
that
what I
to the next
mean?
level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
So many psyops out there. I like to let people know about the whole they talk about, when you hit 40 years old or whatever, your chances of having a Down syndrome baby are like go up by 50%.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you want to know what the actual numbers are?
What's that?
Okay, so this isn't the actual numbers, but it's something very, 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 very close to this. When you go from 2% to 3%, that is a 50% increase. With that being said, I actually think it's more like 1.3% going up to 1.9% or 2%, something like that. So when they say it increases by 50%, your chances, it's yet another disingenuous psyop of lying statistics.
Good way to look at it, man. It's very logical.
Well, I mean, you just look into the whole how they lie with statistics thing, and you start to see these different things that people are believing to be true in a almost urban legendy kind of way, but not exactly. They think it's scientific, but then when you look at the numbers, you're like, oh, the chances actually increased less than 1%, and they said 50. Anyway, lots of trickery out there.
I don't believe any of the
Another
numbers
good
they
one
put out there, bro.
Another good one is having this thing where pets are now considered children and stuff. And that's like where I'm no longer on social media, but when I was, I know it became a thing like on Mother's or Father's Day, you know, there would be people who would be like, I'm a parent of a pet or whatever. I deserve to have people
right.
say Happy Mother's or Father's Day. That's
Yeah.
that's one of my favorites.
People are stupid, but
Oh, he must have
Oh,
got a
gospel
call.
bear. Yeah, he always leaves me hanging like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny
It's
call.
unintentional on his part.
I know.
Oh, yeah, your dog is how you say hairless Mexican hairless dog.
Yeah, Mexican hairless. Yeah, no, she's not a purebred because the mom had got pregnant from a little terrier, and then when she had puppies, she ended up once the puppy grew up, the puppy ended up getting the mom pregnant again, right? And then so from that litter, she had 4, and 2 of them died. One of them I gave to I don't know if you know Travis from The Plain Truth.
Yes.
He has a YouTube channel. I don't know if you heard of him.
Yes.
Yeah, I gave him one of the puppies, and the other one we kept. The one that is in the picture, that's the one we kept because it looks most like the mom.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
sorry, what I was he had to leave, but what I was going to say is, let me know when the IRS says that you can count your cats and your dogs and your other pets as part of your tax deduction or whatever, and your anyway. That I mean, that would be true legitimization, and I don't think that they're going to do that.
I wonder if you could legally identify as an animal.
And then not have to pay taxes.
Yeah, right. I don't pay taxes anyways, but yeah, I understand your point though. I mean, we all pay taxes when we buy something from the store or whatnot, you know. But
yeah,
other than that, you know, that stuff doesn't really interest me too much.
You're probably not alone.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes I wish I was, but can't get rid of her. She keeps staying here. The thing is, even though my girl's a flat earther, we bump heads all the time on her belief system about spirituality and my belief system in it, because I'm a firm believer in the Bible, and I take the Bible as an actual literal. I take everything in it literally, and so, of course, some of the names have been changed to protect the innocent or whatnot, but I take it literally. And she's always saying like, "It's just a metaphor. It's just a metaphor." Da, 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 da. And I say, "Well, that's fine if that's what you want to believe, but as for me in my house, I serve the Lord, and I take everything in the Bible literally. Even what she calls metaphors, I still take them literally."
Even when the author wrote them as poetic, like Song of Solomon, do you think that Song of Solomon was into bestiality, or do you think that he was saying that his woman that he was interested in was like a gazelle? Do you think that she was a literal gazelle?
Well, no, because he's literally saying she's like. So I don't. Yeah,
Just
what I'm
making
saying is
sure.
like, yeah, no, but like when they do the double metaphors, like I saw Lucifer fall from the sky, like how do you say it? I saw him fall from the
Like
sky.
lightning.
Yeah. So what's the double metaphor where he says as figs fall from a tree? What was that double metaphor in the Gospels? I believe. Do you recall which one I'm talking about?
Not necessarily the one like the fig tree. I thought that had to do with the fig tree. Usually is in representation of end times, but yeah.
Yeah. What about the rich man and Lazarus? I believe is the only parable where Jesus actually uses a real actual name.
In a parable.
Yeah, but I take that story literally, and I use it sometimes, against Globers who say they're Christians, and I say, well, what do you think about when Lazarus is up in Abraham's bosom and the rich man is so thirsty, he says, "Would you just dip your finger in water?" Do you think he's talking about some metaphoric water? And what about this chasm that even if Lazarus wanted to cross, he couldn't? Is that chasm just a metaphor? So I was actually talking about that to that guy Matthew Learns last night about that, and he says, "Yeah, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor." I go, "A metaphor for what?" And he was just general. "Oh, just spirituality." It's so funny. These Glober
Certain
Christians
people are
who,
very shallow. Yeah.
yeah. To
They
me,
also
I
don't
take
want to.
offense.
Sorry, go ahead.
I take offense when church churches use the globe in their logo. It's very offensive to me.
Yeah. A lot of those people don't want to engage in a meaningful or sincere conversation because of their bias.
Yeah. It's a trip though how many heliocentrics who are repping that globe are teaching at Christian schools or academies, or they're very involved in these Christian organizations. When I was 20 years old, I was faced with like having to do a little bit of time or go into a program, and these guys from I don't know if you ever heard of a church called Victory Outreach down here in Southern California. They kept coming to where I was living, and they said I could come and move into their men's home. And so the judge let me do that, and I lived there for almost a year with the pastor of the church. And we had to get up every morning at 5 a.m. pray for an hour, read the Bible for an hour, do a Bible study for an hour, clean up the house, and then we'd go and work for them till like 5 or 6, then come back, do a Bible study. And on the weekends, we'd go and study for a couple hours, like theology, hermeneutics, exegesis, and like the proper interpretation of the scripture. And then on the weekends, we'd spend the whole day like setting up the music and listening to the pastor preach, and then having to get on our knees and like pray. And we were encouraged to like pray in tongues and all this stuff. So I was that was my first experience really with the Bible, and like that, as far as like that type of Christianity and everything. And I pissed that pastor off so much because I had so many questions for him, and I felt his answers were so superfluous, like dinosaurs, for instance. I just had so many questions that he couldn't answer. And once I became a flat earther, I believe it really made me appreciate and gave me such a greater understanding for the Bible, and all the questions that I had, I was able to be answered through my relationship with the Lord and understanding the scriptures. And you know what? I wish I could get a hold of him now. I've tried to, so I could go talk to him about Flat Earth, and he's not with Victory Outreach anymore. I don't know what happened to him, but man, I'd love to bump into him and chop it up, have a cup of coffee with him and talk to him about it. But if we're meant to see each other, we will.
Thanks for the reference on the fig trees. It got me to remember about some of the different places that shows up. Book of Nahum,
Okay.
Book of Joel, Book of Isaiah, and then of course in Revelation. But it is always fun to see how many different ancient people, so to speak, the prophets of old, how often they are repeating the same things.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway,
I think the fig tree reference I was referring to, I believe, was from the book of Revelations.
yeah, and the stars of the sky fell to the earth like unripe figs dropping from a tree shaken by a great wind. Which, when you think about unripe fruit falling from any tree, but I haven't really encountered very many. I haven't encountered very many fig trees in my life. I think I have seen one, but that picture is obscene. In fact, sorry, Truth Flat Earth. I guess you're not here, but I'm going to delete it for 2 different reasons.
Yeah, to avoid some strike, maybe.
Yeah, that's the primary reason. No offense. That obscene. Sorry. Why is this word so hard? Is there a C? Obscene. Picture is just.
I was thinking about that, then I post another picture.
Certain prohibited topics go. Yeah, just unripe. Yeah, it's going to take a pretty strong wind to knock unripe fruit off of a tree. It's. I don't know if you've ever tried to pluck an apple that wasn't ready or anything else. It takes a lot of force.
Yeah.
Like you got to rip it off, basically.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's just kind of interesting that that's part of the detail there. Unripe figs dropping from a tree, shaken by a great wind. There's such a thing. The thing. It's your point is valid in regards to when you ask the question. Well, what exactly? If it's metaphor, then what exactly do you think that metaphor represents? So
yeah.
So if I say, I'm going to shake your house like a cell phone on vibrate, right? That doesn't mean that I'm going to use a cell phone to shake your house. That doesn't mean that that your house is going to turn into a cell phone. Obviously, none of that. But what it does mean is that your house will, if the claim is true, your house is going to shake in a similar way to that fast, deep rumble that a cell phone vibrate. It's very rapid, and it can be felt. It's in your pockets, on your table, whatever the case. So metaphor, a lot of people hand wave with the excuse, oh, it's metaphorical, as if to dismiss the meaning of the metaphor in the first place, which is a great error. But this happens regularly, and it's usually somewhat embarrassing when somebody's doing it, because they're pretending that the metaphor has no meaning, because they think that by calling it metaphor, they can distance themselves from the meaning, but it doesn't. It doesn't do that at all. So
I totally agree with you on that.
Very good.
I know you're one of the few. Wait, let me see. You're a moderator. You're one of the few moderators that actually doesn't tell people to not talk about the Bible. Which is pretty cool. I know you try not to get into it too much.
Exactly. What I do, talking about the Bible's one thing. Telling people declarative statements, that's what I adhere to in regards to the server expectations. Is preventing people, not preventing, but circumventing is not the right word either. Curtailing. I think curtailing is probably the better word. Correcting people from making declarative statements. So I'll give you the more of the flat Earth examples. So people come in here and they'll be like, the moon isn't even physical, right? They'll say that, and I'll shut that down, because you're making a declarative statement about something that you don't have direct evidence of, or even verifiable. That's not something that we're able to independently verify. But I hear people
based, pretty much.
Yeah, and they have their reasons, and I'm not trying to invalidate any of those reasons whatsoever. However, just because you have reasons that you think are good enough for you to believe that, it is a belief. And I mean, are you trying to tell me blah blah? What do you think it is? No. We don't have to get caught up in any of that. You're making a declarative statement about something that is not actually known. And I treat the religious claims in the same way. It is my, so you start a sentence with, it is my opinion that this book states that. Now, if you say that and I'm around, you better be stating it correctly. Like, for instance, if there was somebody that was like, he almost went as far to say that, no, that's what he said. This guy was like, well, even Jesus did Kundalini yoga. He's like said some kind of idiotic thing like that. And obviously it's anachronistic, and as in not, the timing doesn't work out for that to make any logical sense. But yeah, when you make claims, I would defend any of those sorts of the ones that I know about. If somebody were to come in here and say something about Islam or any other religion, and they were making claims that were false, those also, I think, deserve to be shut down. But when people make their opinion statements, I don't get offended by those. Like, in my opinion, we should all be, broccoli eaters, broccatarians, only
Yeah.
eating broccoli only, nothing else, only broccoli. I'm like, okay, well, that's your opinion. We can hear that and move on. But when people are like, the absolute only way to live life healthy is to eat broccoli alone and nothing else, only broccoli. It's the only way to live a healthy life. If somebody were to say something like that, then so anyway, it's about the how declarative a person is being in what they're saying that I've always held to as my method for moderation. Some people are just offended by certain topics and don't want to hear anything at all, regardless of it being stated as an opinion or a belief. I try to not get sensitive about those sorts of things because that's just too tedious for me.
Yeah.
I'd be
I've learned to
complaining all the
basically, like,
time.
if somebody asks me a question about something that I feel is appropriate to answer, I'll state, like, this is what I believe or this is what I think. If you want to know the answer, I'll give it to you. But I can't say this is true or one way or the other. This is just how I feel or what I think about it, as long as it's not something like offensive or something that can't be talked about. I used to come on pretty wild, and I've really tried to tone down what I say out of respect for this Discord and what you guys have created, because the last thing I would ever want to do is jeopardize this thing. I have a lot of respect and love for everybody, and we may all have different opinions, but at the end of the day, we, I'm pretty sure you too, we love this terra firma that we live on, this flat earth. This is our home, we defend it.
Mm-hmm. Real quick,
So,
Lionel PM, have you joined this conversation before, or are you brand new?
Hey, hi guys. Yeah, I've joined.
He was here yesterday.
3 days ago. 3 days ago.
Okay.
I was here yesterday.
I'm not much of a weekend guy. I do other things on the weekend. But welcome.
Okay.
Oh, everybody has different schedules and such, but I'm here like Monday through Friday because
Gospel Bear, can I
multitasking.
Can I just clarify one thing with you really, really quick?
Of course.
On everybody's name, there's a 4-digit number next to it, and they don't seem to have any rhyme or reason. I'm just wondering what each one signifies.
It's randomly generated.
Oh, okay. That's
However, not necessarily if you are prime or not prime. What do they call it? Nitro.
Oh, like you pay for that?
Yeah, you can customize your 4-digit. That's why you'll see people with 0666 or 669 or some type of So now as far as I understand, there are also people with 666 as a random generation. But if you see like I don't know, Satan's feet liquor 666, then you can rest assured that they paid for Nitro and really love Satan. So
so if they paid for the Nitro, they could eliminate their 4-digit number and actually make it a 3-digit number?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I thought you had to have it like a 0 in there.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, you'd probably see a lot of people with like Blake number 1, or something. And I haven't seen any like number 1 people or whatever. So
yeah. Okay. I was just wondering. Okay.
So
in terms of what, can I just add something on what you guys were commenting before? Asking for validation on what they are talking about. For example, like what you were mentioning earlier on, if somebody claims something that is, let's say, completely outrageous. Okay, that's interesting. Like, asking for validation to see what validation they have, for example, for assuming that broccoli is absolutely the only thing that you can eat. What type of what validation do you have in respect to that concept?
Well, I was
what
merely
they can
talking
prove.
about how I moderate.
No?
So let's say somebody were to make a claim like all the best guitar. It's also about opinion, right? So even if when somebody takes their opinion and tries to make it a fact, like all the best guitarists always use picks, right? All the best guitarists always used picks. Well, that would be an opinion statement, and I would equally treat that with ridicule, because what offends me is not, oh, I have this other guitarist in mind and you've offended me because I think that there's this other guitarist that doesn't use picks that's way better. No. I'm not going to get caught up in that sort of back and forth. The problem is the error in thinking. So I myself, as a moderator, am interested in helping foster people's proper logic and to not pursue logical fallacies. So I'm going to tell somebody, okay, so what you're doing there, I don't have the classical name for which logical fallacy that is, but appeal to bias, maybe. But whatever the case, that's what I think is helpful, is to help people understand when they are simply being biased or thinking that their opinion or their subjective idea is a fact.
So what system do you think a person can use for using logic in the best way? Because it could do you know what I mean? Like, how do you define something that is logical and something that it's just like offensive, like you said?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I
It's not an
would
easy, yeah.
I would point them to this website here, one of a simple, easy to read. It's not exhaustive. There are probably better lists, but I like this one. It's easy to read. It's not messy. It's not got a bunch of pictures and distractions. It's just words, which might be, some people might not even be able to read very much of it because it is just words. It's not got flashy pictures. But to learn in a general way about logical fallacies, to understand what is objective, what is subjective, what is a thing that is true all by itself and doesn't need anyone else to argue for its fact, and that's where you start coming in with natural law. And what I mean, it would be like the laws of thermodynamics, or the universal law of non-contradiction, or the law of causality. These sorts of ideas can, once you learn more about them, I think that they help you as a person to not make as many errors in your thought or in your opinions and all of that, and you start to get a little bit better grasp on how to communicate with others without sounding like a moron. You get a little bit more careful when you're with your words too, the more you learn about that sort of thing. So for instance, take this sentence: gravity isn't even real. Okay, so that's it. Yeah. So somebody might make that as a statement. In fact, I've heard it thousands of times. Now, I would make the argument that there is a better way of making that statement and keeping your point. And I would rephrase that. Now, it's just me, but I would rephrase that as: your conceptualization of gravity is not a reality. right? It's more clear, it's more direct to the point, and it also isn't fallacious.
Your concept of reality isn't real, isn't reality. This is a concept, no? No. What was the statement? Like the example? Reality, not gravity. It's not even real. Like a complaint, no? Like reality, it's not even real. So the concept, your concept of gravity, it's not real. It's not reality. So it's kind of like, yeah, I am sorry. I understand what you're saying. I mean, you can be saying the truth, but you need to kind of rephrase it in order to also avoid conflict, right? Or a conflicted conversation. To have a more constructive conversation.
To avoid basically it turning into like a theory and I believe this, I believe that, back and forth type of thing, you know?
Yeah. Because
that could just go on forever, and it's almost counterproductive in most cases. I think he was trying to say. You know, because I could say I don't believe in unicorns, and you could say I do believe in unicorns. We could get into. I mean, it could go on for hours, and it's pointless and frivolous, you know.
And also, you have more possibilities of this by you have more possibilities of disarming the your opposite, your opponent, so to speak.
Well, there would be no real winner in that conversation, you know. It's just all based on what we believe, and you know, we try to stay away from like beliefs as much as possible here, and you know, focus on what's actual and factual, tangible, provable, measurable, you know. You know what I mean, right?
Valid, yes, valid, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, it's so funny. I came back, but my browser started playing a video. I'm like, whoa, they're having a good conversation in here. But it was Truth is Stranger Than Fiction playing in the background. I was like, wait a minute.
Eric Dubé here, wow.
No, I wouldn't celebrate. If Eric Dubé was in the VC, he'd get an earful from me. That man has delusions of grandeur. I think is simple enough.
He's never came in the VC before, has he?
Not here, no, not that I'm aware of. But if he did, I would not be afraid to tell him what I think. A lot of people get stars in their eyes, as the expression goes. I think. I don't. You ever heard that expression? No respecter of persons.
No.
No respect for a what?
No, that man is no respecter of persons.
Oh yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah.
So what it means is he'll talk to the king the same way he'll talk to a slave, the same way he'll talk to a carpenter, the same way he'll talk to a whore. You know, like no respecter of persons. So that can be foolish. That can also be admirable. So it would be foolish to not choose your words wisely in front of maybe a king or some type of authority. But in the same breath, it would be admirable to not get stars in your eyes and to treat each of those people with the equal amount of respect, even though that may be hard in some instances, but also without putting anyone on a pedestal. Which is kind of what I mean when I say stars in your eyes. But anyway, that's kind of the way I am. I don't appeal to popularity or your star power or any of that nonsense. Where in the world? All right, get here. I got a call. Obviously, it's a Monday. Busy. Eric Dubay has called himself the I am. He thinks that he is their creator. But that is what New Age is all about. People ought to know. And that is a declarative sense. We just had this whole conversation about how I avoid declarative, except in as much as I'm able to, without question. I can defend that. I consider it an irrefutable fact that New Age's pursuit is apotheosis. New Age's pursuit, as simple as that. New Age's main goal is apotheosis, either literally or metaphorically. It doesn't really matter, to me at least. They're equally harmful, in my opinion. Apotheosis, becoming God. This is why I don't have fond feelings for Eric Dubay, despite his thoroughness in regards to putting together material about certain flat Earth proofs. I can't help but think that he has a production team assisting him at this point in time. He's putting out material quite frequently these days.
Sorry, what type of maybe I'm not updated. I mean, I've seen I've consumed some of his content, but what is in your opinion wrong with his content? What is there anything wrong with information that he shares or with the content or?
Yeah, any of his non-flat Earth material, but he also incorporates these ideas in some of his. He incorporates it in his material because it's his root belief. Everybody could be accused of being guilty of bias. So for the Christians or biblical people out there that are putting out flat Earth material, they're going to incorporate their belief system into their videos too. And other people may, find that objectionable and all that.
But that's interesting. That's what makes conversation interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some people are interested in talking to a trash can, and some people are not interested in talking to a trash can. There are certain ideologies. So what you just said would be agreeable to someone that believes that all belief systems are equally plausible and or equally valid. For myself, I have the opinion that there are certain irreconcilable differences with regards to certain belief systems. So, for instance, I'll give you a simple, non-offensive example. Solipsism is irreconcilably different to almost any other form of philosophy possible. Not all, but very, very many of them. Solipsism is, irreconcilably different. So that's what I mean. Sometimes because you're inside of one belief system, there's no advantage whatsoever to have a conversation with somebody in the category of solipsism, for instance. In my opinion, that's a waste of my time. Now, other people may want to engage with somebody that is solipsistic, or whatever the proper noun form of that is. But I've done it many times. I just don't enjoy it because I feel like I'm spinning my wheels, stuck in the mud, not going anywhere, not accomplishing anything, and it's just too much of a waste of time to me, because I've never seen any benefit of it. All right. So that's all I'm talking about. And in regards to somebody that believes that they are God, I would treat that person with just as much disdain and disinterest in wanting to have a conversation with them, because in my opinion, they're a lost cause. And I'd rather just expose their foolishness and help make sure that nobody is being romanced by that person's deception. Expose them as the charlatan that they are. Like, a lot of people, hoorah and get all excited about this David Icke guy.
David Icke.
Yeah,
his name sounds familiar. Who's David Icke? David
So
Icke.
he's this alleged truther that has exposed all sorts of deceptions and the programming and the propaganda and all this stuff. But at the same time, he's also into the
reptilians and things like that.
Yeah. But he's also into blood over intent, a satanic witchcraft practice of doing blood magic in order to accomplish a task that he believes is necessary in this life. And I just want people to just simply be aware, informed, right? This whole idea of informed consent. Well, I think that there's a lot of people that consent to different practices without information. They do it foolishly or ignorantly. And I like to try and help people to not be ignorant.
I mean, when a person has their own perspective, even if it doesn't seem logical, me personally speaking, I can go in conversation, but it gets to the point that it's just like, just don't get in. You don't really have you're not really interacting with a person, if he's convinced of something that where he cannot prove any validation. It's just it's based on a belief. I can interact for a while, but yeah, it gets boring. It's exhausting. But I mean, yeah, you don't go anywhere.
And to some people, it's exciting and intriguing because they don't know much about the subject.
Right.
Somebody starts telling you that, hey, did you know that mowing?
Did
you know that mowing your grass, all those blades of grass that stick to your legs and socks and shoes and stuff, are actually, they're sentient beings, and they leech their life force into you. So next time you mow the grass, like, they just go off on this amazing story, and you're like, oh my gosh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? And you'll hear people get caught up in stories that sound really good, without scrutiny, without questioning, and I just want to caution people to be a little bit more careful. Who just popped in? Via Jua. I know I just pronounced your name there. So old play? No, old young. Old young. Je. Je. Wir. Je.
Vieux, Jux.
No, it's not je. It's French.
Yeah.
But I'm just here. Go ahead. What's
it's
up?
pronounced Jacques.
No, it isn't. Vieux jeu?
Okay.
Rookie, do you speak French?
Nope.
Okay. I only took 6 years. I'm not an expert. I'm just a good old-fashioned Southern American, okay, that has studied languages for many years. But you do not pronounce an X in French, not at the end of a word at least. Now, yes, in the name Xavier, you would pronounce the X, but X at the end of a word is silent. I'm not familiar with any exceptions, but there may be some.
Views you.
Bijou. Welcome. Bijou.
Yeah, you should say words like hello.
Is not VC verified.
Yeah, I know, but I did it on mute. Old. Yeah, okay, so it was old play. Old games. I was getting the word je mixed up with jeune, which is the word for young. Old games. Interesting. Did they say something in lobby? It doesn't look like it. Nope. All right, Vija, go to BC check-in. Here, I'll send you there. BC check-in 1. Bye. Alrighty then. Did they not say anything up there either, Miguel?
He said at the lobby his mic is broken.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Broken mic gang. LOL.
Yeah. Yeah.
People are funny. They think that this is like 1998 or something.
Either did give him a listening pass grant rule.
Yeah, that's fine. Their logical failures will never cease to amaze Flatty. Well, it's the trap of being a contrarian, I think. I think that there's a desire that certain of these people want to be contrarians. They can't possibly agree with anything, regardless of how apparent and obvious and truthful the thing is. So because of their dedication to contrarian, they will always be end up saying stupid stuff. You could basically paint them into a corner, or they're painting themselves into a corner, really. Yeah.
Oh, guess what? Flutter, they sent, you did post a video at playlist suggestions about Matthew Learns. Matt, the teacher, Matthew Learns. No, sir. Is not available anymore.
Oh, really?
What? Video?
If you, check at the hashtag playlist suggestions. The last one was posted by Flutter Day Sent and is not more available.
Wait, which one is this?
I'm gonna post the link. Oops, okay. It's about Matthew Learns that you did post a link.
Yeah, I got all paranoid yesterday, and I what I did was I made about 15 of my videos not public. I made them private temporarily because every once in a while people will I feel like sometimes they'll make a comment or something, even they'll come from Discord, go to my channel, make a comment, and then they'll try to go to like an actual supervisor or a human person at YouTube and try to get my stuff stricken. And so I'm just like, they've threatened me so many times, and I'm just like, dude, I don't even want to like sneeze wrong right now because I just want to wait out the remainder of the time until I have another chance where I could risk getting a strike on my thing and then not lose my channel. So I'm just like, I what I did was I made like 15 videos not or private, and I could send you personally the link, and I could make it just unlisted so you could watch it if you want.
Yeah, so you did put in private to avoid some strikes?
Yeah. I mean, they've been up for a couple weeks, but dude, the algorithms work like this. Like about 7 or 8 months ago, I was just saying dumb stuff on my channel that I didn't realize could get stricken. Like such and such is, not da 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 da. That's all I'm just saying. And it was weird because what I was doing is I was just doing a review of this art museum in Oxnard, and it was like a 10-minute video, and I walked by a homeless lady who's sitting on the grass, and she mentioned something about, M advice or whatever to me, and I commented back to her kind of flippantly, I don't believe that da-da-da is legit. And 16 minutes after I posted the video, and it was just a tiny part in the video that it had nothing to do with the video got stricken, and I got a strike for it for giving, hole with a snake wrapped around it advice. And so ever since then, I was like, geez, the algorithm picked it up in 16 minutes and 40 seconds. And so the last video that I had, I got a strike for was like about 4 weeks ago. This video was up for over 2 weeks. And somebody in the Discord who was like pretending to be a flat earther, and they were like a hardcore hater and a glober. I must have made them mad or something, and then they sent me a friend request on it, and I denied it. And then early the next morning, they commented on a video that I had posted on YouTube. A video, all it was a video showing old news coverage from an incident that happened in the 80s, and I wasn't making any opinions. I was literally just showing pieces of the news that they had on for 10 years on YouTube. And he said something about it, like my opinion on it, and I said, I'm not going to give you my opinion. I'm simply reposting something else, right? Well, then he had to have made an actual complaint about it to somebody physical there at YouTube, and they went in and they gave me a strike for it, saying that it was like bloody and gory or something like that. And I didn't know this at the time, but I could have actually appealed it and said, look, I literally just took something off of a news channel that's been on here for 10 years, and I probably could have beat the appeal, but my dumbass deleted the video. And as soon as I did that, a thing popped up and said, once you delete the video, you can't appeal anymore. So I smacked myself in the head. But anyway, you live and you learn, so.
Right.
Yeah, so.
You may be surprised about how easy it is to report videos and how quickly certain categorical reportings get handled.
I was surprised. I'm not surprised anymore.
But there has to be a human involved, because I've reported many White House videos as invoking acts of terrorism.
Oh.
And I get messages back from YouTube as stuff like, we looked into your report and we did not find any material that supports your claim, blah blah blah. And I'm like, that's too bad. I guess it's an opinion.
The channels that you were reporting were probably like major conglomerate stations, right?
Yeah, White House.
Yeah. So I mean, they're gonna actually shake something like that down almost nil compared to like just a channel like mine where somebody actually makes a report. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, the irony is it's not like certain individuals in the White House haven't been banned before. I don't know. It's just kind of funny when you think about it. But here's my coined phrase from years ago: hypocrisy is the status quo.
Me personally, I don't believe any videos should ever be taken down from anywhere unless they depict vile acts against youth. Stuff like that I'm way against, bro. But anything other than that, where you're simply playing a video that's already been on YouTube, I can understand the whole like copyright strike thing. But when you replay old news footage from a conglomerate station like CBS or something, there's no copyright. You're simply re-reporting something that's
well, you're supposed to include some type of commentary in order to circumvent any issues with, it's called a Creative Commons something or other. I forget what it's called actually.
Yeah, that's mostly for like where people like like music or something like that. But even then, you don't get a strike for that. I've had so many copyright claims on my videos. They don't strike the videos for that.
Oh yeah,
they just
me
put
too.
a copyright claim. Yeah, and if I were to ever to try to make money off the video, then there could be legal issues. But I haven't made a penny off my YouTube channel. It's literally cost me thousands and thousands of dollars and thousands of hours of my own time I've invested into it. But beside the point is I can't prove it, but I feel like almost 99% sure that this person had to have contacted or got a hold of somebody there and made an issue about it, because it passed the algorithm like by miles. The algorithm didn't pick it up because it wasn't an algorithmic hiccup. There was nothing wrong with it as according to the algorithm. So this dude must have gone above and beyond just some type of vendetta thing. So it's like, man,
those exist.
Definitely
those
do.
exist for sure. Yeah.
Been this weird math teacher.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah.
As this weird math teacher, I forgot his name. Been around this Discord again.
Matthew Lawrence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually got to talk to him last night. I almost got about maybe almost 45 minutes in of talking to him between other people who were taking shots at him and stuff. And I had a pretty good, back and forth with him, and I basically figured that I'm going to narrow it down to what his expertise and what he has a master's degree in, because a lot of people are saying, like, asking him about like space time and all kinds of heliocentric questions where he could easily say, like, well, that's not my expertise. That's not my expertise. So I nailed it down. I said, what is your expertise? And then I focused simply on that, and I wanted an exact answer for this, because he does claim to have a master's degree or PhD in these things. And he said, I don't have the answer now, but there are math problems, and so I will get back to you with the answer. And I said, if you do get back to me with the answer, I promise I'll never make another video about you. And if you put out another flat Earth video, I'll never make another video about you. So if you don't, you're open game. And he laughed about it. He's like, all right. I don't know what he's going to do, but I mean, that would be cool if he tried to even humor me or the other people who were listening and try to come up with the math equation that I asked him for an answer for, because there should be an exact answer, because it's an exact math equation,
So he's a non-learner, right?
He's a what?
He doesn't learn anything, right? He's like a government shit.
I think this is his newfound hobby.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him a government shill, but I would very, very leniently say that if he does understand or believe that the Earth is not a globe, he has absolutely no reason to go against that, because that's his complete career. I mean, he'd lose his job within 24 hours to a week. And so,
Yeah, the only thing that's in his way is actually the fake existence that he has built upon.
Well, I mean, the money's real, though. The money that he makes from that is very real.
Yeah, right. But what he is actually being expertise in, or the thing that he's an expertise in, is just fake. It's just a fairy tale.
Yeah, just like an actor, a thespian in the theater,
Yes.
They put on a good show for whoever decides to pay to go watch, be entertained by that, and it's kind of the same for the students in college. They're getting a spun tale of entertainment. And if people want to pay money for something that's not real to be entertained, to pass their time, I have no problem with that, as long as they don't try to infringe upon me. But I'm going to put them to the fire if I have the chance to, if they come into like my territory. So that's what I felt. But he's a very respectful, and he's not derogatory.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he doesn't ever say anything derogatory to any flat earthers. He never calls names or anything like that. So I give him the same respect.
Right.
As far as that, I don't call him a globe-tard, or like, I don't say anything like that to him at all.
I never do that to anyone who thinks that I think we sometimes, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but sometimes I have the feeling some people in here kind of react extremely hostile when some people are just, acting the way they mostly are when they believe in a globe on a heliocentric model. Instead of just trying to keep it down, to de-escalate and not take it personal, some people just freak out and start, being angry and stuff. But it's not worth it, First of all, you're wasting energy.
Triggered, though.
Yeah,
you're talking about people that have been in this conversation for 7-8 years, and they've experienced unimaginable, quote unquote, trauma in the midst of this conversation. And
I understand. I know where it's coming from, but still, you can self-reflect. You can still, at the end of the day,
understand for yourself. When you know what truth is, why should you ever get angry about someone who doesn't know? Like, I don't get it. That makes no sense for me. The whole concept of screaming at the one who's screaming at you makes no sense for me. That's just pridefulness.
You could call it pride, or you could call it security.
I mean, no, people aren't perfect though.
way,
Nobody's a perfect saint, and so everybody is valuable as far as like their emotions get in the way, and that's in the human nature. And I've been very guilty of that in the past, of using derogatory names for Globers that I don't feel deserved it. And so now I try to be more, especially if a Glober has said nothing derogatory or insulting to me personally, I try to make a point of not doing that to them too, because it's actually beneficial to have them in our Discord and having a civil back and forth, because it sharpens the flat earther skills, and who knows, like people could be listening and be like, "Man, they made a good point." Like, you know, maybe I'm going to start looking into this more because the flat earther is right. Or I mean, who knows? Even maybe even people like Matthew could say, screw the money. I'm going to go with what my heart tells me, and miracles happen every day. So. But he's a respectful person though, as far as that is. That's what I feel about. But it is what it is.
My point is that there's people that are insecure about the truth. They think that the truth is dependent on their own personal strength and ability of arguing, that they are, like, if they lose or something, that something will happen. I don't know what they think truly, but they act that way, it seems. Some of us are more secure in the fact that truth can stand for itself.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever.
Would you say that the word goes forward and does not come back void? And I decline to say one of the words in that sentence, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Of course.
Yeah. And I think that could be said also with, it says God's word goes forward and does not come back void, but I believe it could also be applied to the truth goes forward and does not come back void. That's my opinion. Again, I can't prove that, but that's what I feel,
Well, this is the question of what is objective and what is subjective.
I know, bro, but
when something is objective, as in it stands on its own for what it is, then it doesn't matter what anybody feels about that thing. That thing will still be the thing that it is, regardless of anyone's thoughts or feelings about it.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Which is why we get back, usually in conversation with certain people, we get stuck in the weeds, and then it's like, okay, but we're talking about the really is question about what the earth really is. And we can look at it, we can measure it, and we can validate the fact that it's not curved. Because it's not curved, then therefore we know it must be straight, level, flat, horizontal, parallel, like all of these words that describe it. And the perversion can be uncovered, like the man behind the curtain.
Yeah. Where have I heard that from before? Man behind the curtain. Is that a YouTube channel?
Wizard of Oz.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that little conniving, minuscule man that was just a fearful. I haven't seen the movie in so long, but all I remember is that he was a tiny little man. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. Oh, somebody posted something.
Yeah.
I love these guys, man. They're on it.
Yeah. He was making himself out to be the big bad, holographic face, and scary and all this stuff, and a voice with voice amplification, and all this stuff, but in reality, he's just a scared little man. And that's kind of the way another certain old serpent is like. Wouldn't you know?
Wouldn't you know it?
Be like Toto. There you go. That's right. What's that one?
I wonder if Toto would have been born a human being, he would have been named Finger Finger.
Huh? Oh no. You're doing the etymological fallacy again.
What do you mean?
Just
oh.
Just look into what that word means. Because
I
names.
wasn't trying to be derogatory or inappropriate.
No. Etymological fallacy, where you take just the word and what it sounds like as opposed to what it actually means.
Yeah, I understand. I know you got upset about me last time I did that. I don't think it was in the same context, but I do understand what you mean by I can't even pronounce it. Etymological fallacy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Toto is a Latin word, which comes from the word that we get our word total from, as in whole or entire. So,
Okay.
does the word or name Toto have other meanings? Possibly, but what it would be unreasonable to assert that it means TOE.
Oh, I understand that. I have almost like a it's like a weird Tourette type of syndrome where I can't help it. I like letters and words rearrange when I see them, and I don't see them at face value like most people. So I just blurt stuff out sometimes, and I can't help it sometimes. So
I'm on the verge of. Yeah, not at all, and none taken by whatever means. When I say what I say, it's meant for edification. As harsh as it may come across, I've got to improve not coming across as harsh. That's my problem. But in regards to what I want to edify and lift up and not tear down. So let me give you another example. We'll do the first one. This is a popular one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell lie. All right. Tell door opening. So when you apply a certain type of logic and you apply it discriminately, I not you personally, but I want those people to provide me the rationale. Tell me why your logic only applies to this one instance, but not all of the other instances. And this is where the study of etymology comes in, the root origin of words, the concept of root words in how it stands to reason that language, and this applies to other conceptualizations of or theories about how language has developed. So you've got the evolutionary theory, right? Under the evolutionary theory, this principle applies. Under the biblical theory of language development, this theory applies. This concept of root words and the development of language over time, and the mixing and mingling of peoples, and the sharing and perversion of root words, and all of this, it applies over and over and over again across all the different theories about the actual origin of languages. Regardless of the origin, there is one. There is an origin, regardless of what the cause of that origin is, whether or not it's Tower of Babel or evolution or whatever. There is an origin, and that's the that's the value of understanding root words. At their most furthest back way that we can determine the common denominator or root of a specific concept. With that said, you've got prefixes and suffixes, you've got words. So not all prefixes and suffixes are words. So that's an important thing. Like the letter A. The letter A can be a lot of things. It can mean A as in an article, as in like a house, right? Yeah. A can also mean the word not, like atheist, right?
Okay.
So the letter A can be a handful of different things, and then that letter A can also change based on how it's used. So it's not a apple, it's an apple, but an is still principally the letter A, or rather, it's an article. So just because a or an or whatever this word is that you're looking at sounds like another word, like ly ending, like that was lovely. Well, lovely actually means the love of lie, because and lie is lye soap. So when somebody's lovely, they're actually really clean because they love their lye soap and they wash their body with their lye soap, right? This would be an etymological fallacy. It's bad logic, it's bad etymology, and it's not. It sounds cool for the sake of like a song or poetry, but it can be punny, like you can use puns, but it's not good. It's not good logic, and it's not accurate. It's not truthful. It's just fun wordplay. Just because you're having wordplay doesn't mean you're conveying truth or teaching anyone anything of knowledge. Or back to the word truth.
Yeah.
I get my thing there with the teleport means tell, lie, port.
Yeah.
It doesn't though. Just like it's funny to say tell, lie, vision, television. That's funny, but it is an etymological fallacy. See, the problem is you can make your point, not you, but in general, people can make the point that the device that we watch these messages on conveys lies, and you can demonstrate how they do it, why they do it, that they do it over and over again, over and over and over and over again. And all I encourage people with is don't let the words tell, lie, vision be your justification for why you think the TV is a device used to tell lies. Don't let that be your foundation of your argument, because with an intelligent person, you will not win, because they'll either walk away from you in despair, or they'll ridicule you and help you understand that how and why you're wrong. So these sorts of etymology fallacies are a bit of a pet peeve for me, but I try to process them patiently, I guess.
I understand completely what you're saying. The, from my understanding and my experience with words and with wordplay and gematria and the way my mind works with like adding a numerical adding a number or sequence to every letter, and what I do is I reverse letters and I flip them upside down and I make shapes and symbols out of some of them. I can't help that my mind just works like that, but I have known and I have seen that there's cultures, let's just say cultures that are the opposite of daughters, that are from May, that use the type of wordplay I use to communicate with each other, and it's valid to them. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. So again, I used this example the other day. Can you use a hammer as a screwdriver? And the answer is yes, you can. You can just about squeeze the corner of the claw into a screw and twist the hammer in a circular fashion and use a hammer as a screwdriver. What I only want to retain is the truth is that, or of the truth is that the hammer is still a hammer. The hammer isn't inherently a screwdriver. It is not esoterically a screwdriver. It's a tool, and a tool can be misused. Just because a tool can be misused does not mean that the tool is inherently the thing that it's being claimed. So you're absolutely right. The brother men and other groups of people definitely use tools for esoteric communication. The part that gives me the gets under my skin, annoys me, pet peeve, whatever, is when people act as though those words themselves have some type of power all by themselves. Okay, what I'd rather hear personally is people convey the message: these people in this article or in this advertisement or in this movie, they're saying X, but they mean Y, and here's why they mean Y, even though they're saying X. Now, X doesn't always mean Y. These people are just meaning for it to mean Y, and I can show you why. Okay? That would be better to me than acting as though X is esoterically Y. Always. That, to me, is the you're getting, not you, but when I say you, I'm speaking in general always. I know I've repeated that over and over again. I just want to be clear. People are getting, I think, tricked in falling into a trap that allows the evil people, whoever they may be, to accomplish their goal of removing meaning, of removing a foundation of truth, and it subverts the people into a place of confusion. There's an author of confusion I've heard about. Somebody has that as a title, author of confusion, but it subverts the people into being confused and incapable of even communicating because meaning has been allowed to be removed, instead of saying, no, those people are saying X, but they really mean Y. I'm going to say rainbow, and rainbow still means what rainbow means, even though these sickos want rainbow to mean something else. Rainbow still means what it has always meant, regardless of what these people have appropriated it to mean, or television, or any other word that gets perverted, and then the perversion gets accepted rather than ridiculed, rather than exposed, right? And what I mean by exposed is they use that word in this way, but the word still means across vision or distant vision, literally. Telephone, telecommunication, telecommute, telegram, telegraph, telemeter, across, distant, away from, telephoto, teleprompter. These are not all words that mean tell a lie, right? And again, it's good for music, it's good for poetry, but it's not good for true logic. And I think that what happens over time is it distorts people's minds, allowing them to accept the perversion and accept the appropriation.
I understand what you're saying.
Cool. That word appropriation, even that word alone got perverted years back. They're like, oh, when you celebrate Cinco de Mayo, you're appropriating the entire Latino community, blah blah blah, and like appropriation got this dirty reputation. Thing is, words communicate ideas, and it's really important to not abandon the conveyance of ideas. It seems to me that that a lot of that is going on. And I think that the word appropriation is a really good one to represent what's going on here. Gematria lovers, Kabbalah lovers, magicians, esoteric people, New Agers, whatever. Yes, they appropriate all of the time.
Yeah. Invert and so forth. Yeah. I do know that. When I read words and sentences, I usually don't even take them at face value as you're describing them. My mind just breaks them apart. It reverses them, and I turn them into anagrams. And
Do you have a sibling by any chance?
Yeah, I have an older brother and a younger brother.
Cool. Think of getting a letter or an email, whatever, from one of your brothers.
I would like that. They both won't speak to me anymore because I'm a flat earther, but yeah.
Well, imagine them writing you a letter, and just imagination. And the fact is, I'm picking, something familial. Let's pretend that they're not Masons. I don't know, but
no, they're not. But as far as I know,
yeah. But so that's what I mean when I'm pointing to like taking things at face value. If you're getting a written communication from a loved one, and they're like, I was watching the television the other day, blah blah blah, and then these politicians, or they use all these buzzwords that get this etymological fallacy that I'm talking about. Just because they're using those words doesn't mean that they are directly or indirectly participating in that appropriation I was referring to. Sometimes people are just saying the word that means the word and not esoterically communicating. Now, this is why when you take a speech, you look at somebody's behavior and their hand symbols, right? And they're doing all these things with their hands.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
So let me give you an example of like a goofy comedian that's making fun of a gang member, right? So you got this comedian, and he's making fun of a gang member, and he's doing the West Side, and he's symbols with his hands, and he's doing pretend sign language and making fun of how gang members do different things with their hands together and stuff, right? And in the course of him making fun of gang members, he throws up devil horns, and he throws up the 666, and he throws up these different things in the course of doing so. This is where I always point people back to context. And I say, okay, he threw up a 666. He threw up a devil horn. Does this mean that he's in the club, or does this mean that it happened by chance? Well, how do you confirm that? You look for more evidence. In my opinion, that's what you ought to do. If this is a comedian, you maybe have watched 100 hours of his content. He's never made any illusion in any other way. It just happened this one time. It might just so happen that he's not part of a club, right? He stuck his hand in his jacket one time. Somebody shot it and said, "Oh, look, hand in jacket, he's in the club." But he did it one time, and he was just grabbing his cell phone that was in his inner pocket. And if you watch the rest, you would realize that's all he was doing. Well, no. He's secretly, esoterically communicating that he's in the club. Look for more context before you make those claims. Not you, but anyone in general. And these are the sorts of things that I'm like, okay, so you see ancient art, and not ancient, like 200-year-old portrait, painting, and somebody has their hand in their pocket. Well, there's two reasons. A lot of people only want to believe one reason exists for hand in jacket. Okay, there actually is a historical, and that's just an excuse. They just made that up. But in reality, all these people were actually in the club. It was like, okay, maybe, but recognize the fact that this excuse, as you call it, exists, and discern for yourself. Have other corroborating, incriminating data that can validate your claim that this person was in the club, and not one exclusive portrait where their hand was in their jacket. Because, for instance, artists oftentimes, not just hand in jacket, but asked people to have their hands out of sight, because the bane of every artist's existence is faces and hands. Faces are hard enough. Hands are even worse.
Yeah.
In regards to portraying them accurately. They're a nightmare for an artist.
I actually do portraits and I draw, so I completely agree with you on that.
Yeah. So anyway, I just encourage people to look up, corroborating evidence. Don't just have that one thing that you're like, because of this, that person's in the club. Be like, well, because of this, and this, and then they also said this, and then they were associated with these people, and they hung out with these people, therefore I know they were in the club.
Okay,
right?
yeah, I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, so
I totally do. In fact, I make it a point to like, if I got a letter from my brother or something, I wouldn't look into it any deeper than at face value.
Yeah.
But when my mind starts separating, breaking apart words and stuff, I'm doing it with things that are put out by major conglomerates or things throughout history that have a repetition of they have patterns, so to speak, and it's strange once I start finding these patterns, I'll stop whatever I'm doing, and I'll just obsess on that, and I can't function and do anything else that I'm supposed to do until my mind unlocks this pattern. And it's cost me jobs, and like I've been late for a lot of important things because I can't help it. I'm like Rain Man, like he drops the toothpicks on the ground and he's supposed to leave is important, but he has to count them. Like my mind's like that sometimes, so it's frustrating. But I do totally agree with you. Like if I get a love letter from my girlfriend, or like you know, it would be nice to get a letter from my brother. I'm just going to take it at face value, just like that, you know. But when I read a title of an article in a newspaper like Los Angeles Times or something like that, it just starts reforming into like a code that I see, you know. And it could be just a psychosis, and I could be just imagining all these things completely, because there's nothing like factual based on it that's like definitive evidence whatsoever. And sometimes I'll throw these things out there to a lot of people, and I'll say, this, look at this, and this. And a lot of people are just hand wave dismiss it, or don't understand, or like when you corrected me that one time, you know. And so I get that a lot. I get corrections, I get people who don't understand, I get hand wave dismissals, and every once in a while somebody will be like, oh, that does make sense or whatever. I don't think I really gain anything by it by any means, and it's a waste of time. It's just how my brain works, kind of.
You
know?
could if you do thorough homework, though. And so if somebody is like, here, we'll take Tom McDonald for an example. All right, it didn't take very long at all for a guy that I like, Barricade Garage. It didn't take very long at all for this dude Barricade Garage to take Tom McDonald's material, the rapper that everybody's like, oh, he's such a truther. He's so good. Tom McDonald's the best. I love Tom McDonald. It took Barricade Garage like one song or something to realize he's a hypocrite. Now Barricade Garage used other words that I don't usually say out loud, if at all. Or he actually, I think he just called him moist, which is really one of the funniest insults I think that could exist.
I'm not familiar with Barricade Garage.
Yeah, he's a cool YouTuber, but I'll post his channel here real quick.
Okay.
But anyway, so Tom McDonald did he included Blair White in one of his music videos, right? And I don't know if you know who that is, transgender stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm
and
not
then,
familiar with.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a dude.
I know who
that,
Tom McDonald is, though. I'm familiar with him.
So Blair White is the name of some dude. I don't even know his original name, that pretended to be a girl or whatever on YouTube, and then came out as a conservative and against the transgender movement and stuff, but continued to be the thing that they pretend to be against. And that's why I keep using the word pretend. So anyway, this is his channel. But the hypocrisy of being against something, but then also participating in the thing that you say that you're against, is actually, hypocrisy is really easy to expose. And that's all I'm saying is, you got somebody like Barricade Garage that's pointing out exactly the hypocrisy and all the details related to that hypocrisy. And it's as simple as that. There are people that, like I was doing earlier with Eric Dubay, right? Oh, what's wrong with Eric Dubay? I mean, the dude's a legend in the flat earth space, and he's come up with all this amazing, stuff. And it's like, yeah, sure. But then there's also the incorporation of his message that he is either is or is acquiring apotheosis. He either believes he is God or is going to become God. And if you keep on listening to his stuff, you will either be duped into believing that that's the case, or you will see with your own two eyes, ears, whatever, that that is the message he's conveying, and you can do it too,
Yeah.
So yeah, a little bit of encouragement as you get frustrated on this topic. There is value to it when you can expose, maybe meticulous, it may require some meticulous homework, but if you can expose certain individuals and clearly demonstrate them to be disinformation agents or hypocrites or whatever, Tom McDonald's an excellent example of it. Several comedians fall in this category where they appear to be funny, they appear to be on our side, as it were, which the whole on our side idea in the first place may be fallacious or a delusion or a deception. But yeah, man, looking for those details, I don't think it's completely worthless. You just got to be careful about how you put the pieces together. There are times when you can go looking for something and find it, but you found nothing but your own
Hey,
confirmation.
Gospel.
Yeah, what's up?
Are you talking about like the guy Dave, who's they have really sound logical understanding, but when it comes to like this agenda that they might have, like the one thing that they'll talk about, it throws everything out into question. Like the guy's he's intelligent, he's very soft spoken, he knows what he's saying. Then all of a sudden you hear him talking about how to drink your own urine, and it's like, dude, you know what I mean? Like it's not. There's a lot of things that you can glean off of somebody that's intelligent, and all of a sudden they have this other agenda, and inserted in between like the lines, as it were.
Yes,
and so you're just like, oh man, come on! Like we were doing so well until we got to this part. Like I think that's what you're saying with these characters that portray the image of like their flat Earth, and then all of a sudden they have this other agenda that they're also about. So
yep, the conversation started out with me addressing in general the etymology or etymological fallacy, which is where I talk about any of the words that get a little story behind them, like tell, lie, vision, for instance, right? And I'm like, yeah, it's cute, but help yourself understand that it's not the justification. All you have to do is look at the content of the medium of television and say, this is a lie, 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 this is a lie. And that's why it's a lie. The TV tells lies because lies get told through the TV. The word itself does not need to be your foundation of the argument. And that was my point that I was making. Don't use etymology fallacies to justify your argument, because
Falsely can't justify anything.
I mean, you could really just say, don't use fallacies to justify your argument. It doesn't have to be etymology, but don't use fallacies to justify your argument. Let the truth speak for itself. Demonstrate with facts. And anyway, yeah, that's how we got off. I was trashing.
You said the word, bro. You just said the word.
Which word?
The word demonstrate. That's what we originally, like a week or two ago.
Exactly. And that was the example that I was giving you. It's not. And I don't think I got a chance to tell you that comes from the French word monstre. Okay, so here's what's interesting. Monstre sounds like monster. Okay, so here, let me show you what's this is.
I'm aware of the what you're speaking of though too also, but I go ahead, continue on. I'm sorry.
So monstraire, the root word from demonstrate, de, which is a prefix that means entirely, and then monstraire, to point out or show. Now here I'll post the because this is important to have visuals for people. So it's then when you take monstrum, which means divine omen or wonder, and then you try to say that monstraire is the same as monstrum. Well, that's the same as saying A equals B. A can equal B, but what we're actually saying in this case is A equals not A, because monstraire is not monstrum. even though monstrare and monstrum share an older root word. Just because they share an older root word doesn't mean that they're independent and different meanings. Don't have, aren't
Not distinct.
are not distinct. So this whole thing of etymology, you've got these. If you keep, I pointed this out the other day. If you keep looking into this stuff, you start seeing root words, and you're like, whoa. Some of these words are so base level, they get incorporated in here, and I'll give you an example right here. This is super fascinating. So men as a prefix. This look admonish, amnesia, amnesia, amnesty, dement, automaton, memento, mantra, mantic, manic, money, monition, monitor, mosaic. Okay, so you look at all of these words. When you suggest that they all have the same meaning, that's a problem. When you say, okay, they all have a similar root, but they also have other letters in there that help distinguish from one word from the other. So music and dement. Well, those are very different words, and they have very different meanings. Just because they share a root also doesn't mean that they're the same word, because that's the whole purpose of.
You said music and what?
Dement, like somebody that's demented.
Oh, dement. Okay,
Yeah. Or amnesia. Music and amnesia, right? Amnesia and music apparently have this etymological root common denominator in the prefix men. Okay, and even furthermore, talking about words that sound like other words, men. Well, this prefix men has absolutely nothing to do with men and women, men, right? That's what's important to understand about how words are put together. How, is it a Latin root? Is it a Greek root? Is it an unknown origin word that was borrowed from another language way back when? And that language, those people were completely knocked off, and somehow they had a word that was borrowed by other people that destroyed them. And because there are, if you look into it, there allegedly are groups of people that actually have been eliminated. Last time I looked, I think it's like 11 or 12 confirmed people groups that had their own independent language. There's probably more. I would assume that there'd be more, but there's like 11 or 12 confirmed people groups that have distinct languages and stuff that are gone. There's no lineage from these groups of people. They're just gone. So that's where you start to get a little bit of holes every now and then in language. But anyway, root words and all this stuff, it's good to look into before making any claims.
Well, there's a lot of people, Gospel, that actually carry this as a debate tool. And I've heard it on the internet, and they it almost has the air of sounding intelligent, but at the same time, it's root etymology of the basis of what they're trying to say. It doesn't match up to, like, if you would do a study on the word, the root of that word wouldn't follow what the logic of what they're trying to present. Although the way we use it in our language now, because like one word could possibly mean different things of whatever specific era you're speaking that word into, right? So I'll give you one example, like the word gay. That word gay used to mean something back then a long time ago that it doesn't mean today. But because of the fact that it's a derogatory term today, it becomes a bit difficult to use as the way it was normally used back in the day when it was presented.
Just older connotation as opposed to its modern connotation.
Right. So getting into that, using this as a debate tactic or some way that you can insert, like you saying, well, spelling bee, guys, we're all under a spell. Like you can't, you know, you can't use that and then insert what you want to present to a group, and then have the group consume it as if it's what you're speaking as absolute truth. Because upon discovery of using it in the context of like whatever era you're in, and then like how it's used, in a sentence, and what we're using it for, and so on, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to drive a point home with that specific argument. It's really gonna just make a bit more confusion than you do bring it to light where somebody can understand what you're saying. Like what are you bringing to the argument? Is it because you're using these words as a form of standing as an objective truth, or like, and so that doesn't have any foundation in like logical consistency if that's the route you're taking with that sort of thing. People have done.
You
I've seen
cannot
groups
use
of people do this.
premises in a valid argument.
Exactly. However, it has been used, and so people I would say they would carry themselves as intellects because they're not dumb for any reason. Like these guys are pretty smart, but they're using these words and then kind of forming together how words mean things, but at the same time they're not looking at the root of the word, like to actually discern whether or not this is what they're saying to back up their argument for the word meaning whatever so and so. Like
They're not actually looking at the true data regarding the etymology or the grammar or the semantics of the word in question.
It's so important. I think that's why Gospel Bear usually brings this up, and some people are like, "Oh, gospel again." But if he doesn't bring it up and he doesn't correct, then it just goes unchecked.
The error is just going to continue.
The error will continue. So it needs to be at some point mitigated with this understanding. So it day to day, it's not an easy thing to carry to shoulder when you're the person that's like, are we using this word correctly? And then kind of brings that light to someone who wasn't using it the right way, and then perhaps we can see the root word and the way it was used and what it means, and then we can agree this is what the word means because it first started this way. And I think it's important, guys. I don't know about you, but otherwise we're not going to be able to communicate right in the English language. It's not going to happen.
You touched on the very point I wanted to touch on. So Latter-day Saints, when you hear people complain about or anyone else or Miggy or myself trying to untangle the confusion and error, when people try to say things that are grammatically erroneous, semantically erroneous, etymologically erroneous, the thing I always say to them is that as long as you are thinking and speaking, and writing, you are utilizing grammar and semantics and etymology and rhetoric. Okay, so don't use the very things that you are complaining about. That's self-defeating. So grammar, rhetoric, etymology, semantics, all of this is very important. We use it every day. We use it in our very own thoughts.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Including logic. If we couldn't think, let alone speak, let alone write, let alone argue without logic.
Which is why I tried to encourage Flatter-day specifically. You can make your point without the weak justification, because the points that you're making, oftentimes, I don't know how many points you made, but the ones that I've heard, they're valid points, but they just need to be justified properly. Otherwise somebody will attack your point on basis of a false justification and reject it,
and then undermine your argument.
Even though your point was actually completely valid, it just got beat up on a false premise. So
and they could hand wave dismiss at that point, which is the worst. It's the worst possible scenario for a logically consistent argument to go. If you're going in a good direction, all of a sudden you find out that they're digging into the root word of what you said, and the crowd or the third person perspective will be like, "Oh, he really didn't know what he was saying." So everyone's gonna hand wave dismiss everything you just said due to the nature of the fact that you didn't, really
It's going to
understand.
discredit you in the eyes of the audience.
Yeah,
This is exactly why I get on people's case that well, why is the moon round, right? And they're like, well, the moon isn't necessarily round. Let me show you all these pictures about why it might not be round or spherical. And I'm like, you took the bait. You took the bait, and now you're entertaining a non sequitur, and you are destroying yourself by entertaining a non sequitur. And
Defending something you should never defend in the first place, making a wrong turn in the argument.
yeah, so it's like what David Weiss did in his thing, and he's showing the picture of the 4 different things, and he's like, the moon might not be a sphere, and it's like, again, that's a non sequitur. It's completely besides the point. You never need to address it in the first place, because it does not follow that just because I can hold a rock in my hand doesn't mean that everything is a rock.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like
yeah.
that.
No, I totally understand what you're saying, bro. Yeah.
Good.
And was it Elijah who said, was that you, Elijah, who spoke like about 3 minutes ago, and you said that
that sound like Elijah?
I'm sorry. Who was it? I'm sorry. I'm not looking at the icon.
It's fine.
How you doing, Elijah? How's it going?
I'm good. I'm good, Mickey. How you doing, brother?
No disrespect. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. His name's Gregory. Gregory has a little bit deeper voice than Elijah.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at the icons, and I just assumed that, and I apologize for that.
Ow, I gotta tell Elijah when he comes back. That's great. Because that was genuine. He didn't see my icon, so he didn't know who was talking.
Yeah. I just assumed. No disrespect, Gregory. I'm sorry.
No, you hear me laughing? I'm not disrespecting.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But you, Gregory, you said I think you said that I might hear a lot of people say that you guys are or what was the word you said?
What did I say? People are going to complain. A lot of people complain.
Yeah. You may have said Elijah's name. Maybe you didn't. Maybe that's why I misunderstood you. Maybe you didn't even say his name. You said you and Gospel Bearer, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If I or Miggy or Gospel Bearer, when we bring these things up, some people resist us because they're intellectually lazy. To put it bluntly, they're intellectually lazy, and then they ridicule us as though us making these points is unjustified and a waste of time. But
or
like I
you're
said
trying
earlier,
to hold back
it's
the
very
truth.
much not. Right, you're trying to untangle the confusion and let the truth stand as it should, without any confusion and without any error.
Well, what I'm saying is sometimes people come at me as if I'm trying to Debbie down truth tellers and prevent these esoteric revelations from being known. And I'm like, no, I want the esoteric revelations to be known. I want everybody to completely understand the common denominator of the mystery school religions of Babylon. I want everybody to see the details, right? But I want them to see it in a true way and not a way that is a scapegoat or a red herring or a non sequitur or whatever. Like, let's look for the details. Let's look. Yeah, gematria has its place in exposing secret communications, secret handshakes, and exposing secret handshakes. That has its place. But you got to put all the pieces together, put the whole puzzle together, or at least a good portion of the puzzle together. Because if you just point at one puzzle piece and be like, "Look, here it is, guys. Here it is," then it's not going to be nearly as effective as putting 10% or 40% of a puzzle together and being like, listen, this puzzle, look, it matches the picture on the box. Do you see it? Okay, good. You just show one puzzle piece and you may actually have a puzzle piece to a different puzzle. And that's kind of the analogy that I would use to explain what I'm talking about here.
I totally understand what you say, and I agree with you. And when you may even when you hear me talk over time on the Discord or whatever, I don't know if this is true or not. In my opinion, I think I may use anagrams and reversing words and letters, turning them into symbols and alphanumerics more than anybody else I've heard on here do that. And as I told you before, it's like I have some type of like illness in my brain, or like Tourette's or whatever, autism, whatever, Asperger's, that I just do this automatically. But when I do it, I don't do it. And if I do, please correct me, but I don't do it when I'm debating somebody about factual things, as far as like, like measurements of Earth, or like, trying to get my point across about, disproving somebody's claim of, vacuum next to gas pressure without a container or anything like that. What I do is I'll throw them out there when I'm talking to other flat earthers in discussions, throwing them out there to like, I'm throwing them out there as like not as bait into the ocean to catch a fish. I'm throwing them out there as a magnet on a reel to possibly to attract more metal or not, to see, because I'll throw it out there and to see what feedback I can get off of it, negative or positive.
Have you worked on? Yeah. Have you worked on a puzzle before with other people, like an actual physical 1,000-piece puzzle or something?
No.
Well, too bad. You're missing out. Puzzles can be fun.
You mean like a literal board puzzle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not able to do that.
That's okay.
I mean,
it's fine. But you understand what a puzzle is, and you get.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So the point I'm making with this analogy of a puzzle is make sure that when you're confronting topics like, hey, listen, I just saw this detail, that you're talking to people that are looking at the same puzzle. So if we're talking about Tom McDonald, for instance, make sure that we're on the topic of Tom McDonald, and you're looking at the puzzle of Tom McDonald to figure out, hey, I've got a puzzle piece here. Does that make sense? Does that fit this? I've got another puzzle piece here. Oh, hey, another person chimes in. They're like, actually, yeah, here's 5 more puzzle pieces. Hey, look, we're starting to put a picture together. We can see that he's a shill and a hypocrite and actually probably controlled opposition. And then everybody, is accomplishing something. But when you have a group of people, 5 people, 10 people, 30 people, that are talking about 30 different puzzles, and you're all bringing puzzle pieces to the table, it's a mess. So, yeah, do your thing. Maybe it's a gift. Maybe it's I mean, you're using the word illness. I'm not going to suggest that, but whatever it is, if it has any merit or value at all, make sure to use it in the best possible way, which would just be with consistency, meaning work on the same puzzle at the same time, and make sure that you're not accidentally working on 10 different puzzles at the same time, because that will probably be a mess.
Yeah.
And so, to further elucidate Gospel Bearer's point is that, like, if you take a look at this live stream and what this particular forum is about, the puzzle that we're working on here is the topic of the shape of the earth. So when it veers off into other topics, they're edifying in their own right, but they can't be in the sense of like, we're working on this particular puzzle. So when you try to bring another puzzle in here and try to insert pieces that don't belong, it will start to collide with the point. So let's, Gospel could be on a point here with somebody, and I interject with like Coriolis or whatever. That has nothing to do with what he's talking about. And it becomes very hard to focus on who's talking about what and why is this topic even being brought up, right? I'm using that as an example because that happens often, because we're chomping at the bit, wanting to get our jab in there to, the truth that we understand or whatever it is that we want to talk about. Then we kind of just derail the point, and then all of a sudden the guy that's actually making the point loses interest, and he's like, I give up, guys. You go ahead, take the argument, because it's disheartening, right? You don't like for people to look at other things other than the logically consistent argument that you have at hand. which is of most importance, right? So that in that way, this forum is very peculiar. So we kind of have like this respect, and like what Gospel was saying too is like you can add to the point. That's not an issue because we have a lot of people in here, but don't try to detract with using something other than the thing that we're talking about. It's very essential.
But there's places
Add
that
to the point that is relevance.
got a lot of
That makes so
PCs.
much sense what you just said. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we could literally, right. I don't actually feel like doing it, but we could hypothetically be like, all right, listen, I've got like 5 puzzle pieces, guys, about Tom McDonald being a complete controlled opposition clown. Does anybody want to follow me down? That sort of thing, right? Let's go down to chill chat, and if anybody else has some puzzle pieces, let's put this puzzle together, and maybe we could, do some content production on a video of all about how he's controlled opposition, and it might help some people out that are worshiping the dude. In some cases, the people that are worshiping Tom McDonald are already lost, and you can't necessarily help them. But maybe somebody, help one person that may be worth it. Blah blah blah. So there's definitely opportunity within the server for all sorts of those exercises, I would call them.
Yeah. Like I almost muddy the waters, or either muddy them too much or dilute them too much quite often, arbitrarily. Good intention, but I totally understand what you're saying.
Cool. But yeah, you didn't offend me whatever last week or whenever that was. In fact, I had hoped you wouldn't. I was hoping to finish the conversation and have closure. So I'm glad you're here now, and you can understand.
Didn't offend me at all. Ironically, I was driving on the freeway and I hit a place where they were putting in power lines, and like after you posted that, I wasn't mad. I didn't like rage quit or get off. Like I literally couldn't join back in for like 8 or 9 minutes, and by then I just was driving on the freeway and I didn't want to back interject or anything like that, But I always appreciate being corrected, though.
Yeah, what we're doing here, Latter-day Saints, is that we are creating an environment for the next generation of critical thinkers. The people who have been freed from this mentality of being oppressed by this information and indoctrinated with it, we broke free from it. We've done it in a kind of like a Wild West cowboy kind of style. Like we were all over the place at first. Now we're a very organized group. We can get our arguments concise to the point. We can demolish any of the illogical rationalities that come at us now. It's a bit more easier for us to do it because of our experience. So the people that come in here that are now on the side of learning all of these things, it's kind of like a bit of education for them to get the understanding of how it is to have a conversation with somebody. Make sure that it's edifying for everyone that's listening, and also how to critically think about things. So it's important to us that that point gets put across, because everybody that comes in here, we're all listening to you speak, to me speak, to Gospel speak. And so how we present ourselves in a group is important, because we all are like peer reviewing each other, and we know what's edifying. We know exactly what works, what doesn't work. So in that way, the next generation of people that come behind us will be able to come into this server, the younger generation, and be able to build themselves up so that they're very clear and concise when they speak. And this is what we want. We want for people to more and more start becoming better equipped at having these conversations, versus you're just going to cowboy up and do it the way you do it, because that's not really helpful. Like that we all agree that we know what things are helpful because we've been in many different arguments all combined together. So our combined experience gives you the edge that you need when you start learning, how to navigate through a conversation like this. So hopefully that makes sense. Like that's what we're looking for, is people that can help others, the next generation of people, to critically think about discussions like this.
Yeah. So basically, like this server right here, from what I've ascertained, correct me if I'm wrong, but the first and foremost goal and when other things are like where there's just a bunch of OG flat earthers and they're talking about this or that, will automatically be put on hold. And the first and foremost, most important goal of this server is for when new flat earthers come on to give them the most sound, provable, basic knowledge that you guys have.
I can simplify it even better for you, bud.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
The foremost goal is to teach people to be empiricists.
Okay.
Concerning empirical matters.
It's just as simple as that. We don't want to tell people what is. We want people to go find out for themselves that the what is more important than what people say it is.
Okay.
So that's what the empiricism is all about. Like I think that is the, if you have to boil it down and distill it to its most root purpose, that would be the thing. And I'm taking this from the mouth of a little bit of a paraphrasing of certain administrators. This is basically the repeated intended root ethos for the server, to teach people to be empiricists, not to tell them what the earth is, not to tell them what to believe, not to tell them how to think exactly, but rather, look, this is empiricism. You can do it yourself. You don't have to appeal to populace. You don't have to appeal to authority. You don't have to engage in logical fallacies. Go seek out the truth for yourself. And then, of course, that gets done in a lot of different ways that are either effective or ineffective. But ultimately, that is
the
most
reason why
important pursuit.
The reason why it's a huge task right now is because when people are getting away from the mentality from, like, let's say, the education system, it's built us up in a way that is not viewing critical thinking in a manner which we can actually use that method. So all of our perceptions have been warped because of that. So that person or the people that are actually learning this are having a learning curve to deal with, and pun intended, right? Because like curve of the earth, but like you have to learn these things, because if you don't, when you actually engage somebody in a conversation, and be it in the real world, like out there talking to people on the street, or just coming in here and having a conversation with someone who thinks that the earth is a globe, you're gonna fail in the sense of like you're still of the same mindset, trying to argue a point that has no relevance to the conversation of empirical evidence. So if you're not able to bring them to that understanding of, okay, look, me and you can debate on what we think the earth is. We go on an airplane ride, I look out the window, I see flat, you see globe, and you throw a camera up, I see flat, you see globe. Like, there's not going to be any way that you can agree with me. But I can give you the opportunity to see that if you equip yourself with the knowledge of the claim and then go test that against what reality is telling you, you'd be able to verify if it is or if it is not what they've been telling us. At which point you're going to have to decide whether you're going to come to the fact that you're going to agree with the results or not, because ultimately it's going to be an acceptance or rejection of what you understand. And that's all it is. There's no gray area. There's no gray area where you're like, well, it could be. No, it's either is or isn't what the claim is. So the claim stands. It's an outstanding claim that either that claim is going to be resolved, as in what reality is, what we all experience, or it's not.
Not to continue bumping gums and talk your ears off, but to put it in more philosophical terms, because what we are doing is philosophy. We're talking about a method of knowing. That's epistemology, one of the basic categories of philosophy. And so what Gospel Bearer, and Miggy just explained to you particularly is the correct epistemology for getting knowledge about empirical matters, for instance, the shape of the earth. And so I would expand what Gospel Bearer said is the purpose of this server, or at least how it has behaved, is that this server behaves as a forum of philosophy, a forum for inquiry about philosophical matters, existential matters, including cosmological and physical matters. And that includes sharing information and ideas on thinking soundly, logic being the rules of sound thought, the rules of rational inference. And so whether you are investigating, whether you are inquiring, or whether you are arguing, you always want to think soundly. Your methods of inquiry want to be valid, and you want to come valid conclusions, especially sound conclusions. A valid conclusion follows from the premises, or it is a strong warranted conclusion from the premises, or um, uh, I forgot that last point, but you get what I'm saying so far. You see, so
Yeah.
this is a form for knowledge, a form for philosophical inquiry. It's not just about the cosmos, because you look in the other rooms, both voice chats and text chats, it's beyond just cosmology. Cosmology is a subject within metaphysics, and metaphysics is a basic subgroup, subsection of philosophy. Everyone is a philosopher, everyone philosophizes. So it's not a matter of whether you are or are not philosophizing. It's simply a matter of are you doing it well or poorly. And so that's what this server is, a forum for philosophical inquiry and investigation.
Okay, yeah, I
Knowledge.
totally, I understand. Like basically, like the motivation and the first and foremost top priority is um people who want to come in who are potentially seeking the truth but have a rudimentary or very little knowledge of it, and your guys' main motivation is to edify them, to help bring them up in whatever way they can, through the simplistic proof of critical thinking and empirical evidence. But basically, like the first and foremost priority of the people that come in are like the newbies who like, that way this can continue on.
Right. Help people
Like
come in.
build up
They
and
start from
make
the
it
earth.
bigger.
The
Right.
Yeah.
light
Okay.
burn,
Right.
the,
They
the
come
light burns
in.
brighter, right? The light burns brighter, as it were, when you have two flames that are gathered together, and it becomes like a huge bonfire. So it
Yeah.
becomes stronger and hotter, and it will be able to be felt, because of the fact that you now have not just one but two people that can critically think. Now divides into many more, and so when we start moving into the realm of, like, now it becomes where there's a lot of people that can critically think for and carry themselves in a conversation. The ones who come in here opposing the view, they look ridiculous because they're just like, "Oh, why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" And we're just like, we're above that. We don't need to stoop down to that level so that you can feel like you have some kind of foothold as to, like, coming into a server where people are actually talking about the subject. Now, bring something
Yeah.
to the topic, and we can discuss it. If not, you can. The door is that way. Like, you don't have to
Yeah.
stay here. Nobody's holding you here. That's important, right? And we want people.
Seriously and genuinely give us knowledge.
What's
Yeah.
important also, I would say, and just keep this as food for thought, but be of sober mind, for goodness sakes. If you're
Certainly.
gonna represent critical thinking, be of sober mind when you come in here. Because, once after you're a few sheets to the wind, I would say please log off. Don't step foot in here, because this place here you're gonna bring down the room by being somebody who's of that mindset, and then partake in a conversation, and you're gonna lose thought. You're gonna be all over the place, and then people will be like, "Oh, that's how they are, just drunk people," or you know what I mean. Like, it's not a good look.
Drunk
Yeah.
babblers.
So,
Yeah,
and
that's
and
obvious on its face, isn't it? Be
yeah, it's
of a
obvious on
sober
its
and
face.
sound mind to think and speak soundly.
That's
Yeah.
just that's just on his face, but it's only take that for what you will, and it's not like don't do this and don't do that. It's just it edifies the conversation by being of sound
Yeah.
mind. So
Y- y-
it's
like basically, a lie would be a huge cinder block wall, right? And the truth would be that first coating of paint that we need to put on. And in order to put it on uh, as fast and as efficiently and thoroughly as possible, that first coat, which is the truth, we all work together almost as a colony of, like, not, I don't want to say ants or anything, but like a colony where like we switch off like seamlessly, where that this one person may be able to bring a point to help this new person who wants to come to the truth as efficiently as possible and as truthfully as possible, and we could cover a bigger wall that way. Whereas like sometimes I'll just go off to the side and I'm painting something very intricate in it, and it doesn't help get the job done quickly. If do you think I'm saying it correctly?
That's a great
Well,
analogy.
the
I
wall
don't mind it.
would be the lies, and the truth would be a sledgehammer or a wrecking ball,
Well,
rather than a
yeah,
coat of
but
paint to tear down the lies.
I'm just what I'm saying is just like as an example though, like let's say the coat of paint is the truth as far as like we're working at a goal, trying to do it efficiently as possible and not get like carried away with like one little part that doesn't need to be done to cover that wall.
Oh yeah, it could.
Right, but the lie,
Hey
we're
guys,
not trying to
it
cover
could
our
have
lie
been.
with truth. Hey, Elijah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was listening. I was like, what? Yeah, you're saying exactly what I was. Yeah, the lie is not a wall that we paint with truth. That's you could say that in a
I'm
I
better
just
mean,
way.
some
But
saying
people
I
do
get what
that, but that is not what we're doing here. We're trying to tear
I get
down
what
the
you're
lies,
saying.
so the truth would be a wrecking ball or a
Well, it
sledgehammer.
could be. It could be. Hold on, but the GIF I put in the chat, the truth could literally be holding that red roly thing up and showing people the red roly thing. You don't have to destroy anything. You literally hold the thing up or show this GIF and be like, guys, look. Right? Sometimes the truth isn't some explosive, destructive thing, right? Sometimes it's simply
Exposing.
look.
He's
Yeah, it's
exposing.
actually not. You're right. It's
You're
actually not
you're
a
exposing.
big
Yeah,
exploding thing. It's because think about it.
exposing it.
Think about it.
Trying to
When
understand.
I came into this, when I came into this, I picked up a kernel of truth and said, huh, what's this? And then I looked around and said, I'm not retarded, am I? Because I'm looking at this kernel of truth and it's pretty clear. Now, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I'm not a Neil deGrasse Tyson or a Vsauce or anything, but this seems like you know how you're excited to tell somebody something and you think about it, you're like, yeah, I'm sure I'm pretty right. And then you go to them and then they point out the flaw in what you're like, but you're thinking, so this kernel of truth, you're like, this is it. This is the one. There's no way I could be wrong about this. And then you go around showing people, and then instead of looking at the thing that you're showing them, they're like, so wait a minute, you're saying you don't believe in the thing that we've all believed in forever? Is that what you're saying by showing me this? Is that what it means to you? I'm not saying it. Here it is. No, so what you're saying is, and it's like, we're just trying to pick up pieces of truth and show people because it's like littered all on the floor and no one wants to pick it up.
Yeah. And you know what?
I
I
still
just
don't
came
get
to
the
real.
metaphor that Barrett was trying to do with this GIF.
The Roly thing
Well,
is being picked up off the floor, Gregory.
so
It
people are
looks
like,
like
look,
it.
it's a brick wall. Look, it's a brick
Oh
wall.
no,
No, it's not a
never
brick
mind.
wall. Let me show you something.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the analogy. So
Yeah.
when
Like the wall's dark and
Okay.
we're all trying to cover it with light. We're trying to put as much light on there as possible, and you can't cover the whole wall with just one light. But if you put all the lights together in a sequential, understandable, provable way, you will more efficiently, more quickly enlighten the whole wall. Let's say that
Bring the
instead of
truth
the
to
coat of
light.
paint.
Yes.
Yeah.
it sounds to me like the way that you're describing it sounds like it's a harder task than I think it is. And that's why I was trying to pick an analogy that was like a one-step sort of thing. You just simply show people the roller. And in regards to the Earth question, it's like you say brick wall, you say Earth curve. Let me show you. Look, not curved. Look, not bricks.
Yeah.
Like one step.
Yeah.
Can
I
I
get it.
Can I say
Yeah,
something? I feel like instead of showing them, it's more like they have to follow you. Like they have to be curious and stuff. Because otherwise,
That's included
whatever
too.
whatever the task is, whether it's like I'm speaking as an example, like whether it's showing them how to do the work or putting the code on it or lightening the wall, it's all a systematic thing, and the most efficient, quick way of doing it is when we act almost like a colony of like worker bees or ants efficiently trying to get to that honeypot, and bottom line is, if enough people come to the truth and it starts exponentially out like that, more people will start procreating and more human beings will be on earth and more people will know the truth, which is, I would assume, your guys' main bottom line heart underlining motive of it, possibly.
Right. I mean, what Zay just said, the person being shown the truth needing to be curious in order for them to accept the truth, that was a given that we were operating with. It was
it's like a
unspoken
rabbit
given.
hole. It's like a rabbit hole. Like with the truth, you have to want to explore and know these things.
Of course, that goes without saying. So, assuming that the person that we're talking to wants the truth, is curious for the truth, then our job and our inquiry for the truth is to express it as best as possible and to demonstrate it as best as possible.
Okay. Can I don't know if everybody right now can collectively agree on one thing, but I would just like to know if this is a good goal, because this is my motive for doing what I'm doing, because everybody's trying to reach the same goal, but not everybody has the same motive, and none of them are nefarious, but they're just different. So my motive would be to bring enough people as quickly and efficiently to the truth as possible so they may procreate and create more people who know the truth, and the population gets bigger of more truth understanding people, to fill up our flat beautiful terra firma with people who understand and know the truth and possibly live the way we were supposed to live. Bottom line, like, that would be my motive. Is it safe to say that like other people have the same type of motive?
Yeah,
that sounds good to me.
For instance, myself, and this is the mode I believe that all humans should have. I seek the truth and know the truth and do the truth for my well-being and the well-being of others. When you know better, you are equipped to do better. A lot of people erroneously say that when you know better, you do better, as though it's a necessary consequence of knowing better. No, 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 no. A lot of people don't do better. Most people don't do better when they know better, but they can do better, and they ought to do better when they know better. So when you know the truth, you can then behave according to the truth for your well-being, especially your everlasting well-being.
In our future generations, right?
And for future generations.
Yeah,
Right.
like
The well-being of myself and the well-being of others, including the successive generation.
yeah, like, I think it's safe to say that all people's motives right here are, bottom line is, more and more people created that know the truth and uh, spread out further and further across the terra firma.
I wouldn't
Procreation
necessarily make
of
that statement absolutely,
great.
but it very well may be true about most persons or some persons.
Okay. I completely understand. I agree with you, and I really, really appreciate and respect the time you guys have all taken out of your Discord time to all speak to me respectfully like that. And I like this because it really helps me to learn and understand. I always try to understand the bottom line of everything. And so I may explain things like kind of strangely, but it's just the way that my brain understands. But I truly have examined my heart, and I believe that my motives and intentions are pure. And if the best thing I can do to help this group is just be quiet and listen for 2 weeks without saying anything, or when asked to just give the simplest, most truthful answer that I can, then I'm more than happy to, and I'm honored to do that.
Thank you very much. I sent you a friend request, by the way.
Thank you. I will accept it. I appreciate that.
When you do encounter another user that is not respectful, like how we've put forth the effort to do so, spare yourself the headache and don't talk to them.
All right.
Okay.
So, I'm curious here. What precisely is the idea in regards to history? This is going on in the voice text. all history is a lie / inaccurate. Some history is a lie and inaccurate. History is factually accurate. History is the telling of events from a person's perspective or something else.
Something
And
else.
for
Sorry,
what
go ahead.
for whatever the answer is, how can that be validated and or falsified?
I
Well,
was
you
talking to
can't
her about this yesterday.
really prove, like, this is my only point, right? That because we know that they've lied to us about the shape of the earth, and I don't want to get into the other conspiracy quote unquote theories that might exist, but there are other various events that have happened that we can prove either with data statistically
Sure.
didn't happen, right? So therefore, if the governments, the Board of Education, right, if they dictate what teachers are supposed to teach us in schools, at least in America, I can't speak for everywhere, but at least in America, they dictate what needs to be taught, what points have to be made, what students have to learn for an end of year exam, right? So when I say historical narrative or historical timeline, I'm referring to that specifically, what they teach us in schools, what we are supposed to know as the truth, right? What we are supposed to believe as the truth. So if we cannot ourselves verify what they are telling us is true, then how can you say it's true? An example, dinosaurs, right? I don't want to get off on a tangent in that, but right, dinosaur bones, like we can't actually physically ourselves, because they had it locked up and secured away, we can't take those bones ourselves and actually experiment on them. However, we can look at the models they have in museums and take and look and see if it's made of plaster or chicken bone or whatever you want.
Yeah.
Look at. So that's my only point. Like, if we can't look at the evidence that they're presenting us for what happened in history, we can't see with ourselves to verify, then besides just believing in it, what proof do you have to say that they're being truthful when we already have proof they're lying to us about the shape of the earth?
Okay. So
That's a small point before the I just
So if
I
they
don't
say,
think that we can know.
Elijah, hold on. Look at my DMs, man. Hold on.
if they say that a certain event took place in what was it, 1907, can that be falsified? Let's say, I forget the year. Was it what year was Titanic that they say, right? Or just as an example, right? That we'll just go with the Titanic, semi-recent but not a super recent event, right? The Titanic. Maybe it wasn't 07. I forget what year it was. It was something.
1912.
Was it 12?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. Whatever it was, whatever they say it was, can that be falsified? Yes or no?
How would you falsify it? I mean, they could show you the Titanic, right? And they could show you a list of people whose names who attended there, their families or ancestors or whatever have you. They can give you documentation of an insurance company and all that whole scandal some people believe in, right?
Yeah, I'm
But
not
at the
talking
end
about
of the day,
validation. I'm talking about falsification. Yeah, I know. You can make up all sorts of stories. I don't. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. All kinds of stories can be made up and justifications. And I'm actually talking about falsification. So let me give you an example. My great grandmother was incapable of because I asked my great grandmother about the Titanic, and she was like, yeah, I was too young. I was like, yeah. But your parents, like, what did your parents tell you? Like, my great grandmother lived to be 100 years old, so I got to have some conversations with her a couple of times. So this was back in she was born in 1911, I believe. So she was too young. But she was like, yeah, they didn't really talk about it. It wasn't that big of a deal. Like, it was just a thing. But let's say, for instance, like hypothetically, she was like, yeah, my parents were 23 years old when it happened, and they told me about it when I was 7 years old, and I start putting doing the math, and I'm like, wait a minute, well, that would actually put the date at this. And then I went and gathered like 50 other people's testimony, and they all said no, it actually happened in 1919, but all the history books and all these people are saying it happened in 1912 or whatever. That's what I mean by falsify, right? So I get it. They can make up stories, but then what about this process of falsification? And if we can't falsify something, then we can only point our fingers at it and be skeptical. But kind of sometimes it's like, well, what good does that do?
Well, that's the thing. You're taking the information they have given us, right? It doesn't matter if it's about the Titanic or what historical event, right? That's why I use the dinosaurs as an example, because you can't falsify if it's a real dinosaur or not, right? But when it comes to the fact that they've lied to us about they have told us the heliocentric model is real, and you can prove without a shadow of a doubt that the Earth measures flat, right? And you can prove that in 1895 was when the first power tool was created for engineering and making architecture, monolithic architectures, right? That, like, how do we confirm, or how do we explain how they in the past, as our primitive ancestors, created X, Y, or Z huge cathedral, canal, or anything like that, right? Like, how did they?
Question.
Yeah, like, I'm just trying to get to my point real quick, because I want to address what you said real quick about falsification. If knowing all of these things, right, that we have, the information they give us, right, about when we invented certain tools and equipment, and then versus when you look in reality about all of these architectures and stuff like that that exist, and then you look at the Earth, you measure it flat, when you see all of these things, and there you can conclude that they're lying to us because there's so many contradictions in what they tell us. How could you then believe without being able to test what they are telling us, anything they have said, when you know that they're liars? So if you can't test yourself or verify the information yourself, then how can you believe it? Even if you can't falsify it, because you don't have a example with the Titanic thing. You don't have have anybody who was there on the Titanic who's alive that can, oh, this or that didn't happen, that's my falsification. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm saying it right.
Yeah. What about when I watch a video of a 19-year-old Norwegian boy in the woods with a backpack of hand tools, and I watch him take his hammer and take his chisel and twist it about maybe 10 degrees, hammer, twist, hammer, twist, hammer, twist, hammer, twist. And then, like 45 minutes later, he's about 2 or 3 inches down, and he sticks these 2 curved pieces of metal and then a fat piece of metal in the middle of those 2 curved pieces of metal. It's kind of acts like a wedge, right? And then he does this like 15 times across this massive boulder, right? And then and you just hammer, 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 boom, 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 like one at a time, one at a time, one at a time, one at a time, tick, 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 through, over and over again, and then crack. And I watched this 19-year-old Norwegian boy in a span of a 2.5-hour video of just nonstop, non-cut footage, crack a rock that's bigger than his body into 2 pieces, and it for whatever reason cracks almost straight. You just need to take another object and rub it against it to smooth it out, but it'd be pretty flat and straight. And I watched this, and I watched what he does over the course of 2 summers, in carving out these rocks and creating a cellar, building this house, that is a pretty nice 2-story log cabin. And he streams this whole, well, not streams, but puts this footage together. And yeah, maybe it's all a lie, maybe it's a fabrication, but at least I watched the principle, not the movie The Principle, but the principle of what he's carrying out. And I look into evidences of that principle being used in other places, such as chisels, and how you can create a flat end of a chisel, and you you hit it with the hammer and it chips away a little bit. Then you twist it in the same spot and you hit it again, it chips away a little bit more. And what you're doing is you're in a very, very, very slow way creating a drill. And you're drilling down into the rock, chipping away a tiny bit of rock at a time. Then you stick the wedge in, so on. And you could do this with massive, massive, massive rocks. It just takes time, and that is reduced by multiplication of people. So one person would take a certain amount of time. 100 people would take a much smaller fraction of time. And I watch that sort of stuff, and I go, I wonder if the same principles could have been used 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago. I wonder, how could I possibly know? Maybe I couldn't, but it seems to me that certain things are plausible. And I just look for basis of plausibility. This is what I did with the catenary curve argument against stretching lines over great distances as an alternative means of proving the flatness of water. And they're like, you can't do it. It's impossible. You could never stretch a line without it breaking. You could never blah, 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 all this stuff. And I'm like, actually, I can accumulate enough information to invalidate your claim that it's implausible. I can actually demonstrate that it's plausible. And much the same way with these historical claims, well, they did this.
Well, then how did they shape the rock? Because the only thing that you're describing is how they broke the rock into pieces. How did they then shape it and construct it into these monolithic cathedrals that we see in today's time? I actually kind of think that this might be a little off topic. I don't know if you wanted to just talk about it in private one day, but I don't really want to get into that whole debate about the whole architecture versus what they tell us in the timeline and the equipment that was used and slave labor and pyramids and all that stuff.
No, I can see where you're going with that, Bree.
But yeah, I really do thank you for wanting a more further explanation and talking with me about it. It was really nice.
Yeah, no problem. You don't have to leave or anything. I mean,
well, I'm just gonna mute my mic for a second because when I smoke, I just don't want everyone hearing that. So.
Yeah, sure.
I like when QE says, shirts in the back, restrooms in the rear, smoke them if you got them.
So, in other words, when we talk about history, we're talking about a method of inquiry in order to ascertain knowledge of the past. And so, when the narrative is forth, whatever narrative is set forth, it is to be scrutinized by the method of inquiry. Either it's falsified or it's verified. Now, what has happened, what many people do, is they confuse untrustworthiness with fabrication, untrustworthiness, uncredibility with false. They appeal to a certain instance of fabrication or lie, and that obviously discredits the liar who lied, who fabricated. And then when that same person or entity, let's call it entity A, gives another different particular narrative, let's call it narrative B, then the inquirer then says, well, everything that entity A, every narrative that entity A says is false, given that they're untrustworthy. No, that does not follow. That is a genetic fallacy. The only way you can justify the claims to knowledge that the narrative is false is by falsifying it.
Well, no one's saying that everything in history that is ever told to us is false. No one ever made that claim. I think that's a misconception,
No,
misunderstanding.
because people do make that claim.
Like what Gospel Bearer said is about plausibility. And I really like that he said that, because you can conclude that what they have presented to you, the information they presented to you, like the Titanic example he gave, they have these records and people who can attest to have being there and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, if you cannot actually confirm these events and you have no way to disprove or really verify that it happened, then you have to just accept that it is you just agreeing with what they have told you.
That's a truism, of course.
I'm sorry, let me get this cat outside. I keep hearing for 1 second.
I want people to appreciate that term. Hold on. Truism.
Some people say truthism as well, but
It always has to be logically consistent with the understanding of what the nature of our reality can represent. So
yes,
could there be a boat that size that ever existed? Could there be engineers who constructed that boat in a specific area? Was there a name called like all of these things can be looked up to be true, right? These things can and have been done. So to then take it to the furthest part of that to say that, well, how do we know all of that's true? Then we're pushing the limits as to like we're throwing everything into question, and at which point all bets are off. You might
we're
as well
going
just
outside the bounds of rational skepticism.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, so how about this? So say I have a grandfather who had a journal that he wrote in every day, and he wrote about his accounts that he experienced every day. All right. Now say that I go through my drawers and I found this really old journal from way back in the 1900s my grandfather wrote in, and I look at the days and I can go to the places that he says had existed to see if they still exist, and but if he said that he met Mary Lou Suzanne on 27th Street at 5 a.m. that morning, how can I prove without a shadow of a doubt that he really did meet Mary Lou that day at that
Yeah.
time?
So who bore witness? Who bore witness to that account? Was there
Well,
any witnesses?
who bore witness to many of the events that have happened in many
Let's
that are
1 second. We're addressing the occurrence with Mary Lou at the specific time and moment to
Don't
really
fly to another example of like listen to what he's saying to you.
Yeah, let's critically think about what example you just used and see if it can be validated, right? So, if your grandfather met this person, how was then it to be known that he did meet that person? Was there any other people that witnessed that encounter? Was there some people around that could testify to say, "Hey, I remember that one time. I was there. I saw him. He was talking to her. It was a great time. They laughed, whatever." And some other, what would be the rationale between them lying to you about it, and then you have to start going back to, because this is your investigation, because you want to know, right? You want to know if this occurrence actually happened. So you do due diligence, and you do a little, if this is what you feel like you need to do, right? Go research and figure out when, and where this actually occurred. You can talk about like, what was the time of day it happened, like other things that could validate the story. But then there has to be indications that there was a reason or a rationale as to why he even mentioned it in his diary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be something specific, right, that he would have put in there. So it had to have been significant in order for him to write it down. And if you find out that maybe it was all a fabrication, then there has to be instances as to why that was the case. So if you don't build a case, if you just go based upon what you feel because, you think that your grandpa said one lie one time, so he must be a liar all the time. That's not a great way to look at this. So it's not, you can't throw out the baby in the bathwater, and I hate using that analogy, but you can't do that. So it needs to be where you do due diligence in investigating the scenario, the scene, right, as it were, as when this took place. You do as much investigation as you can possible as to the relatives that could have been involved or anything that could have relevance to that story. And once you do all of that, and you uncover maybe some new things you didn't know, then it becomes apparent to you if the story can be trusted, as if his experience was validated through your method of inquiry. And so you can do anything you want with that, but at the end of the day, if you don't do due diligence and you just write him off because he said one lie one time, so you're just like, well, you're just a liar. I can't trust anything you say or write. So that's not any way to look at things, right? That's why it's always, and it's like it's a bit of a lengthy process. And I know sometimes for people to do this, it takes a lot of initiative. You have to want to know more. If you don't want to know more and you just like, I'm good with this, no, you're a liar. No, you can't do that. Because then at that point, you're just making stuff up. So you can't stand on that type of reasoning and then write it off as like I'm throwing them in a basket of liars. You can't do.
But I'm not calling
You
him
know
a
what I'm saying?
liar. I'm saying that there is no way. Like when I just made that example, right? It was just
Mhm.
off the window. I didn't say that there were people surrounding them. I didn't say that there were people who can verify that that happened. I'm just making the statement that knowing that we have been lied to repeatedly, and like I said, I don't really want to. This is a flat Earth server. I don't want to go into 9/11, the Holocaust. I don't want to go into all that other stuff to help my argument. But what I'm saying is that you can have people who are witnesses, as we see all the time in the judicial system, false witnesses who claim to have seen something or had took action in something, and it turns out it wasn't true. So while I'm saying is that if we
Yeah,
know
like
that they
flat
have,
Earth.
if we know that they have lied to us, exactly right, flatter. And we know that they have lied to us about something as big as the world that we live on. And the governments are those, at least in America, I can't speak for everywhere, but in the US government, teachers are given a certain specific criteria that they have to teach their students, that the students have to learn to, in order to do good on their exams at the end of the year. How can you verify? Like you're talking about falsify, right? So how can you verify or falsify half of the claims they give us in history when you already know that in 1895 is when the first power tool was created to create? When I'm talking about these structures, right? I'm not talking about a slab of stone that anybody could have just chipped away across, right? I'm talking about we take into account the amount of humans they told us were on Earth at that time, the technology and equipment we had at that time, horse and cart and stuff like that. When you take into account all of these other principles and things they have taught us or told us to be true in the historical timeline that they give us in school, if you really weren't there, or you can't go to a place to see if that X, Y, or Z structure or equipment exists, like how can you know without a shadow of a doubt that that really happened? Because they lied to us. I'm not saying they're all liars. I just want to get that clear. I'm not saying that they're lying to us about everything in history. I never made that claim. I have only stated that why aren't we questioning this stuff more and looking into it more and just saying, well, we don't have a reason not to believe it, so let's just believe it. When the reason not to believe it should be, in my opinion, the reason not to believe it should
Yeah,
be
but
the fact that it lied to us about the
so
very.
Bree, that's kind of a very broad brush that you're painting everybody in either yes or no kind of thing. But there are people, I should
I
say.
think that was valid. I think what she
No, wait.
said is valid
Yeah,
so
no.
far.
Listen,
Please
listen.
let
Let
me
me
say
let me let
this
me
to
explain.
answer a question.
Let me just explain real quick what I mean. The broad brush is people putting people in history in a category of like, well, they must be liars, or we must accept what they've told us, right? Either or. That's kind of what you're saying, right? We're gonna throw it all away to say they're liars because
That's
they're
not.
deceivers anyway.
That's not what she said.
No, no,
She
no.
said that's
Oh
not
my
what she
God.
said. She said that that's not what she said. Or am
So
I tripping?
you got it right. Okay, so what she was just talking about is that she's questioning, you know, we should call into question what she believes most people are not calling into question, to doubt what most people are not doubting. Now, to answer her question finally, the way you know, either certainly or with most probability, is you examine the source material and you critique the a priori theory that interprets the source material. In the most basic answer, as minimizing words. Now, the way you examine the source material and the way you criticize the a priori theory that interprets the source material data varies from case to case. Now, especially when you talk about certainty, certain knowledge, that is beyond a mere historical matter. That's an epistemological matter. The only way to establish certain knowledge about anything, is you must have the necessary preconditions for knowledge, intelligibility. And the only way to have that is to have a personal, absolute, sovereign, omniscient person that can create things and make them intelligible and give us the ability to interpret them.
Yeah, but interpretations don't always lead to the same conclusion. Can you agree with that or no?
Yes, that's beside the point. Listen to what I just said.
Yeah,
Regardless of the fact that we live in a world that people come to different interpretations of the data, the only reason people come to different interpretations, conclusions, through the act of interpreting of the data is because they have different a priori theories, different methods by which they conclude. Or they have the same method and they didn't use the method correctly. So regardless of the fact that people don't use the method correctly or they're using different methods, one may be using a valid and sound method, one may be not. The fact of the matter is that how do you establish certainty, probability, and let alone certainty is through the preconditions of intelligibility. The things that need to be the case in order for knowledge to be possible. Having the ability to think, intellect, having a method of inquiry, and utilizing that method of inquiry optimally.
look, all I'm trying to say is that if the only evidence you have to support a claim is hearsay, I don't really see that as evidence. Like
That's a truism, of course.
if in the judicial system we only needed a witness's account in order to make a decision on if someone is guilty or innocent, how would that even be? All you would need is a bunch of liars to group together then to make someone guilty or
Yeah,
innocent.
I don't think anybody ever said that though, Bree. That was like a part.
What you just said is a truism. What you just said is a truism.
Can I please
Of
finish
course.
though? What I'm trying to say is that, you know, if I'm just saying, like, pick anything that this could apply to in history, right? What I'm trying to say, if the only evidence that they
Well,
have,
we agree. We're. I'm sorry. I
You
mean,
don't need
because
to
you're
go to another
fighting to
example. We
finish the
agree.
point that we agree.
can
You're
I please?
fighting to make a point in which we already established that we agree,
I already
and you
told
cut
you it's a
Gregory off
truism. We agree.
too, and you cut Gregory off to do so. But we already agree. Why must you assert this point?
I guess I'm just not. I guess maybe I'm just not fully listening.
Satisfied?
Then I guess. Well, I guess what I'm saying is that I'm not sure where the differences are and what we think is. Maybe I just need more. I just want more clarification on what the differences are and what we are disagreeing
I,
on
mean,
or
I
agreeing.
can't make it any more clearer.
Well, we have
So,
to.
so
We have
just
to. Well, in order to know that there are differences, we would have to communicate, and it would genuinely have to show itself as we attempt to stay on the standard of truth, right? Like that you will know if you desire to communicate with us long enough. It doesn't have to be this conversation about it. It will happen, and then we can talk about it then.
Sure.
so
As in other topics that present themselves, then you would hear something within that conversation. You're like, oh, remember that one time? God, this is what I mean. And so you can bring that up as a point, and the person can then reflect back on it and say, yeah, I remember you said this, and this is why we're taking it in this direction. And so, you know what I mean? Like, because I hear what you're saying, and I think, yeah, for the most part, everybody agrees that that we can come to that understanding. But other than that, like, I don't know how much farther you can exhaust this point. Like, I don't know to what
this really
end.
doesn't need to be drawn on any longer. How do we know history with certainty or at least probability? You examine the source material and you examine, critique the a priori theory that interprets the material.
Hot mic.
Oops.
Yeah, like Hot Pockets, but Hot Mic instead. I was trying to sing a song for Elijah.
My bad.
I misunderstood what you were saying, Gregory. I just wanted to apologize.
Okay. It's all right. Bear, I see my DMs.
By the way, Gospel, I kind of chuckled at what you said, so if that counts for anything.
What, the hot mic thing?
Yeah, yeah. The Hot
Oh, yeah.
Pockets. I you know.
Oof, this one. This might be a good one. Is this a good one? It's not a good one. I hate it. I'm always trying to find like the best. If anybody finds me a really, really good one, I will just be so thankful. Can't necessarily do anything for you in return, except, sometimes I can research wise. But I'm looking for a really, really, really good graphic that represents the language tree, but not the language tree for one, like Indo-European, but for like all of the languages. And it's just so, it would require a graphic that it would need to be very, very, very large. So we're talking like a minimum of 5,000 pixel by 5,000 pixel, just based
You know
on
what? Are you
what.
familiar with the YouTube channel Useful Charts?
Yeah.
It might
Can you
be
repeat
there.
that again so I can get that down?
So when you look up language trees, oftentimes you'll see a ton of them for Indo-European languages, but then every now and then, here I'll just post this. Every now and then you'll find a chart like this one, Afroasiatic, and it'll break it down into Berber, Hittite, Cushitic, Omatic, Semitic, and Egyptian, and then you see all the derivatives and children. Somebody tried to do the global tree of languages, but it's just really it's broken. All the words are overlapping. And of course they're using the word global, but
Where? Hold on, where?
what's that? I didn't post it.
No, it's not. It's not in the picture you posted.
No, I mean I can post
Okay.
it. This is a crappy graphic. This is what it looks like when people are doing these all language things, and it's just really bad. But anyway, what we have here is a picture of a mountain with shadows in a flat horizon. So says the sheriff from Cool Hand Luke. What is that? 900 miles on the z-axis? I guess is what we're talking about here. What's the y-axis viewer height?
Looks like an aerial shot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, Gospel Bear, I just sent you a couple of DMs.
Yeah. Pretty good one. That first one there. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I found a couple. I was just looking on Google and whatever, but I just thought maybe because I'm in a different region, it might be different stuff. You never know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've seen the blue tree one. Yeah, I've seen that one. And this is why I always like to point to the Finnish, Hungarian and Finnish, because it's really fascinating. It really is fascinating if you look into it. But
There's one that says the root of all human. What is this?
well, it's the funny thing. There's not a root. There's about 4, and I find
Well,
that
it says the root. But yeah, I know it's
I find that really fascinating. That there's
probably.
about 4 different roots.
Yeah, of course, there's interpretations, right?
That might be meaningless, right? That might have no meaning at all. That there's 4 primary roots for language.
Well, it might be that maybe they just got some of them mixed up, and maybe one of them is right. But looking into it might help a little better than, you know what I mean? I see what your point is.
Shout out to Chocolate Sane. holding it down. What up, bro?
Something trying to
Hold
float
it
away.
down.
Yo, what's good? I had to run to my phone. I'm charging my phone in the corner. What's up?
Nah, just
Not
saying what's up,
like
man.
What's up, Chocolate?
Yo, shout out to my flat fam. What's good, everybody?
I'm Curry. I don't know what you're talking
What's up,
about.
bro? How you doing, bro?
Hello.
What's up, man? You say you're curvy?
I just did
Wait a
chocolate
minute.
right now.
Are you saying you
Gotta
have
get
more
the
curves
legend
than the
flat earth
earth
rapping,
itself?
bro.
Damn it, we all talked at the same time, did we?
You bet. You better believe it.
Yeah, that's probably
Ain't
true
mad
of
at that.
everybody.
Yep.
I was just
Yeah.
pointing out you're a legend flat earth rapper, brother.
Oh, wow. I appreciate that, but I'm definitely no damn legend, especially with my 3 songs. But I
Gotta give credit
appreciate
to
it, though.
Elijah also.
I was just gonna say that, Gregory. Oh yeah, Elijah's in the mix.
But I beat you though.
Is that how the rappers of old used to say? Yeah, he's on the ones and twos turntable.
I think so.
Elijah, you rap, bro?
Dude, this guy's a wizard.
He raps,
Seriously?
he sings,
Yeah, he's a
he
wizard,
mixes.
dude. Oh, he's
Dude,
got
I think Eli got better. Eli got better bars than I do. So
he sings well too,
Dude,
man.
why didn't anybody ever inform me of this?
You
Well,
must
if
have
you
missed
didn't
those
know,
key.
now you know, brother.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Morning,
morning.
Sonny.
morning, Sonny.
Hey,
Hello, Sonny boy.
Hey, Sonny.
Hey, Sunny.
Hey, real quick, I'm about to post one Elijah track and one Chocolate Saiyan track, so y'all can hear them both.
Thank you.
Nice.
Livestream voice text is where I'm going to post it. By the way.
Yeah, you just beat me to it.
All right, so there's a chocolate, there's Chocolate Saiyan, and then here comes the Elijah. I'm not hot micing, guys. I'm not talking to myself. Okay, what the fuck?
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about
I know, I'm
there's
just
like an
kidding.
echo in the background. Smart ass.
Yeah, I know. It's because I have my shit over my speakers. Now I've got it in my headphones. Okay, is everything better for you now?
Everything's better.
Be nice.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to find the Elijah track here. I know we play it a lot.
Oh my gosh, my shoulder.
You too.
Bro.
Bro.
I have probably like 500 pounds of down branches in my yard that I was hacking away at with a machete yesterday, until my skin in my hand gave out. My wife's like, "You have 2 pairs of gloves."
You're in the Rockies. Duh.
It just doesn't feel. It just doesn't feel the same with the gloves on.
Oh my gosh! Did you go there?
It sure doesn't.
Did you
Well,
go
it's
there?
true. It's true. You can't feel the.
Somebody
you can't
had
feel
to.
the axe well. You can't feel it well enough with those
Can't feel the
gloves.
shaft of the axe well enough, as you would like to say.
Well, whatever. You know what? You could go wherever you want with that. But when you're doing mechanics and you're trying to put a nut on something, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, you better be careful with that one.
It's like in the old times, Sonny. They used to spit in their hand before they started to use the axe.
And then here comes
Okay, we
another
our toes are too close to the line. Our toes are too close to the line. I can
now
feel
I
the
gotta
heat
find a
from the
second
line.
Chocolate Saiyan track because I got 2 Elijah tracks,
You
and
know,
I'm gonna do it.
I was listening to Chocolate, the one from with Brenda on it. That's hilarious. But like when you start out, it's 2020. When you said it's 2020, I'm like, wow, it's been that long already. I was like reflecting on the times here and all the conversations and all that's been
remember
going
that?
on and everything that's been happening for the last 3 years. Like it's
You
wild.
remember when I was putting the song on? We were like, "Yo, what if we all start making music and shit?"
I know. Look at it, just went boom. That was awesome to
And
see.
now look.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
It's
And there's still not nearly enough. I need to get going on it. Sonny needs to get going on. Like a lot of people need to record some shit, more
I
shit.
know.
And Chocolate and Elijah need to be on at least one track. Chocolate and Elijah, I've been saying it now for a year.
What we need to do is
Come
get
on.
a bunch of us together to do a big ass like we are the wheelchair or something. That's what we need to do.
I mean, we are on one track together. Why would they lie? But
No, I know. I was about to post that
too. We do need an extra. Yeah, we do need another, like, just me and Eli fire jump off.
Yes. I can't wait to. I'm sorry. What was that? Is that a hot mic?
It's a hot mic.
Oh, okay.
I also posted
Anyway,
another Chocolate Sand track. Go ahead.
Anyway, yeah, I would love to hear more tracks from you guys, individually or together. Like, I think together you guys would be just really on fire. And I was going to tell Chocolate that my brother, he lives up in LA, right? I grew up in LA for a while. Anyway, he heard about Chocolate Sand. He heard about you because he's like the rap scene. He like hangs out with like people like Snoop Dogg and shit. Because they in the hood, you know what I'm saying?
What?
If only we knew somebody
that's heard of that hangs out with Snoop Dogg has heard of me.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
I don't believe
my brother, my real brother.
If only we knew somebody in the rap scene that was actually knows producers. Wink, wink. to whoever's in here, you know who you are.
Yeah, but see, listen, like my brother's not the one that would be an intermediary. I would have to force myself into that situation, and that I go, whoa, I don't know if I'm like the one to do that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we know our own personalities, but I'm not saying I'm not capable of it. It's just something that it's a little scary for me. I'll be honest. That part.
You need to up your smoking game, Sonny.
No, I don't.
Well, you got a point. You got to be all in. Right?
No, he does.
We're talking about smoked brisket, smoked turkey. What kind of smoking are we talking about here?
Talking about my Traeger, man.
Oh, okay.
Smoked brisket. That actually sounds nice.
Yeah, I don't have any fancy
tri-tip in the fridge, right? And that I'm going to make for dinner.
Speaking of brisket.
grill yet.
And I didn't get to talk to Gospel about my bone broth. Man, what a great thing that is. Guess what? I just keep it on like low, keep it just warm, and just keep it cooking all the time. So every now and then I just can go have like a half a cup of hot bone broth. It's the best ever, man. And then like I'll have something else, and I'll put some more bones in there, crack them up, and just put that in there, and it all just keeps on cooking. It gets better and better.
Yeah. There's a point of diminishing returns, I'm sure, but I think that you probably can get quite a lot of content from it, reusing stuff like that.
So it's got lamb and chicken bones in there, and they're all just cooking in there, baking in there together for a couple days. It's the best ever. Anyway, I digress. You guys go ahead.
About the music production, if I gave permission to attach files, I could share some of the stuff that I do. I make, at the moment, it's all instrumentals, metal, post-metal, post-rock, but I can't share any of it.
You a guitar player?
You can send it to somebody in a DM, and then we could post it once we look at it, just to make sure it doesn't get, whatever.
Yeah.
Are you a guitar player?
Yeah, I've been playing for 20 some years, and writing and recording here and there sporadically. Like, I only do it when the spirit moves me, right? Like, it's not something that I wanted to turn into actual work, right? I just want to do it when it kind of builds up inside and I gotta get it out, then I'll sit down and create some stuff.
Singing to the sky, so to speak, right?
Yeah, I make the guitar sing. Man, I got some cool stuff, some cool software to work with. It's pretty cool shit, pretty trippy. I try to make it real visceral, so like it paints a picture in your mind as you listen to it, right? That's why it's instrumental. I don't really need the vocals to paint that picture. Sometimes I do that, but not often.
Right on. We can't wait to hear it.
Cool, yeah. I'll try to send. Oh shit.
Yeah, don't
Heartbreaking.
send that though. No fecal deliveries,
Nah,
please.
somebody was slowing down real.
I'm sorry, bro. It's fine. I knew. Obviously, I knew what you were talking about. I play these games.
I
Sorry.
think maybe we should make like a whole Discord server just for music, like Flat Earth music.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Because we should like actually, yeah.
Why
We could actually do it here. Listen, we've talked about this for a couple of years in here. Like, there's been several people that have talked about just having our own music room. We could do this, but I think the problem is not many people were participating, so it was just sitting in there and no one was using it.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the actual rooms that existed for jam sessions and stuff. Yeah.
So I'm sure there's a way we could get that all. I'm
Cool
sure.
thing about being instrumentals is that somebody could do vocals over top of them, right? It's kind of like, people buy beats to rap over. You could sing over the guitars and stuff.
Yes, that's true. That's what I have. A bunch of instrumentals. They're like, each one of them is like a little snapshot, like a soundtrack, like soundtrack music, Like you said, it paints a picture.
Oh, it's so too much. Too much.
I think like the best Flat Earth rappers should do like a cipher. That'd be really fire. I don't know who the best FE rappers are, but
Probably a couple of them in here right now.
yeah.
After being an artist, a musical artist my whole life, try not to say like, oh, the best rappers or the best guitar, whatever, because that discredits any work that anybody else has put in to the
individual.
craft.
The individual.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'm
just because
yeah.
People would be like, "Oh man, you're such a good drummer. You're like the best drummer." I'll be like, "No, you just like what I play. I'll bet in this town there are a shitload better drummers than me." You know what I mean? It's like better, worse. How do you even know?
It's subjective because there's really no way. Where do you place the standard? So that's the whole thing with everything. Like if you have a standard, you're basing it on something at a certain level based on certain characteristics of your own like understanding and your own preferences, like that.
Yeah. And lastly, if I were to hear someone talking about someone or my skills in comparison to someone else's and someone else's being better, I would think I'm a lesser artist if I were to take that personally. And a lot of people do. A lot of people are out there comparing themselves to other people for no reason. And to me, it just helps that unfortunate thing when someone says someone's a better artist than someone else. Because better, again, like Sonny said, is subjective. Okay, thank you.
I'm the best guitarist in my house.
Yeah, that's true. But I was just saying because like I have the ability to rap, but I would like. I don't think I should be on like a cipher or like a flat like that.
If you just practice up, you might have some confidence in it. You know what I'm saying? It's really about confidence. It's not about, oh, am I skilled or not? Again, skilled is subjective, but the more confident you are, that's objective, right? You are confident in yourself and your abilities, and here's what someone else did. You might become part of that cipher, and there's people who don't like what the other dudes are saying and like what you're saying, right? So, yeah. Anyway,
yeah, that's true.
You guys have no idea how nervous I was when I put my song together.
8 Mile
And then I shared it with you guys. Sorry, did I cut somebody off?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I was nervous as shit every time I put a song out. It's just like, fuck, I hope everybody likes this. Because I know I'm not the best rapper in the world. I've never claimed to be, but, I tried. I had fun doing it, so that's why now I'm like, yeah, I'll just put it out. Don't care. Somebody likes it, they like it. They don't, find something else to listen to.
Yeah, besides a song or a tune is just a moment in time. That's all it is. It's just that little moment. So chances are when whoever's listening to it, you've already moved on and are on to something else now because you already did that. I don't know. Whatever,
As well as being a guitarist, to make your own songs, you have to pretty much become a drummer as well, and that's definitely been the hardest part for me. And I still got.
Yeah,
The ones that I have created have came out pretty well, though. Impressed not being a drummer and have it come out pretty good.
I'll send you a DM, Adam. I just friended you. Let me see if I can find that.
I'd advise maybe smoking something before you listen to it. Try to get the right headspace. I don't get to do that, but those who can will appreciate it more.
Like brisket.
Somebody play Eli's song. I feel like hearing it now.
I'll play it unless somebody's on the... I'll go on there. 1 second. Oh. Hold on, it was just posted. There. Thanks, Glad, for posting that. Alrighty. Coming right up. You might want to step into the light.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon. That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one. It is an optic phenomenon. So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, the Canatuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educator, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Fire.
Yeah, I bet you never did it. Never gonna. Never did it. Never will. Can you dig it?
Never did it. Never will. Yeah,
Can
Glooby,
you
tell me
dig
how
it?
you really feel.
Can you dig it?
I love that shit. That's my favorite part.
I
I
know, right?
love that shit.
The
You
elevator
killed it
part.
right there.
More like escalator. And that background, do 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 do. It's like a waltz or something. It's a trip.
That's Eminem Kill Shot. That's why it was such a good beat to use. 'Cause Kill Shot for the globe.
Well, see, it's interesting for me because it's like I don't like envelop myself with that kind of music. You know what I mean? Like it's not something I typically listen to. Actually, mostly what I do is I don't listen to any music. So when I pick up and play something, I don't have all that stuff rumbling around inside of me. So I can just do what's right there now. So I found that's more effective for me as a musician to not listen to a bunch of music. So it's like it stays new.
Yeah, I kind of do the same thing. I don't want it influencing me or turning me into a copycat or something like that. But
Yeah,
I
exactly.
will kind of remember some song structures to kind of guide me, right? Or like, a chord pattern or something. But
Actually, sometimes I'll just listen to songs and try to learn, really focus on that entire song and try to get the whole essence of the song, every part of it, the best I can, so get songs to where I can play them exactly as I hear them or as close as possible with one instrument. But that's when I'm like trying to play like cover songs and stuff. Yeah, you got a really good point about that drumming part. You know, that's been the hardest part for me. Like, that's the foundation. Like, I can even make my six string sound like a bass, so I could do the bass, but I need that drum part on there. Like, I have some drums on one of my pedals, you know, just like a standard. Probably have like 16 different patterns, and I can change the
Yeah,
tempo and stuff.
that's
But
how I
those are
used to
really
do it. I have a Zoom pedal that's got some patterns, but you got to get Easy Drummer
Mhm.
too, and they have like loop packages, samples, and then you can modify the samples. So that's what I do a lot of the time is load
Mhm.
something that's already created by an artist, and then I'll tweak it to my liking, right? Like add or delete hits.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the
My problem is this: like the way I hear inside of me and the way I play is very syncopated and changing. Like it's expressive. So if the drums aren't expressive with it, you know, you could take a straight drum pattern, you know, and do some syncopated stuff with it. But when you have the drums and they're syncopated along with, so the riff and the drums and the bass, they all line up. So you can do some really cool stuff, but I don't have room for a drum set. Plus, I don't know if my neighbors, that's another level of volume. So,
the Easy Drummer. That's just a virtual drummer
program.
software
Yeah,
that I use.
yeah, yeah, that's the way to go. And I know I've been talking to crypto. I've just not been able to get my system to work with any of those because I have a Linux machine. So I'm still working on that. A lot of high end recording engineers do use Linux. Um, it's just like it's a steep learning curve for me on all that. And I don't have high motivation to spend hours sitting learning software because I have daylight that's burning and I got to be outside.
Yeah, it's a drag for sure. Some of that stuff you pretty much need a college course to, dive into it. But I just been
Mhm.
learning as I go. I know there's stuff I'm missing out on, but for the most part, I can do what I want to do.
Yeah, I'll send you a DM of instrumental I did with someone here. D to the V. Shout out to D. I don't see him in here hardly ever anymore. But he did a bass and drum, and I did a instrumental guitar part with it. It turned out pretty well. Uh, it's kind of long, so I usually don't play it in the live stream. But I guess I could play it. It's Monday, right?
I've also, for a couple of cover songs, I've paid people on Fiverr to create the drum, the drum loop for me. Did a couple of covers like that.
I'll see if I send someone like Glatt, like a guitar riff, he could do the drums. I'm sure of that. So I think if Glatt and I know Glatt's probably busy. Also, that's been one thing. But I know I promised before Glatt, I'll start sending you some stuff. I sent you the one guitar riff for the parody on the Pink Floyd song, and New Perspective here wrote the lyrics.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's just been sitting
I
there.
still
You
have
have
that, and
okay.
if anything you want to send me as well. I'm about to take a break in my schooling for 2 weeks, so I'll be able to tackle a bunch of music I've been tackle. All right. Did you get all that?
Yeah, I did, and
Okay, good.
I'll start sending you little blips like
Yeah, because if I can just get as long as you play to a click track and a specific tempo, we're fine. Then I
yeah,
can easily write whatever.
exactly.
And I can, duplicate your and God damn Mike. And
It's
I can work
okay.
with it.
It is dropping out a little bit. I still hear you.
Yeah.
No worries.
Anyway, so
Yeah.
just get a hold of me in DMs and we can start working now.
Yeah, that sounds great. I gotcha.
Okay, cool.
Yeehaw.
Some pretty good drumming there by D Voy. D to the V. Oh, the F.E. Warden. Hey, good morning.
I'm here.
That was pretty slick, man. Sound like you could jam all night.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I can't wait till they come out with those self-driving trucks because there's still need, someone to keep an eye on the systems. And I'm thinking I could do that, and then I could play guitar all day while the truck drives itself, and I'll just get better and better.
You could have a veritable a jam session there. That's interesting, man. That brings up some interesting visuals when you say self-driving truck jamming inside. I see myself jamming inside a self-driving truck. What the hell?
That's my 5-year plan. Right.
All I can think of is like Knight Rider, just sitting there playing the guitar while the car is driving itself.
That sounds pretty cool, man. Except not in a crash. But when is a crash ever cool anyway? Might be a little more terrifying if the crash was happening with a self-driving car, though. Wow, no control at all. I think I'd be just like a nervous wreck inside a self-driving car. I even get nervous when someone else is driving.
You ever rode a horse? That's pretty.
Yeah, many years ago, a couple times when I was a kid, yeah. I drove a tractor once too. I think I was 9. But I always loved driving. my dad used to sit me on his lap through these country roads and let me sit on his lap and steer. Brave soul that he was.
Hey, Underdog, I see that you're not VC verified. If you want to hop in the VC check-in and get verified. Shit, he fucking ran out of here quick. Damn.
Yeah, I didn't even see him. I looked as soon as you said that, and I go, "There's no Underdog here."
Yeah, no, he was there. He was there. And as soon as I finished talking, he was gone.
Yeah, interesting. They come to a voice channel when you mention their name, then they leave. That doesn't make sense. But what does make sense these days? We're the only ones that do make sense, I think.
What are you trying to say, Sonny? That the notion that other people, places, things are existing completely antipodal to you, thousands of miles beneath your feet? What do you? That doesn't make sense, or what?
No, it doesn't make sense. If you told a kid, if you told some child that anywhere, they would pretty much laugh at you. Like, are you joking?
It
If
makes
somebody's
sense.
being upside down, straight down from where my feet are you kidding me? But we all believed it.
Either that, or it has to be a child for it to make sense in the first place.
Look, can I pretend to be Dave?
Okay.
Well, it's a globe, dumbass. How do you think people would be standing?
Hell of an argument.
that that's
You
I
won the
mean,
argument.
Of
that's
course,
it.
it's a globe. Dumbass. Don't be a dumbass. Of course, everybody knows it's a globe, first of all.
So that's
I love that
how they're standing, because on a globe there is no up or down. The end. You flat earthers are just the most ridiculous people that. No, he's way more disrespectful. You people are the. I don't want to. Now it's about to be too
Don't
disrespectful.
do it.
You heard it though. You heard it.
Don't. Hey,
You heard it.
hey, let's not straw man the guy. Let's not straw man the guy.
Yeah.
They believe in up and down. They just believe that up and down is infinitely relative.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It sounds like they believe up and down is the same thing as in and out.
Yeah.
That's also yes. It has to be true.
And you flat earthers, stop noticing the horizon about how level and flat it is, that it's a straight line of the horizon. Stop it. It's bothering the globers.
We gotta throw the horizon right next to the 90 degrees. Just don't talk about it.
Don't talk about that.
Don't talk
Don't talk
about the
about
horizon.
triangle. There are certain things we just have to avoid, and not in order not to hurt someone's feelings. So, don't talk about horizon, level. Don't say that. Don't say straight lines. Don't say level flight. This is not allowed. Linear
but
flight
they-
models. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just blah 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 blah. I know.
That's so legit, though. Don't say straight lines because that's legit.
I just got one more.
They-
Don't talk about circles of equal elevation altogether. Yeah, lining up, or triangles that are only 180 degrees. Okay.
I'm just saying, it's crazy how they wow. It's crazy how they okey doked everybody into thinking that like whatever people believe about the air that they experience every day, they've got them to think that works on a moving earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's the craziest in a vacuum. That's the most insane part to me, that we could have. I've literally captured video of clouds going in multiple directions.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that's happening, but in the grand scheme of things, it's doing that, but also traveling around. That's I mean, how do you do that with your mind? How do you?
Yeah. Here's how, Elijah. Listen. Here's what I've noticed: that as soon as the Glober starts talking about anything having to do with the Atmo, then everything stops. It now becomes a static system. Nothing's moving anymore for them to talk about what they're talking about. So, right? So, So everything has to be static in order for them to say what they're saying. Now they start over in their mind with everything static. So there's no more fluctuations in temperature, no more temperature gradients, no more humidity gradients, no more swirling gases coming from the oceans. None of that's happening anymore. So there's no crosswinds. There's no, yeah, everything's just lined up with where they are over the surface as it's turning. That's the only thing that's turning while they're speaking about it. Then I guess when they stop speaking, everything goes back to normal. Okay, action. Everything start moving again. Like literally, that's what they're doing. Stop. They're like stopping everything to talk about this stuff that they're talking about, like Coriolis. That's my little rant.
Back in the day when they used to actually argue for Coriolis, like that was actually something that we would see, and then somehow or another it switched to something that we wouldn't see and we would never expect to see. That was kind of funny for me. Like just being in this argument this long, I've realized like so many things that they used to claim, they literally will not claim now.
Right.
It's like, how does your shit change up like that? How does your story switch up? Like, but the main globe claim still remains the same. Like, how did you figure that was going to work out for you?
Yeah.
So you're
watch
going to
this.
remix
Watch
the
this.
story. Go ahead.
Watch this.
Go ahead.
When is the last time a Glober actually came with an observation?
Bruh.
Never saw one. Never saw one.
Remember all that stuff they were doing with last? Remember when they used to like National Geographic used to go to the beach and remember those days?
Yeah. That's the old and busted, bro. They don't do that no more.
I just want to say Underdog came back, so I don't know if you want to unmute them.
Hello?
Yeah, you got really low, Eli.
Who was saying hello just now?
That was Eli.
Oh, Underdog, you're unmuted. Do you want to talk to Flat Earthers? Or would you like
the
to?
one for Netflix on this thing. That's Mimi? Yes. Oh, she was coming down? Oh, I didn't even speak to because usually. Oh, sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's all right. Underdog, you're unmuted. Would you like to speak up and say hi? Okay, since you're not speaking up, you will need to go to the VC1 check-in. I'll put you back on mute for now. Feel free to do that, though, when you're ready to speak. There's Shining Dragon here. No Rose. Shining Dragon, would you like to say hi? You had to dip. Well, with no Rose, when I unmute you and you have no Rose and you leave, you're still muted when you come back. But thank you very much anyway.
You shine light and disperse.
They think they're going to come in, get unmuted, go, and then come back in to scream something, but they'll be muted.
You know what's funny? I told a coworker of mine the other day that, the claim is that boats go over the curve. And he was like, I never heard that. I was like, what?
What? I'd be
I was
like,
like,
what?
are you all right? You never heard that story.
Oh man.
You don't know that that's
Oh,
the
but
fairy tale
you know
that
what's
they
beautiful?
pass off to the kiddies. But
You know what's beautiful? It doesn't matter because what if you had in your back pocket a quick video of Michelle Thaller, the astronaut, saying it?
Mm,
That's it. Like, okay, let's skip the absurdity of you never having heard it.
right.
Now you understand. Can we move on? You know, because they'll use it. Oh, I've never heard that anyway. What's at the bottom or some other wild? You know what I mean? Just to totally
Mm.
move on from what you're trying to get them to understand. But yeah, the Michelle Thaler clip. It,
and then she goes
who
on to
told you
say,
this and when?
all the other proofs are very lovely. And then she goes to the moon.
Oh
wait,
man.
lady, you work for NASA,
Mm.
and the best at this point, whenever that video was made, at this point, your best proof that we live on a globe is boats go over the curve, and all the other proofs are very lovely. And then you name the moon, and then start talking about that.
Oh
Wow.
boy.
Right. Very lovely. But I mean, I honestly, Chocolate, I don't expect nothing else. Especially, you know, just oh wait, I realize I can't say this. Me and my new status as not hitched. Well, maybe I am hitched. I don't even know because that's confusing. But that's the point that I'm trying to make. Is like, it doesn't matter who, it doesn't matter when. You know,
You can tell her to work that out, man. It can't be hitched and not. That's violation of non-contradiction.
you just go, oh, that's cute, honey. Yeah, you know what I mean. Doesn't matter who it is. Oh, that's cute.
Oh shit.
I'm sorry.
You never did
I'm
it.
sorry.
Never will. Yeah, honey, tell me how you really feel.
You got a freaking point, though, man. I don't know, why is it like that? What the heck? Everything's so weird, man.
To be fair, I could also say it. That's cool, my brother. That's cool. It's everywhere.
I know I'm coming
All
in
right.
late on this topic, but you guys were talking about wind, like the direction of clouds. I posted a link,
Yeah.
and with the simple question of, do winds go north? Yes. Do winds go south? Yes. Do winds go east?
Oh.
Yes. Do winds go west?
Yes.
Do they go every combination of those cardinal directions? Yes. Do they go clockwise? Yes. Do they go counterclockwise? Yes. Do they go clockwise in the quote unquote northern hemisphere? Yes. Do they go counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere? Yes.
Yeah.
And the same in the alleged southern hemisphere? Yes. And yes.
Remember when that used to be a proof?
I know. Like they're using toilets. Like the toilets go clockwise and
Yo, that's true. Remember that? Yo, toilets in that place you don't think is real, Australia.
They literally had to scrap that one, though. That was so bad that they were like, nah, we can't use this as an argument.
I live in Australia. No, wait, is that Australia? Yes, it is. I live in Australia, and I can tell you, my toilet flushes the other way.
The other way.
So, did anybody actually
take a good Australian accent?
Pretty good.
I've watched a lot of Steve Irwin. That's his name, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
God rest him.
Well, gospel, based on what you just said, so much for that. Oh, the atmosphere is moving lockstep with the Earth. The Earth is moving in all those directions too.
Exactly. So next time any Glober comes in and uses that, just tell them about those winds going every direction and counterclockwise.
See that lockstep nonsense though? That's another okie doke. That's a globiolis argument, right? Because that's not the claim. That's not even the claim.
Yeah.
That's them making up their own claim. and trying to argue that.
It's
Yeah.
silly.
Just looking at that website that I posted, just and scrolling around the different spots, it is mesmerizing and fascinating to me. It really is. There's some weird spots on that map. But anyway, wind goes where it pleases.
It sure does.
The idea that the ball itself is moving through space and the air is doing everything that it's doing, and that too.
Yeah, just details.
Staying
Yeah,
with
when you're
the acceleration.
yeah, when you're everybody go and watch that. Like you're right, Gospel. Watching that as it's moving around, how they show it. It's live. That is fascinating.
Yeah, I was show more. All right, here we go.
Look how it swirls around counterclockwise in the middle of the Pacific.
Yeah, bro. There's a lot going on there. It's pretty neat. All right, so here's I was trashing on Tom McDonald earlier. I just wanted to make sure to like drive my point home, like driving Miss Daisy. All right, look at this.
Okay, I'm mesmerized. I got to get off that. All right. Next.
Nothing to see here. Guess who pointed that out?
I'm not sure I even. Nova Rockefeller.
You found it. So, you know, this song is getting talked about by all sorts of people, and you know, all sorts of people are like, this guy, he's rapping the truth. This guy, he's so great, right? My wife was like, let me check this out. She watches it, and apart from all sorts of other things that she picked out throughout the video, she saw this at the end and was like, okay, yeah, nothing to see here. It's just interesting, you know. Some people are really susceptible to falling for controlled opposition, and some people aren't, because I think that this is what makes the difference. Some people are insecure, right? And some people are secure on objective reality, and they're not looking for validation. And I think the people that are insecure and they're seeking out validation are more susceptible to falling for controlled opposition campaigns than the other group. I could be wrong, but that's just how I see it.
Yeah, so they slip in these people that are coming across as like anti-establishment, but there's subliminals in the lyric and the music itself that is other than that. It's really interesting. They've been doing this a long time. And if you talk to regular people, if you tell them that there's been government programs to discover how your mind works and what you react to visually and audibly, how that affects you. There's people that would not even know about that either. Like what's going on over their heads. But if I don't know, man. To deny those things that actually that is unclassified information, it's public knowledge. You could go look this stuff up yourself and find information on the mind control programs. How about them spraying cities in the U.S. with LSD and other drugs? These are, you could look these up. These programs, these are actual CIA government programs during the 60s. Mind control, bro. Yeah, see how they make fun of that. Yeah, right there. Look at that. Netflix making fun of someone saying, mind control. This is part of the CIA program.
Mm-hmm.
We got you, man. You're not hiding. You think you're cloaked or something out there. We see you.
Thank you for the extra backup details. Cut the poo. I'm gonna.
You call him cut the poo?
I'm gonna post what I can find on those specific record labels. Boardwalk Records associated with Curtis Mayfield, Ohio players Chris Christian, Night Ranger, Ringo Starr, Starpoint, Sunrise, Mike Love, Get Wet, Phil Seymour, Tierra, blah blah blah. Joan Jett. Bogart died. Wait, what does Bogart have to do with the Boardwalk catalog? Was purchased by Tom Ficara, West Jersey Bank, which held mortgage the title prior to the Boardwalk bankruptcy. Oh, I see. Neil Bogart. Founded in 1980, relaunched in 2010. Speaking of those numbers we were talking about earlier, it is really weird when you look up I mean, why is it? I look up the owner of Boardwalk Records, right? Tom Ficara. And then in the little bio, it's just so weird how frequently these certain numbers recur. It's all coincidence. Don't worry, it's just a coincidence. So Nova Rockefeller, whoever, this Paholic or Pahalic, Paholic, Slovakian person. Oh, weird. Born in Edmonton, raised in Jamaica. It's a Slovakian surname. Whatever the case, this person is supposedly in a relationship with Tom McDonald, blah, blah, blah.
Is it just quiet in here, or is my speakers not working?
Your speakers aren't working.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's not existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah, bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto close. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, write reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, the antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax. Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yup, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim
it's missing proof. Then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. What do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
Yeah.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
we would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake
Land of the thieves, home of the slaves. 19 billion, that's 50 million a day. That's what NASA gets, just to lie to the human race. Pretending to go to space, but they fake it right to our face. And they say they moonwalk, but that just wasn't the case. Trying to tell us there's a rover on Mars, but it's a fake. Ay, CGI satellites, but I don't see a trace. People everywhere waking up, we're shaking up the place. So if you let me, I can shake up the thoughts that you tend to think of. Cause I fell in love with truth and I don't ever wanna break up. Let's take a look what's underneath the Hollywood makeup. So much that gets put in our face, it's straight made up. This place they call a planet that they lied about the shape of. They can play pretend, but me, I'm calling for
Wake up.
Freemasons and Zionists, the ones that put the eye on it. Try to say they scientists, but I can't say I'm buying it. Do you know what science is and how that they decided it? They just keep rewriting it to keep us from enlightenment. Knowing that they lie in it, stay promoting violence. Knowing that we're gullible products of our environment. No, I can't be silent and nor will I be compliant. Not reliant on the tyrants to fall if we're not defiant. I can't seem to find the curvature. Total social overture. The sun is small and local to the earth as it encircles her. Nothing like the lies of elite sun worshippers. But up against the Bible, I don't even need interpreters. Earth is flat and motionless. Open up a scope and see a boat across the ocean mist. Chemtrails clogging up what used to be an openness. And fluoridated water come in concentrated doses. I'm conscious of the brokenness. People all over the place deceived. I hate to see. Space is not a place you see. It's fake, it's only make-believe. Constellations prove that the earth doesn't move. But the liars on wires wanna take away the truth. I'm screaming.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
used to play pretend,
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
Wherefore he saith, Awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead. Christ shall give thee light. See then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise.
Have you ever wondered why, when you looked up in the sky, exactly how the sun and moon ended up the same size? It's 90 million miles and 250,000. Y'all can beat my poker face, cause that defies some odds. Yeah, I'll tell you this is gambling with every dose of Ambien. You're managing to transfer in, so let me be your wake-up call. Let me be your wake-up call. You ever been to space at all? Who's above us? One that loves us or aliens that hate us all? Man, I used to catch some Z's on this flat plane. Then the alarm clock rang and all that changed. Like, motionless. Please tell me you see how flat this ocean is. The devil lied to us, lied to you, lied to me. Tried to hide my creator, made me play some hide and seek. But he speaks that if I seek him that he won't hide from me. If I knock that he will open it and show me what I need. That greed is the enemy. Forked tongue of the serpent as he dangles from the trees. And trying to keep us all far, far away from obedience. Trying to take our will and our next of kin's had us living for the sun, not the S-O-N. So good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel a savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think, man. Good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel the Savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think. This world ain't what you think. It's time to
wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up.
Used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
wake up. You need to wake up. You need to
we would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake.
We used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
wake up. You need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.